and that stands for confidentiality. Now, when you break those three things down, you're gonna see that we want to keep information secure, keep it from people who don't need to see it. That's confidentiality. We want to make sure that it is correct at all times. That's having the integrity of it. And then we want to make sure that it's accessible to the ones that need to see it. Going back to the integrity piece of it, we also want to make sure that if anybody does change it, we want to make sure that they cannot deny it. And that's our fourth point here of non-repudiation. But in a business standpoint, you'll have a triad, a triangle type of a diagram, and confidentiality, integrity, and availability will be on each side of the triangle. Now, in some businesses, we may want more confidentiality than availability, and in some we may want more integrity than we do availability. So it all comes down to what kind of business that you're in and how you would form that triad to make things secure. Now, once you got into informational security, it's not just necessarily putting a configuration on a firewall or making sure that you throw your antivirus up there and scan for different files. It's a number of things that all go into protecting the data that you want to protect. Security is built to make the throughout our day-to-day tasks, may be risk assessment, maybe coming up with disaster recovery plans or security training for our employees. We may be checking audits and making sure that the configurations are put on those systems that need to be there. So it could be a number of things that we have in place, but it's not just technical. It's a more of a business standpoint than anything else, with some technical aspects sprinkled in. Now, in your typical setting, you will have different roles that are in the security department. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a chief security officer, or sometimes they may go by a CISO, which is a chief informational security officer. 9 times out of 10, you'll have a manager or a technical manager that's right under them. And then you will have your analysts and your interns that's kind of doing your grunt work, so to say, in order to place those configurations in building policies and so forth. Now, it's the job of your analysts as well as anyone to actually do their due diligence and their due care when it comes to the business needs, and then what type of security we're going to actually provide the business when it comes to the operations that we're actually running in our business. Hey, before we move forward, I wanted to show you guys kind of like where you can look for some security roles and some positions that are hiring for informational security jobs. So I'm here on my LinkedIn page, and I'm going to go to jobs up here, and I'm going to um, just kind of scroll through to see what's going on. The one reason why I like looking on LinkedIn for jobs is that they actually take your profile and then kind of cater the job search towards your resume that you already have, right? So if you're already in the IT and you have that built up, then it makes it easier. But if you're not, let's say you're trying to break into IT, it's real easy to come up here and then cater to the search to be in that area. So I'm gonna just scroll down. You're seeing, some security roles. You'll also have like this. These are all roles that you see in the security department team. Um, all of them are just not analysts or managers. They could go under different names where a compliance and operation manager will probably look over the policies and make sure that everybody's compliant, but also they might look at how we're actually doing operations to making sure that the operation, security operations is actually helping out the business in day-to-day functions. Um, I was scrolling down here, and I like this post right here. Informational Security Analyst 1 is out of Indian Land here in South Carolina. And I'm just going to click on that. And what I like to do is you can read this here on LinkedIn, or if you're on Indeed, you can read it on their website. But what I would like to do is just kind of go out to the actual website here and then read the application here and see what they want. Now, they'll go through, and you got to keep in mind that when HR is building out these descriptions, sometimes they may hit what you actually are working on, and then sometimes they'll give you a high level overview of what you may be doing. But the one thing that I always go down and look for is the description. What would I do daily on a daily task? And then I will also go down to the requirements, the must-haves here, as they put it. But these are kind of the requirements that you need. So as a level 1 analyst, you'll need that 1 to 3 years of experience in IT. But we already discovered, and by saying that, informational security is not necessarily an IT field, it's more of a business function, and then we understand how to apply security to the business functions. So keep that in mind. But it's centered, a lot of people think that it's centered around IT. So going down, you'll also see what type of things that make a top quality of a candidate, right? So they say that the security, plus certification would definitely put you as a standout. And it's always good to have, good to know about, you know, um, having the certification to back you on your resume. In some cases, your business may not be able to have a full department dedicated to just informational security. Sometimes you may have the third party that source out and make sure that you check in with them when it comes to the security aspect of your business. Whenever you're seeing more of a center that's dedicated to security, informational security, then it's 9 times out of 10 it's going to be called a SOC, security operations center. You also have teams such as DevOps SOC, which is more like your developers who also implement security as well as the operations of the business, all developed into one, making it a whenever we're building applications, we're thinking with security in mind. And then you have a incident response team. This could be referred to as a CSIRT or some type of incident response team. If you take a look at the slide here, you'll see how the manager pieces, more like your CISOs and your security managers, they're sitting at the top of the pyramid. So you can imagine that more policy decisions, how the business is ran, and then how we're going to implement security around it is made at this level. And as it goes down the operational and the technical side of it, this is where you get your more managers and your analysts involved in actually pushing out the security configurations, policies out to the individuals and making sure that we are actually following those steps in order to become more secure. Now, when it comes to the actual operations of being attacked or putting things in place for an attack, we have function types. And here, explained here, we can see that we can either prevent, we can detect, or we can correct. And preventing is you're going to deal more with actually putting things in place to stop an attack, to mitigate an attack, or to just eliminate it all at once. Detective, we can actually just kind of sit back, see what's going on. We will go over that more in detail in further courses about what type of technology that actually is just sit back, and why do we want to just sit back and learn from different tactics that attackers may be using. And then we have corrective. How do we actually turn around the actual action that has been taken upon us? And we also want to know what happens, what we need to do after an attack. If we're actually hit, okay, how do we recover from that? So to continue on that, security controls that we can also put in can be physical, and we can have deterrence, and we can have a compensating control. So a physical control will be more like your security locks. You can have fences put up. We can have security guards with a actual TV at their desk so they can monitor everything. Those are examples of physical controls we can always put into place. We can have deterrence, things like signs such as stay away, or beware of electrical shock, or something like that. Something that we can put up and we can make noticeable to anybody who would want to cross the line, come into the premises where they're not supposed to be. We can deter and actually discourage them from going through with their actions, right? And then we have a compensating control. Say we would just accept the risk that happens, and we're just gonna say, hey, we can't stop the typhoon from coming in, but so what we'll do is we'll make sure we have insurance, and we can recover from that if we're actually hit by the natural disaster. It's always important to understand what type of business and industry you're in, just to know what kind of framework that you might want to use when it comes to implementing information security into your business. So you want to use these frameworks because they're good foundations to actually follow and to make sure that you're compliant if you're doing any type of business. When I say that, I kind of bring up the example of just using credit cards. If your company is collecting credit card data because you're actually doing transactions of sales or e-commerce, then you might want to make sure that you have the right framework in place in order to stay compliant and making sure that you're not breaking any laws. So a good framework that you can actually get into is looking at what we have in NIST, or seeing what other cybersecurity frameworks that we have out there. Sometimes finding a international organization of standardization can help you bring those frameworks into play and actually see more in depth on the type of security that you need to apply for your business. So a good example of that is the Cloud Security Alliance. They have a good certification with the CCSK that can help informational security professionals understand how we're putting data into the cloud and how to keep that data secure in the cloud. So they can provide you with cloud matrix and cloud control matrix, where it kind of gives you this layout of things to look for, questions to ask your provider before you actually just give them data. So it's good to look these organizations up, see what kind of standards that they have out there, and then apply them on your day-to-day basis when it comes to security. Having a good benchmark is showing that you have done your due diligence when it comes to seeing how your business operates and then how we're going to actually apply security to it. Having said that, that we can use something such as the Open Web Application Security Projects, OWAPs, to apply the configurations that we need when it comes to web browsing and making sure that we stay secure when our clients are out there browsing the web. So that takes us to regulations and standards. So having those regulations and standards put in place, again, is showing that you have due diligence. You've done your due diligence. You actually taking that step forward in order to protect the data that's in your business, protect the operations that we're actually doing. A good example of this is applying things such as your SOX, the FISMA Act, making sure that we're in compliance with GLBA, HIPAA, as well as PCI DSS. Now, all of those standards are in different fields, but we need to make sure we understand what type of industry that we're in, and then if we fall under these different types of standards, regulations. Because if we break out of the standards that are there, then it's a good chance that we could be held accountable in a court of law. So as a key point to remember, starting informational security, we started talking about the CIA triad and how, we're going to use those three different pillars in order to secure our data or make it available or making sure that it doesn't change by any means. We also talked about the different types of roles that we have in our business. When it comes to informational security, who's sitting at the top with the CISO, and then we have security managers that's pushing out to our analysts of the configurations and the regulations that we need to abide by. We also talked about the different standards and the different regulations that we need to also abide by when it comes to making data secure, but also making sure that we're in standards and in compliance of the legal laws that's been placed on our business and our industry. So let's jump into lesson two, threat actors, and then actually gaining some threat intelligence. This is where we're gonna, go a little bit deeper into who is exactly attacking or sitting on our network, and then what kind of intelligence can we actually gain to protect ourselves against these type of attacks that they're gonna put on us. So before we get into threat actors and intelligence, let's understand what is a risk. Risk is having a vulnerability and a threat present pretty much at the same time. If they're present at the same time, then the likelihood of the risk actually happening is very high. If they're not, let's say if they're not in the same vicinity at that point in time, the risk level will be low. To get a good example would be if you're in Idaho and you have a building that's made out of straw, then the risk factor of having a hurricane come and hit your straw-made house is low, right? But the risk factor for it getting hit by a tornado is high. So the vulnerability will be the fact that the straw house can be exploited. It can be broken into very easily by high winds, right? So, but the threat of certain actors, in this case, will be in the hurricane. The hurricane is not going to make it to the middle of the United States. So therefore it's low when it comes to a hurricane, but yet high because tornadoes are common in Idaho, right? So we just want to make sure that we understand that whenever a vulnerability is there for, let's say, a server, for a different example, and then a threat, a hacker is out there and is snooping around the network, the probability of the risk, the probability or the likelihood of being hacked, that risk is very high. All right, so we want to make sure that whenever we're taking a test or we see anything when it comes to informational security, if you have any two of these equations, then it will lead to the impact of the risk. And if you remove any one of these factors, if you remove a vulnerability or you remove the threat, then it pretty much eliminates the risk. Okay. Attributes of a threat actor, it could be a number of things why a threat actor would choose your business, your data to be a potential target. It could be they just simply don't like what you stand for, what you bring to the table. It could be the simple fact that you just left configurations open, and they're, let's say, sharpening their skills for a bigger job. So it can vary on a scale from you're very popular to I need to work on something, so I'm gonna work on someone that's not as big on the net. So you fall into that area. It could be I have a target audience. I'm going for anybody who is a baby boomer. I'm going for that older audience. It could be I work for a competitor and I'm wanting to, drive traffic over to my product versus my competitors. It could be I'm an internal person that turn rogue, and now I'm going to expose the company for the truth that needs to be shown to the public. So it can be a number of things on why threat actors are actually in it to actually pose a threat to your data. So with that being said, let's go into hackers, script kiddies, and hacktivists. So let's start off with script kiddies, just because they're kind of, to me, they're the forefront. This is where people kind of start off, where they are not, they're not so great in hacking, or their hacking skills haven't gotten up to par yet. So they will go out there and pay for an actual disruption, a executable that they can plant into a server or some type of PC or any device for that matter, and create a DDoS attack on that device. So these are kind of plug and play type hackers, right? So they're getting things that's already pre-made. They have no idea what is it doing, or how is it made. They just know that it works whenever they double click, right? So that's your script kiddies. Your lone hacker is going to be someone that's more seasoned, maybe having their own agenda, being able to actually be employed by somebody, and being able to keep a white hat, so to say, during the daytime, and a black hat during the night. And that's kind of a cliche analogy, but when it comes to wearing different types of hats, you have a white hat where I'm strictly doing things by the book. I'm not going rogue and looking at things for my own personal gain. And then I have a black hat where everything that I'm doing is against the law, and I'm doing things for my own personal gain, or I'm doing things because I'm hired to do so, right? And then you have that gray hat where I think a lone hacker will probably hang out at the most, right? So they could be employed by someone, but look at the misconfigurations of different types of devices within a organization, and maybe put that black hat on just to kind of make some money on the side, or prove a point. You never know. So again, going back to the attributes of why are these people doing this type of stuff, it can vary from threat to threat, right? And then you have your hacktivists, your hacker teams. These are people that are probably going to get into a political sector, and they're actually going to do some social engineering to make massive moves to steer individuals in a direction that they want them to go. The most recent one that I remember is probably the 2016 elections, where we had a slew of people claim that the votes were swayed into a certain way. And so hacktivists were behind that type of movement, and then it caused to really shape and shift the world in a when you look at the whole grand scheme of things. So to kind of stay on the hacktivist standpoint, and kind of moving into APTs, APTs are probably the most I would say seasoned threats out there. They're probably sitting on your network for years at a time, and they're just there to collect that data, right? So a lot of times you'll see these highly sophisticated hackers not even being discovered in most networks. Most businesses do not realize that they actually have someone there already collecting data. A lot of these groups are state backed, so they're actually state actors. You'll hear a lot of terms correlate with that, where they're actually paid by an organization to collect data, right, and do that data mining, and figure out what's the data flow when it comes to what's going in, what's going out, what things are you planning to do with your business. And these APTs are just sitting there watching the whole thing. I heard cases where they'll sit there for 6-7 years before they actually are found out, and then um, you have to, escalate things immediately, and then put out public statements saying that, it's believed that we've been breached, 5 years ago, and we're just now coming up with that today. So keep an eye out for advanced persistent threats. Those are, you're pretty much your advanced hackers that are just sitting there collecting data. I kind of touched on the insider threat actor a little bit, but this is just pretty much, an employee of the organization that decided to go rogue. Decided, for whatever reason, that the private sector of the company needs to be public, right? Whatever they have access to, they decided to either, bring it out to the public's viewing, or maybe sell it on the dark web, whatever they decide to do, because, you know and they don't have a necessarily reason why. Well, I can't say that. They don't have a It's no particular reason on why you would create an insider threat, but it does happen, and it could be from a various of reasons of, they may not like the way someone talked to them at work, and then now, since they have access to the whole payroll, then they decided to show that, uh, this is the payroll for 2022, and they're gonna make this public, and now that creates um, this type of buzz around the company, right? So this is your insider threat. It's always important to have policies in place whenever we bring someone on and we actually offboard someone. Let's say if someone quits abruptly, that may be a telltale sign that they could be an insider threat, a malicious insider. So we need to put things in place in our policies to make sure that we take assets away immediately, making sure that we keep things on hand so many years after that person hasn't left the building. So just keep that in mind when it comes to insider threats. So let's talk now. Let's talk about the attack surface, or the vectors that hackers are using to get into our network. Um, think of our network as a kind of like an invisible wall that we have around our data, our important data, right? So I'm not talking like a physical wall, like the brick and mortar building that you actually go into, but the visible wall that you don't see, that's protecting our data. So it's by firewalls, or putting out there on a DMZ, things of that nature. But it's ways to actually go in and then come out, right? So when you go into your office and you log in, and then when you leave out to go to when you leave out and go to the internet, that's leaving out, right? You're leaving outside of the safe confines of your network to either bring in information from, let's say, Google Drive, or we're going to post something on social media. So that's information leaving out. I'm going to post something, or I'm bringing something in. I went and downloaded it, and now I'm bringing it into my invisible fence, and now it's in my network, right? So that's what I want you guys to think about when it comes to an attack surface. What is the ways into your actual network? And then how are we getting in? What are the vectors that we're using to get in? Is it direct access? Can I just walk into your building, sit down at your desk, and you don't even have no login screen or anything like that? You're at lunch, right? So can I log in and just go to work and start seeing what's there and what's not there, right? What do you have saved on your desktop? What's in your documents folder? Can I just plug in my USB USB stick and pull that off? Can I send you an email? I think by far the most popular way of doing it is just kind of sending a fish email. Why not? You see it every day. You get it every day in your spam email. So it's obviously is working, because people are constantly doing it, right? They're constantly sending it out. Um, can I just talk to you on social media? Have you posted something on social media that you shouldn't? You know, these are certain ways that you could gain information about a company just by reading, what people are actually posting on social media. I talked about the cloud earlier with G Drive or Google Drive, where that's considered the cloud, right? And I can go out there on any device because the cloud is pretty much everywhere. I don't necessarily have to be in your building. I can take it from there. Um, so there's many different vectors, and that's knowing these things is a good way of saying um, having an understanding of how data flows in and flows out. So we went over, attack vectors. We went over, who could be possibly doing the attacking, and then now let's find out how can we arm ourselves, right? And I think the best way to arm ourselves is with knowledge and being able to research how are they actually doing attacks in the wild in real time, right? And this is when we are wanting to get that type of intelligence on our threats. So we can arm ourselves better by saying, okay, let's put these things in play because this is what they're doing. If we're protecting ourselves and they're not even doing that anymore, um, is it is it, are we wasting time and money by focusing in places where we shouldn't be? So one way we can do this is we can put things such as a honeypot out there for individual to go in and attack. And when they're participating in this attack, we can sit back and monitor how they actually are doing their attacks. And then we can record all of that stuff down, and then we can have our smart guys at our application department write our application to be aware of the attacks and then put things into um, actually defend against those attacks, right? So that's why we would have something that's sitting out there that looks vulnerable from the get-go. So it may be a server. Let's say we put a server out there in the DMZ. This is kind of like a no man's land where we can see it, but they can actually get to it as well. So we put a server out there and we name it payroll server. Do not enter, right? And of course, that's obvious and it looks like the obvious thing, but I'm just giving an example. Someone logs into it and they go to, performing their ritual of how to figure out what's open, what's not. They're running their tools on this thing, and only thing we're doing is we're sitting back recording all of the data that they're doing, right? So it's kind of like, just if you remember a show called Bait Car, where they just kind of left the car unlocked, and the robber will come in and they'll drive off a couple of feet, and then the cops will jump out and arrest them. It's kind of that same concept, right? We're putting something out there, we're realizing how are they actually just attacking, and then we make the countermeasure to that. Another place where we can get good information is from the vendors that we have in our network, right? So all the devices that we have or the software that we're using in our environment, why not go to their website to see what type of technology that they have in place, what type of updates are they pushing out to see how they're actually combating against the attacks that are heading out there. It's real good to see, especially when new attacks come out there that are very fresh. The latest one that I've seen was Log J4, and we had to pretty much go to every vendor that we had, every device that we had, and see at the vendor's website, were the configurations or the software that we use for that particular device, was it vulnerable to log J4? And we had to update those things constantly in order to figure out if we were what type of vector was a new vector for us. You know what I'm saying? So where we did not have a vector into our environment, it created a whole new with this vulnerability. A vulnerability showed up. It just so happened that A lot of software uses Log4j, and a lot of our devices became vulnerable just like that, out of the blue. And so it's always a good thing to go to these vendors' website, stay up to date to see what they're talking about, and see if you're actually see how they're actually fighting against things in the wild. We already talked about tactics, techniques, and the procedures the way when we were explaining the honeypot example, where we would watch to see what they're actually doing in the wild. And then when we're doing our research, we're also understanding how attacks are actually being, performed, right? But we also want to make sure that we understand what are the indicators of a compromise. How do we know that we have been compromised, or it may be a good indication that we are probably compromised. So you want to look for, unusual outbound traffic, things that are going out in a mass amount of traffic leaving the network. You want to also be aware if you have traffic coming in from areas that you should be blocking. So a lot of traffic from China, a lot of traffic from, let's say, Germany, um, or let's say South America. If you have a lot of traffic that's coming in from these areas and you normally don't have that, then it's a good indication that something may be up. Is there any kind of explanation to uh, user accounts being used for the wrong things? Um, can you see any type of misuse of privilege accounts, right? So those are privilege accounts, or those are accounts that have admin access, maybe to throughout the network, or maybe to certain particular PCs that have uh, great value to them. Do you see any kind of unusual activity to those type of user accounts? Um, is there a type of, any type of rise in databases being read at a high volume? If there's only a particular threshold that we have for reading data on our databases, and then all of a sudden it spikes through the roof. What's the cause of that? That might be cause to raise some questions there. Um, we also see kind of like a high request for important files, sensitive files, confidential files. When you start seeing people who shouldn't be snooping around, who are snooping around, these are good indications. So it's a good way of having these type of indicators in place, and being aware of them is a good indication to it's a good way to understand if you've been breached and if changes need to be made. But don't worry, you don't have to necessarily put your face in literature all day and read upon how things are actually being worked on here in the wild. It's good to do those things on a daily basis, but we can also have machine learning out here that understands the daily workflow of our business, and can tell you, can alert, and some can even mitigate if things go awry, right? So if anything was to be abnormal to the normal workday, machine learning or artificial intelligence would be able to detect and then warn us to say, hey, this doesn't look right. It's a lot of traffic leaving out, or a lot of traffic coming in. We're being bombarded here. So it's always good to have these tools in place and making sure that they're configured right to help us stay secure overall. So in summary, we went over threat actors, we went over the vectors that they can come in, we went over how can we do some research in order to better arm ourselves against the attacks that they may be placing upon us. So I would definitely go back over and make sure that we dive deeper into the type of procedures that we want to have, the type of due diligence that we need to do within our company to make sure that we apply the due care in order to avoid attacks from insider threats or people who may be APTs that's sitting in our system, right? And so making sure that we stay knowledgeable about how they're performing their attacks will help us in the long run when we see things go astray. So in lesson 3, we're going to start talking about performing security assessments. So as a security professional, sometimes we take network tools and actually see how traffic is moving from point to point on our network as well as outside of our network. And we need to be aware of the type of tools that we use in this types of scenarios, and then how can we use them to our advantage, and then also how can an attacker use it for their advantages as well. So the first thing we want to get into is opening up our command prompt and then typing in an ipconfig command to see what type of IP address that we get. And this is how I want you guys to think about an IP address as kind of like your home address, right? So in order for you to receive mail in the physical world, the post office will give you a postal address, right? And in order for someone in New Jersey to send you a letter, they need to have that address, and then it goes from post office to post office until it's able to go down your lane, your driveway, or what have you, and then into your mailbox. Well, the IP address is similar to that, right? Where your router is sort of like a post office, and it will assign your devices an address. This in case it'll be a IP address, and it uses that IP address in order to communicate to other devices within the world, whatever it may be, from a server to gaming consoles to your smart refrigerator that tells you how many degrees your milk is chilling at, right? So we can use an IP address to identify each other on the network, or in this case, the internet, right? So we can also use things kind of like a what's called a ping. So we can open up our command prompt, and I'll show you guys in a second. We'll open up our command prompt and we'll ping another address or a domain name, and it can return to us their address. So let's say if we wanted to know the IP address to the server for ESPN.com, and what we'll do is we'll ping ESPN.com. It'll show us the information there. So I'll show you guys that in just a second. To go back to our analogy of, how you actually have a physical address within the real world, and the post office will give you an address to receive and to actually deliver mail. The same thing in the computer world. We can route different ways of getting to different destinations, and in your computer it keeps this things and call what we call a routing table, and we have all the different IP addresses that we are familiar with, and then new ones that we verify and we understand that this is who they say they are. We put them in that routing table. We can also use our command prompt to show us trace routes, and that's kind of like what I was saying before of just showing the logical hops that a packet takes from your PC all the way to a receiving server or a gaming station or what have you. So again, I'll show you all those things in just a second. Now, as security professionals, you will run across these things called a IP scanner or Nmap. What they do is they actually scan your network. You'll sometimes hear the terminology crawl the network. And what they do is they actually kind of do like a ping test or a more in-depth conversation to whatever device that's on that network, and it pulls information from it. So it will say, hey, I crawled the network and I see that there's 10 actual phones on your network, cell phones, and 5 of them are Android, and then the other 5 were iPhones. And then it can even get more granular by saying, hey, I found a PC on your network. This is the operating system that is running, and these are the ports, the communicating ports that are open to this PC. So it's very important to understand that we can use this as a administrative tool, right? We can make sure that we know what's on the network. We can know how we're communicating in and out, the data flow, correct? But also, the bad guys can take this and actually do reconnaissance on your network, so they can actually not necessarily attack you that day. But if I want to get information about you and make sure that, hey, all right, I'm messing with Macs today because this is a Mac shop. This is a Mac place of business. They only run Macs in there and iPhones, iOS, right? So I need to make sure that I get the attacks, my playbooks ready for Macs, right? Whatever vulnerabilities that may be out for Mac. So this can be a good tool, but also it can be used for bad things as well. So like I alluded to earlier, these type of in-map scanners can also do kind of a service discovery. So again, showing what type of ports you have open or what type of services that you're using to communicate to other devices on. It can build a fingerprint of how your network is set up, right? And this again is it's good for an administrative point of view, from a high level to see all of your blueprint or your fingerprint of the network, what we call a footprint, right? We can see the footprint of the network and see how data is coming in and out. But at the same time, it's also bad if we someone else knows about that footprint, because the things that we're focusing on today or this week may not be the things that your hacker or your attacker is actually focusing on. So it's kind of, you need to understand when you see traffic spike up, or services kind of degrade down, or they bog out, because when someone's running these type of scans, it can cause printers to actually accidentally just print out gibberish or random sheets of paper, or it could cause different types of PCs to slow down tremendously to the network, right? Because it's actually pinging, seeing that it's up, pulling the information, communicating with it, and that is what we call very noisy, right? So whenever we see a lot of noise on the network, we need to be aware of that, and then do what's necessarily possible to find it and shut that communication off. Another way we can find out different types of PCs that's out there on the network, we can also do a netstat command, and that's showing everything that we have a connection to. And you can pull this command up, and you'll actually see how your PC is actually communicating out to different services, different applications. More importantly, NS lookups is a very important thing as a security professional, because we get to understand. It's kind of hard to look at numbers all day and IP addresses and IPv6 addresses and kind of disseminate what's what, right? But these NS lookups allow us to use those DNS references. DNS stands for domain name service, and it allows us to use that type of service to say it's google.com, and then we can get an IP address of saying that it's 8.8.8.8. I think that's too many eights, but you get my drift, right? So we can use a English version or whatever language you may speak into translating it into an IP address version, so we can actually break things down to see exactly where things are going. Similar to a in-mapping tool is your packet captures. So those type of tools sniff the network, and they actually capture all the packets that's going from one destination to another. The one that you'll probably see the most will be Wireshark, and Wireshark sniffs the network, and it pulls down all the packets that you're sending from your PC out to your router. out to your, if you're saying hello to your smart TV, it captures all of that stuff that's on your particular network. And that's why it's so important to, we can use this as a administrative tool and say, okay, we're having network issues here. Let's get the packet sniffer out. Let's see what's actually going on in the network. But we can also use it for bad cases, right? Where someone that is not in your organization can go and take Wireshark to sniff your network to see who is communicating, what IP addresses are being going back and forth, what's the routes we're taking, and it can be used in that field as well. So here's a screenshot of Wireshark in action. Now, in the following slide, I'll show you exactly. I'll give you a screen recording of how we actually go out there and download Wireshark and actually pull some packets off my network. But basically, this is how it goes. It captures all of these packets in real time, and we could take these packets and we can see exactly how they're communicating, and then who they're communicating with. And then in some cases, we can go into the packet and see if they actually have any type of payload within those packets. So it's a good tool to have to do reconnaissance in, but it's also a good tool to have to understand how we can build our network to be as efficient as possible. Now let's stay in that realm of packets moving back and forth, right? So these packets are literally the actual letters, right? When going back to an analogy of having a physical mailbox and then the post office putting mail into your mailbox, right? The mail going into your mailbox are the packets in the computer world, right? So we want to say these packets going back and forth, they are enclosed within an envelope, right? And then within the envelope, we have the actual data that's going back and forth, and it needs to go to the right source, correct? So whenever we have someone tampering with our packets, they can inject things that they want to be in there, and then now we're getting outside activities thinking that we're communicating correctly, and we're being redirected in a certain type of way. So we're getting mail that we are not accounting for, and that's because people can get onto our network and be able to inject types of malicious, let's say, data in order for us to pass back and forth, right? Or to redirect us into a malicious site. So it's very important to understand how replay attacks work, as well as packet injections, to making sure that we are aware and that our users are aware that whenever we see any kind of weird activity on the network, that we're able to react to it in a timely manner. So let's talk about some software that we can actually use to exploit normal activity, getting on to the network and being able to inject some packets or be able to brute force some passwords. The main one that we want to focus in on is Metasploit. Metasploit is a known vulnerability software that can see the vulnerabilities and as well as be able to attack them. They can interject with malicious payloads, and is what a lot of attackers will use to actually break in and perform some of these attacks. So Netcat is a utility feature that we can use to where we can transfer files on the back end and not be discovered from the client's point of view. So it's a good utility to use when administering, but it's also can be a useful utility for a hacker as well. They can also perform port scanning and fingerprinting of that system, as well as they can use it to connect across UDP and TCP connections. A lot of times we see that the problem with vulnerabilities is that they live in a software world, right? Right. So it's your application that's the problem. It's the actual OS, the operating system, that's the problem, or it's your firmware. They may be um, needing updates because they have a vulnerability that need to be met, or it needs to be mitigated in order for you to really kind of work on it securely. So it's very important for us to understand how to update the applications that we have on our network. It's very important to understand that if we have operating systems out there, will the manufacturer actually give you patches for it? And when I say patches, patches are built to bring in security measures for the vulnerabilities that's out there. So it's patching the holes, so to say, right? So will that vendor have that patch ready for you to actually apply to the software that you're actually working on? Um, a lot of firmware that's out there, it goes unnoticed because a lot of times once we boot up a system, we jump past the firmware issues and we go straight into our operating system. And a lot of times an attacker may go and attack the part that we overlooked, that firmware. So we need to make sure that we are up to date on all of our applications, operating systems, and firmware. We also, when it goes back to operating systems, we want to make sure that it's actually up to date and is supported by that vendor. And I would say that'll go for everything, as far as applications as well too. It's a lot of times we may come across a software or an application, and the vendor, the people who actually created it, they're not in business anymore. So how do we go about communicating safely if there's no one doing any research on the back end to let us know that it's vulnerable? So just some things to keep in mind when going out there and looking at different applications, OSs, and such. Just to kind of continue on with that conversation of having software that's out of date. You don't want necessarily a legacy software that's out there and people are just kind of using it because it's worked for so long. Why should we change it? And a good example would be someone operating on Windows XP or Windows 7, Windows 8. And it's just like, hey, we set it up, but there's no problem. We don't have any problems with it. So why should we change it? Well, those are legacy operating systems and they don't receive any patches anymore. So if there's any kind of 0-day vulnerability to it, then they won't have any type of patch to come out and help you out with that. So it's a known vulnerability, and now it's a matter of time before someone can actually exploit that vulnerability. So a 0-day is whenever it's a vulnerability that's is very fresh, right? No one knows of it. It's kind of like the first day that it was actually discovered, and now there's a rush to actually find a remedy for it, or for the attacker side to actually exploit it. Because if I just heard about a 0-day that just happened, well, there's no patches out there to stop me. So if I can get to each and every device as quick as possible to exploit it, I don't have to worry about the patch management stopping my plans. On the flip side, if I was a good guy and I heard about a 0-day, I want to make sure that my vendor or whoever the application is with or operating system is with, is that they have a patch that came out and I'm able to apply that patch as soon as possible. So being able to stay upon, going out, doing your research, making sure that you're staying up on the news to see what type of 0-days that come out, and making sure that you apply your patches. Microsoft comes out with patches pretty much the first Tuesday of every month. And so we want to apply those patches. Now we can go into more granular schemes of putting it in a test field, testing it out, see if it breaks anything, then applying the patch. But for the most part, you want to make sure that you understand patches do come out and they're for that security reason, right? And we just need to stay up on those. We want to avoid weak configurations, right? Whenever we add a new device to our system or our network, sometimes we could just, it's easy just to place the new extender router here, and whatever configuration comes on it, hey, if it works, fine, I don't care, long as it works. But having, those accounts, you sometimes different devices come with default accounts, and sometimes that information of how to log into those default accounts are public, so we can Google those type of like, what's the admin username and password for a particular router that you have. And so if that information is public and you never change your default account password or account, then it's easy for someone to Google that information, get onto your network, and then go into your devices. So we want to make sure that we have a plan in place to actually change those type of configurations. We want to make sure that we change the passwords to default accounts. Make sure that we configure the settings of whatever device to tailor our business needs, right? And we want to make sure that it doesn't have an overwhelming amount of permissions to do whatever it wants to do on the network. So a good example of that is why not take away everything that it can do and only give it the permission that what it needs to do, right? That way, if someone does get into a router or whatever device that's on your network, it doesn't give them the right to actually go out there and perform some of these things that just need permission in order to execute, right? So let's go a little bit deeper into that. Not only just having default passwords and accounts there, but going into that configuration piece, we want to make sure that we shut down. When I said, in that previous slide to take away things that it can do and only give it the things that it needs to do, we want to shut down different services, different ports that it doesn't need to work on. If we're not going to be doing any type of file transfer, why should I have FTP open? Right? So if it doesn't need to do that, then we need to shut those things down. Different protocols, the way it communicates to other devices. If we have a working knowledge of how we want our devices to work, then we can configure them to actually be more secure by being less, I guess, verbose as far as the things that it can do on the network. Also, setting up different encryption levels when it comes to our passwords, and this is more on the networking side. So if you have like a home router, making sure that we don't use weak passwords and weak encryptions on those passwords to make it easier for one to break in, right? Making sure that we have a standard there. These are different configurations that help us operate in a more secure manner. Now, if we have those weak configurations and default passwords still in play, then we run a high risk of letting vulnerabilities be exploited. And these can lead to data breaches. So we all know, or we all have heard of data breaches and how companies have fall victim to these type of attacks. But it's pretty much where confidential data is being transferred without someone's authorization. So that could be malicious, but it also could be, a mistake on someone as well. So you have different aspects of data breaches as far as how data goes in and goes out, but that's why it's important for us to know how it's actually going out and making sure that we put constraints on those things, so it's not happening so easily, right? But also with that, we can also have identity thefts. So we all heard how Experian has fall victim of a data breach where millions of people's personal identity have been leaked out to the dark web. Also, these data breaches, not only do they have, impacts on people's actual data, but it also has kind of like a impact on a company's reputation. How many of you would still go to Nike and buy shoes from their website when they just released that they had a massive data leakage of people's credit card numbers. And it will damage their reputation as being a secure, responsible company for letting that type of information out. So it's something that we want to stay away from as much as possible, because it can have not only a physical damage to it, but it also can have that intangible, something that we can't touch, something that we more feel about a reputation of a company. So how can third parties play a hand in this? Think about all the third party vendors that you may have in your company. You may work for Wells Fargo, but they may use Adobe Acrobat. Well, Adobe Acrobat is your third party, and Adobe, I'm sorry, not the Acrobat is the actual product that they sell, but Adobe is their third party vendor. And if Adobe is under attack, then you need to make sure that the software that you're using is not a part of that, or what can we do to remediate that vulnerability that may be plaguing your network, because you're in a way letting them in because you have decided to use this vendor for whatever service, but now they may be under attack in some type of way. To give another example is if they have, if let's say box.com, where it's a online a cloud storage service, if they have personal information of your customers because you're using them to store information on there, and then they have a leakage of your customers, then in turn your reputation is damaged because you chose to go with that company. So it's very important to do research on who you decide to let come into your network, who you're giving your data to, where is that data actually lying at on your third party's software. So let's say go back into Acrobat, not Acrobat, I'm sorry, Google, or let's say Box.com. You can also do Google Drive, but let's say once we transfer data from our network to Google Drive or Box.com, where is it actually sitting at on their servers? Is their servers in Argentina? Is it in Spain? Is it in Africa? Do we have policies? Are we allowed to have our customers' data in those countries? So there's just different things that we need to think about when it actually bringing in third parties, and then what risk do they actually put on us indirectly. So we're going to start talking about security assessment frameworks, and a good place to start is with the NIST SP 800-115, and this is going to give you a bunch of guidelines, procedures, policies to actually take in and apply to your business for whatever reason that you may need it. And it'll give you a good overview of how to get started when it comes to vulnerability assessments, threat hunting, and penetration testing. Now, to break those three things down, vulnerability assessment is just kind of doing a risk management, right? Where we see what type of risks that are out there, what kind of vulnerabilities do we hold in our network against those type of risks, and then what are we going to do to actually manage those risks, or are we going to try to eliminate, mitigate, avoid different aspects like that. So that's vulnerability assessment. Threat hunting is more getting down to we know the threat, we know the risk that holds to that threat and that vulnerability, and so we're going after the elimination of that threat, or we're going to do some reconnaissance on that threat as well. With penetration testing, we're talking about having a outside vendor or maybe someone who is dedicated on your team to actually probing the network, probing the policies, the things that we have in place, our security framework that we already have in place that's up and running. We're looking to attack that, seeing how to find any kind of faults within our security posture already. So that's penetration testing. So going into vulnerability scanners, we have these things in place in order to scan our network and see what type of devices we have on there, as well as the applications that they're running. And it double checks that application and that OS against a database of vulnerabilities and risks that are out there. And once it gives us a report of how the scan went, we're able to either remediate or to kind of get a better understanding of what type of risk that we are, um, what kind of risks are we up against on a device to device standpoint. And we can also use this type of scanner for OS fingerprinting, as well as seeing what type of firmware vulnerabilities that we may have. Now, when you're having your vulnerability scanner scan the network and it applies those vulnerabilities to the database and it comes back with a report, it will give you a scale on if it's a low risk or a critical risk, right? It's a scale from low to high, and you normally see these things called CVEs, and that's the common vulnerability exposure, and that's kind of the name of the vulnerability that's out there. And then the scoring system will be under the CVSS, which is a common vulnerability scoring system, um, and you'll normally see it as a scale from 1 to 0. I'm sorry, a scale from 1 to 9, and the lower you are to 1, the more likely you could probably let that vulnerability slide. But the more you're getting up to your 7, 8s, and 9s, then you probably want to make sure that you seek the patch or whatever remediation that they will advise, and then apply it as soon as possible. Now, in some cases, you may want to test this patch out or test the remediation out first before you apply it within a production field or what have you. But to make sure that you don't just put every patch out there, and that's in certain cases. I would advise to always test your patches before you actually apply. When running vulnerability scans, we can have certain things that can cause a lot of problems. Uh, and sometimes we can have those scans that where they run smoothly, and these are where you hear the terms intrusive and non-intrusive come into play. So a non-intrusive scan will run fairly smooth. You have credentials, you have permissions to actually run on the network on those endpoint devices, and this is a lot of times where you'll see an endpoint actually sitting on the device itself. So you'll kind of look into your lower right hand corner of your, let's say, Windows PC, and you'll see an icon there that's kind of different, and it may be the icon from the vulnerability scanner that you're running on your network. So there it has the permission to go ahead and scan whatever's there on that box, right? So where a intrusive scan will come from a outsource, it will seem as an outsource source, right? And it's it's going to be loud and create havoc because it's not supposed to be there, and this can interfere with business processes and slow down the actual scanning process, but it also can slow down the production of a workday. So we want to make sure that we understand what type of scans we're going to do. We're just not going to go and get a vulnerability scanner for our network and then go to scanning, right? We want to test these things out, see how loud it is, how intrusive it is, and then tone it down to where we're able to scan, see our vulnerabilities, but at the same time be productive throughout the workday and work week. So when running vulnerability scans on your network, you have a option of having a credential or non-credential scan. So that means where we can preload those administrative passwords into certain folders or certain documents or applications that's on the network. So whenever the vulnerability is scanning, it doesn't check that part. It has the permission to go ahead and get past the login portion and then scan that folder, which can create a more smoother scan for you and be less intrusive. But it doesn't give you a hacker's point of view, right? So if you have things in place to where that person needs to brute force and a password on that folder or what have you, then it's a lot more louder whenever they're running that brute force type of attack on your network. So therefore, you can have other things come in and swoop in and cancel out that action if necessary. So just kind of things to keep in mind whenever running those type of scans. You want to make it as real as possible, but at the same time keep the business in mind to where, if running those type of scans is noisy and it creates issues throughout the business day, you might want to go ahead and make it a credential type of scan to make it less intrusive and make it smooth for the business operations. Now, I did wanted to come and say that the vulnerability scanners are not perfect by no means. They do, from a time to time, have false positives and then false negatives. Of course, we don't want to have false negatives, but we rather tone down the false positives and have no false negatives. So a false positive is that it's something that we are aware of, or it's not a actual problem, but the machine, the system alerts on it, right? Well, false negative is something that is a problem, but the machine doesn't alert on it. So again, far worse than a false positive, even though in some cases you may have a machine that flags a whole bunch of stuff to be a false positive, where that may be annoying. It's still not as dangerous as having a false negative where you know you don't even know if there's a problem there because it didn't see it as a problem. And so when we put our trust into that type of scan, um, making sure that you have little to no false negatives is very important. So let's go a little deeper into penetration testing, pen test for short, also known as ethical hacking. And that's where you're testing your security posture, like I said, to see what's already there and then actually putting pressure against it, seeing if the configurations are uh, doing their job, right? It's the actual appliance that we put in place. Is it actually blocking anything? Um, are the credentials that we put here, since we changed it, is it vulnerable to being brute forced, things of that nature. And a lot of times we have third-party vendors come in and strike a contract with a company and then actually perform a pen test, um, to give them to give the company a better understanding of how the security posture is. So if I have a third party vendor come in and they could take the position of a outsider, a hacker, right? And be able, if they can go from having nothing to actually being on the network, then they can give us a report after the whole test is over, and then we can go back and say, hey, we need to address these different problems because he was just a normal guy on the street, and now he was on our network looking at all our folders and different type of data that we wanted to keep concealed. So pen testing is a very important part. I would say it needs to happen about at least once a year, annually, and it's always, since your network, your business is constantly changing. Pen tests are needed on an annual basis in order to shift and form that security posture with it. So staying with the example of a third party coming in, um, and they strike that contract up to say, hey, I'm going to do a pen test for you. They need to set the ground rules of how do we actually engage each other, right? So the rules of engagement may go from the time that they start to what devices and, let's say, servers you can't touch. Will you give them full access? Will you give them credentials to be on the network? Are you going to say, hey, start from the parking lot and work your way in the best way you can? And when I give hard examples like that, when I give the person nothing to work with and actually have them try to get onto the network, that's from a black box standpoint. And when I give them, let's say we bring someone in and then we give them a credential, we give them a username and password, and we just say, hey, you can only stay within this domain, and these are the folders you can only mess with, then I'm giving you more of a white box type of gateway into our network. And then a gray box is where I give you some information. Hey, this is our Wi-Fi name, but I don't give you a password. This is our These are our employees. This is what our badges look like. So I'm giving you some information, but I don't give you everything on how to actually get in and then onto the network. That's more of a gray box, right? And so from these different standpoints, it's better to come from a black box standpoint, because you get a more accurate report of where you're vulnerable at and then where we can actually make those changes at. The problem is that these vulnerability, these pen tests happen during business hours, and you don't want to lose productivity because we're testing the network, or we're testing policies, or we're testing users, and it causes an inconvenience. So your higher ups may be against that type of training during business hours, but in order to get a real live good sense of it, you might want to have it done during business hours. But that's something that you and your business can sit down and hash out. But on the other hand, some companies have enough money to actually have a penetration team um, within the organization. So that's the only thing they do, is that they break up into these kind of different teams, and then they all are responsible for uh, doing their role. So let's go through the different types of teams that you may see on your pen testers within the company. So you have your red team, and they're going to probably be on a offensive role, that's actually performing the attacks, um, making sure that, hey, we know where we want to go, we know what our goal is, our flag to capture, so to say, and then we're going to go about attacking the company in this way. Our blue teams is going to be on the defensive side, where, okay, these are that's going to be probably, pretending to be your security analyst, and so forth, to make sure that they have things in place, defenses set up in order to see the attacks or be alerted of the attacks and then actually react to them. Then you have your white teams. Your white teams are probably going to be your officiators over the whole exercise. So they will have the boundaries of where things can go and how long it can take. Now, again, I'm not a fan of having rules in this type of war, because um, in real life, attackers don't care about rules. It's about getting the main objective done. But anyway, I digress. Purple teams will set up the actual collaboration between the two different teams, and actually come up with the lesson learns after the fact. So you can have these different teams break up into this one big department, break up into different teams, and we can actually play scenarios of how we can actually see the vulnerabilities, and then attack, how are they being attacked, and then what are we doing to remediate. Now, a pen tester might use some of this. Once they get their engagement rules, they may go about doing reconnaissance in different types of ways, right? Um, I think the most popular way is to just do a social engineering attack, where I just kind of take someone out to lunch, or I just have kind of like this water cooler talk within the business about what's going on, and then try to maneuver my way around them to see avenues on where I can get onto the network. You can also do like a scans, like we talked earlier about different scans to create a footprint of the network, and then make your entry that way. We can use open source intelligence, and this is your simple pulling up a web browser, Googling whoever, and seeing how much information is out there. You'll be surprised about how much information you can just find off of a simple Google search, or searching on your favorite social media website. I tell you, a good place to go is LinkedIn. And if you're doing a pen test, why not be able to, look at everybody who works at that place, as well as they'll give you a full rundown on the business profile page. So you could do a lot of reconnaissance there. And then once you have your information of how you want to attack, then we can, you know, go deeper into how to exploit each entryway that's possible, right? And then hopefully from a pen tester's point of view or from a hacker point of view, one of those things are open, and then it's on to the next level, right? So I want to make sure that when I say that um, hackers and pen testers are looking for one way of getting in, then one way of traversing, and then one way of opening files. When they go from one section to another section to another section, it's kind of like we need to have defenses there for each level that they get to. This is what we call defense in depth. So it's not just having your firewall up in place. It's not just having your networks sectored off in the VLANs. It's not just having your antivirus on your PC. It's having all of these things in different possible places, because you never know where somebody is going to pick up and say, hey, I'm gonna start my intrusion here. So, like I was saying before, having that defensive depth will pretty much uh, handle a pen test pretty good, because just like this life cycle where you want to have a foothold to the exploit, you want to actually do some persistence, have that privilege edge of escalation, lateral movement if possible, pivoting if possible. All these things can be remediated if we have certain policies in place, certain configurations in place, and certain infrastructure standpoints in place, to where it makes a pen tester even more, having his life or her life be even more tougher, because they just can't go and do whatever on the network, and then you really never made it hard for them to you know get to the goal of seeing the HR department server. So we need to put things in place in order to eliminate, at least one of these actions, right? Where even if you're able to get onto the network, that I don't need for you to compromise an account and making sure that Gary from the mailroom has admin accounts or admin privileges to where he can see anything that's on the network. So it plays a hand in hand when you start planning for, or you see the reports that come from a pen test, that we can put these things into play, and that we can actually put those things to modify our security posture to become more secure. So in summary, we went over a multitude of things. Thank you for sticking with me on that. But we started off talking about reconnaissance tools such as Wireshark, Nmap, NSLookup, Metasploit. We also talked about patch management, being able to understand our vulnerabilities and then applying patches whenever we have tested and actually need to put out there in the production field. We also talked about different vulnerabilities, not just physical, not just software. It could be social. It could be, when I say social, I mean more people. It could be those are our vulnerabilities. How do we coach up people to have a better security posture and have a better security awareness about them? We also talked about pen testing and the importance of seeing it from a hacker's point of view, and how do we actually put defense in depth in order to make their lives a little bit harder when it comes to getting onto our network and traversing around. So I would say to go over this section several times over, and I'll see you in the next lesson. So lesson 4, identifying social engineering and malware. One of my favorite subjects. Social engineering is all around us, happening all the time. So let's move forward. So social engineering is pretty much the manipulation of a human, being able to lie. That's just basically it. Is lying, right? It's telling you whatever you want to hear in order for me to get whatever I want to get. So hacking of the human, if you want to go that route, that's fine. But it's just pretty much being able to get the information out of you versus me actually going and hacking into a firewall. Why should I do that when I have researched you and I know that your favorite school is USC? So guess what? I'm gonna say that I went to USC and I played on the football team, and we're gonna strike up a nice conversation with you. And that's me starting my process of social engineering. Now that was a good example of just kind of being, familiar with someone, being able to be a likable person, and then I could take that conversation into, hey, what do you do? Oh yeah, well, I work in this sector too, and you know what? We're able to help out in any way possible to different types of businesses, and formulate this wild, drawn out story of how I can make your life better. Which all of this is could be a lie, and then I'm going to you to see how far you will go. Maybe you will show me the interface to the server. Maybe you will give me a credential to log in because you have taken so much liking to me that you're just trying to make your day better at work, right? And this is how social engineering comes off as such a strong factor because people in general just want to help. We do not want to be mean to each other. It's not necessarily a militant type of way where we want to have militant principles. Human nature is not built out that way. So having a familiarity or a liking to someone is a big part of social engineering. Um, you could also come at someone with an authoritative or an intimidation factor. Um, let's give another example of let's say you're working at the front desk, and I come in with a um, a Best Buy Geek Squad shirt on, right? And I'm mad. I'm just you don't know me from nobody, right? And I just walk through the door and I'm mad and I'm pissed off and I'm just saying, hey, I told them to make sure that the server was on this channel, this port. I'm speaking all this jargon and I'm just saying, hey, I need to get to the server room ASAP. I don't have time to wait. I got several other clients out here waiting. And you as a front desk helper, you're not only thing you want is just a smooth, calm personality. You're not expecting a brash, straightforward person. So you may take me to the actual closet, just to kind of, because that tension is there, and people will try their best to avoid that. But that's social engineering at its best too. So we need to be aware of that type of stuff, awareness training, make sure that our users are aware that these are the type of attacks that are not so brainy, right? They don't need to brute force your password when you'll just take me to the server. So the example that I just gave that, an example of me impersonating a Geek Squad member. But I can also dress up in a suit and act like I'm a CFO for your competitor, in whatever industry. And let's say if it's a school system and I'm dressing up as the principal to the across the street school or the cross town rival school. I'm the principal of there, and then I'm going over to say, hey, you guys stole da 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 da, and I'm impersonating power to get what I want. And what I want is something totally different. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell what people actually want just by a conversation. So, again, just kind of having the wherewithal of what's going on and understanding that our users are the weakest link because they already have access to our network. We have already trusted them. But if they are weak-minded when it comes to different types of social engineering attacks, then it's an easy walk-in for, let's say, that pen tester to just get onto the network and do what they need to do. So dumpster diving and tailgating. I'm gonna get back to dumpster diving in a second because I think it's funny. But tailgating is again, people we don't want to be rude or we don't want any kind of issues off the bat, or just in first sight. You're not trying to really be rude to anybody, right? I grew up in the South where holding the door for someone is polite, is what you have been taught to do. But let's say if you're in a place of business and we're going out there and someone's carrying boxes in, they're impersonating let's say a UPS driver, and they're impersonating carrying a bunch of boxes. Your natural instinct is to hold the door for them, but that's tailgating in, right? That's having them not check in with the front desk or show a badge or sign a piece of paper saying that, hey, we are allowing you onto the premises. It's just it skips that whole process because I want to be nice. I don't want no issues with this guy. He's just trying to have a hard day's worth of work. I'm not gonna interrupt him by saying, hey, go sign in, and he got a bunch of boxes, But if he doesn't work for them, then it's for naught, right? And then now you could be the issue on why the company was hacked, because we let someone in by tailgating. Now, dumpster diving, I think it's funny because the great lengths that people will go through just to get information off a company. If you're not properly shredding or burning or destroying the data that's physical on paper, or let's say CDs or something like that, if you're still using CDs, and you just throw them out into the dumpster, it's too easy for someone to just jump into the dumpster, pull the bag out, and just go home. And now all the information that they need is there. If in every baking system that I've seen, they're actually shredding the paper. But if you don't have a cross shredder, you just have a shredder that shreds up and down, then how easy or if I'm really dedicated, I'll jump into the dumpster, get the bags, take them home. I ain't got nothing else to do. I'm a hacker. I'm gonna just piece together the papers and get the information that I need. But if we have a cross shred, or we have one that, in some cases I've seen where people burn those important papers, then, we eliminate that type of attack. So I think we all are aware of fraud and how it works, and having invoices scanned as far scams, as far as someone sending you an email with the invoice saying, um, you've ordered such and such. Make sure you click this link to make sure that your packages is received and correct, and they go into this whole thing of maybe stealing your credentials if they send you to a website that has you to log in. But I wanted to really highlight the shoulder surfing as well as the lunchtime attack. These two attacks are very easy to do, as well as they're common in the everyday workforce from what I've seen. Shoulder surfing is just exactly what it is. You're looking over someone's shoulder onto their screen to see what type of information is being inputted. So how do we eliminate that? Is we'll have these privacy screens that we can place onto our monitors. If you have a laptop, that the monitor screen can have a screen protector on it. It looks like a screen protector, but it's actually a privacy screen kind of film that goes over the screen. And then now if you're not directly in front of the PC, then it shows as if it's a blank screen. So I've seen only maybe one place that has that in place to guard against shoulder surfing. And then lunchtime attacks is when Alice is done typing for the front part of the workday and it's 12 o'clock, and now she goes to lunch, but she forgets to log out or lock her computer in order to go to lunch. She just leaves it open, and then someone can easily sit down and gather around, go around and traverse around the network with her credentials, looking into different things, especially if she works in an important department, let's say in finance. Then she probably can have a lot of access to data that no one else should be able to see. Now you could say, Lee, well, if they're not in the department, then that should be fine. But if I impose, like on the previous scenarios, if I'm impersonating a Geek Squad member and I'm saying I'm looking for Alice, and she's gone for that time being, they say, hey, we could take you to her desk. She's gone for the day, or she's gone for a hour and a half for lunch. Oh, well, yeah, it's not going to take me long. It'll take me 15 minutes to do what I got to do. If I'm impersonating someone else, I don't even have to log in. She doesn't have to see me log in. I can attack her computer that way. So phishing, whaling, and vishing. We all know what phishing is. If we're not familiar, then we're talking about fake emails that will guide you to clicking on links or putting in information that is not from the sender that you thought it was. And if you want to see good examples of them, you don't really have to wait until it shows up in your inbox. Just go take a look at your spam box anytime, and you'll just see, unwanted mail. Back in the day, we would think of this as junk mail, right? But today we have phishing. Phishing can be very tailored to mimic any type of company that you may be in dealings with. A good fish that I seen lately was a fish that came in that had a Amazon logo on it, and it had the same font and color that Amazon uses for their little smile. So it's that little orange orange color that they have. Very authentic. Even came down to the small fine print at the bottom of the email was on point. It almost had me, but once I looked at the who is it from, that email there, I could tell that it was a fish. Now, spear phishing is when an attacker targets in on one particular person or a particular group. Let's say if I'm going after Alice and she's in the marketing department of U.S. Bank, I'm targeting her in particular. So I'm spear that, how if you ever seen a spear fish, people do spear fishing. It's has a arrow and it's for a particular fish, right? Marlin at that. But anyway, whaling. So you have whaling, and that's for your more senior management positions. So it's fish campaigns or phishing emails for your CEOs, your CFOs, your department heads, members of the board, people who are in these management type of positions. When they get tailored emails to kind of trick them into clicking on links, that's called whaling. Phishing is pretty much running a social scam over the phone, right? So that's someone cold calling. Right now we are in a time where robot calling is at an all-time high. And then finally we have smishing, and that's where we see kind of like these unwanted IM messages, whether it's an Android or iPhone, wherever you get a text message and it's not wanted, right? It tells you, hey, click on this link to receive a new gift card from Amazon. And they're trying to mislead you into thinking to click on the link, put in the information, and then whatever attack comes from that is the results of it. So I already kind of got on the spam uh, in the previous slide. It's unwanted email, unsolicited email. People are probably, they have you on an email list where whoever sold them the list, where they actually harvest a whole bunch of emails, and now maybe they're trying to promote their new late night sports bar, and they have you on an email list. And a lot of our email providers will have that type of emails go off into your spam. Now, I said to go and look in your spam email inbox to look at good examples of fish, because a lot of times you will see a lot of phishing campaigns in your spam box. Moving on to hoax, in the latter day of the internet, we started to see a lot of hoax go on with the uprising of Facebook, a lot of social media, such as Twitter, Instagram. They started to, once they really started to catch hold and move up into the scale, you started to see a lot of people wanting more traffic to go through their channel. So you might see a hoax go on, such as someone saying that Bill Cosby passed, or Eddie Murphy has passed, and it was soon caught on that, hey, these people are not dead. This is what we call a hoax, a fake story to get you to actually go ahead and click on the item and see if we can drive more traffic to wherever we wanted to go. Now, in the case of an attacker, if I have this catching link here with this title, what they call kind of clickbaiting, if I can clickbait you into this hoax that I have up, then I could probably maybe have you download some things onto your PC without you knowing it. So having these passive techniques, an attacker can take traffic that's, redirected from their normal course of browsing and direct them to malicious sites in order to collect whatever data that they may want from the traffic. So in the security world, we call this farming. That's redirecting domain names, sites to malicious actor sites. Typo squatting is also a different type of redirection, but what it does is that it takes the mistakes that a person may make and then have them to redirect into a malicious site. A good example will be if I'm an attacker and I make a website that's named google.com, but I spell it with 3 O's instead of 2 O's, then whenever someone makes a mistake and puts in 3 O's, maybe they're sleepy or whatever, and then they're redirected to my website instead of a normal Google site. So that's a poor or a very basic example of typo squatting, but it works. A watering hole is similar type, where we're kind of we're setting up places to where people can gather and want to go and get information, making it real attractive to people who want to click on different sites. A good example is trying to have a host of something that's really eye-catching, right? Really intriguing, and then we send them to a third-party site that's there for malicious reasons. Okay, let's switch gears now and go into the indicators of malware-based attacks. So malware classification. It's important to understand that you're gonna see on the test viruses and worms. And what to really remember about it is that worms can spread from PC to PC, device to device. It doesn't need to actually be carried from one person to another, right? Such as a virus or a Trojan, where I have to send you an executable to actually execute the payload, and then it spreads like that. A worm is pretty much uncontrollable and can go out there and spread on its own. Now a Trojan is where it's concealed to be one thing, but then it turns out to be malicious, right? Back in the day, we used to see this with toolbars. So back in the day, web browsers didn't come with toolbars on there, so we couldn't really have our little favorites hanging up there and at the top. You had to download it. And I remember downloading something from Ask Jeeves, and it was, I want to say it was a Google toolbar. But anyway, it was a toolbar that, once you ran the executable on something, it was a Trojan. And, the antivirus at that time detected it and it cleaned it. But that was a good example of a Trojan. I want something for this purpose, but then it ended up being something totally different, right? Just like the real Trojan horse was meant to be a gift, but in the end, it ended up, changing how that war went. So we also have things like spyware, adware, and keyloggers. Now, adware is where you have advertisers come onto your PC and they constantly have pop-ups almost. That's kind of annoying, if anything. So the latest ones that I've seen, it kind of comes up in the lower right-hand corner, and it tells you to get a new coupon for Dawn dish detergent, and that's a advertising type of malware, right? Um, Spyware is a malware that's actually looking at your activity, um, and it may even redirect you when it comes to your browsing. Your browsing keyloggers also have that spying ability where it's recording your keystrokes as you're typing when you're typing usernames, passwords, and websites. We also have backdoor malware. That's where uh, you can have a front-facing application where what the users see, but in the back end of it, administrators can go in and actually make changes to it to where the user doesn't see it. And then once the maintenance is over, then the changes will be shown on the front side. And a lot of times, if malware it has affected an application such in that manner that it can make the back door open to access of making changes or taking out uh, so rootkits are viruses that live on the root of the machine. So when we're talking about a PC booting up, you will see that kind of like a black screen and maybe some white writing that's coming across the screen. That is where we're talking where that virus will live at. And it's important to have your firmware updated as much as possible whenever it does change, making sure that it's up to date, because we can develop rootkits that sit there and we won't even know because it's only staying on that screen for maybe 2 to 3 seconds at a time, and then we go into our operating system. But if a virus is sitting there on the root of the machine, then it has admin privileges throughout the machine, and we won't even know that it's there unless we update our firmware on an annual basis. So ransomware is a type of malware that gets onto your computer and locks the files up from access. And in order to get your assets to those files back, you need to pay a ransom, some type of money fee, in order to get those files back. Now, what they do is they basically use an encryption on your files, and they just keep the other side of the key. And we'll go over this a little bit more in encryption, but whenever they'll say, hey, okay, you paid us in Bitcoin, we'll go ahead and give you the files back. What they do is they just apply the key that's needed in order to uncrypt it or decrypt it, and then you're able to get your files back. Now, as a measure point moving forward as a security professional, we should never pay for ransomware. We should always fight ransomware by having backups of our files somewhere, somehow. And I would never pay for any type of files to be unencrypted. Your best bet will just be probably wiping that machine and then carrying on after that, and just wiping the machine and then rebuilding the machine from the backups that you already had. So if you're a professional that actually goes into the field and you realize that the backup plans that they have in place are not adequate, then they may be having a bigger risk of ransomware than what they are bargaining for. Because if someone says, hey, we locked you out for 14 Bitcoin, that's around $35,000-$40,000, are you willing to pay that and then hope that you cleaned everything off in order to continue business? Or do you just want to just say, hey, all right, well, you can have those files locked up, that's fine. We can go ahead and continue business by just wiping this computer clean and then reissuing out a computer from the backups. So what are some indicators that you may have malware on your PC or Mac? I think the most obvious thing is if your antivirus actually gives you a notification. Um, a lot of times these things are built off of um, signature-based databases. So if there's a known signature of a virus out there, your AV should be able to pick that up and alert you and clean or quarantine that file immediately. You can also pay attention to if there are any kind of file changes that's going on without your awareness. So it's kind of late at that point, but if you see any kind of file changes within the registry or temp files, then it's a good indication that you might want to run a scan on it, and you might want to unplug it from a network or disconnect from a network, and then run your antivirus scan on it, and then try to clean whatever is there. If all else fails and you still feel as if something's on the PC, then I will say a full wipe of the PC is necessary, and then restore from backups. So key points to review on lesson 4, I would definitely go over social engineering, making sure that we understand that our weakest point of our security posture are our users. Again, it is much more easier for me to take you out to lunch and versus me breaking into your firewall. The second thing we talked about was phishing and the different types of phishing, spear phishing, welling, vishing. We also talked about spam and having those unsolicited emails come in. We finished up with malware and talking about different types of computer viruses that may happen, rootkits that can live onto the root of the PC, and making sure how important it is to making sure everything is up to date as far as AV is concerned, and making sure that we understand the indicators of viruses. Okay, lesson 5. Let's go into basic cryptography concepts. We're not going to dive greatly into encryption because encryption is by itself is confusing. So we're going to go over the basics and how CompTIA wants you to know different concepts for the Security Plus exam. Um, when you start talking about cryptography, the first thing you want to know is that encryption is taking readable plain text and turning it into something that's unreadable, and that's going to be your ciphertext. A lot of times when you hear security professionals give scenarios about encryption, they're using characters named Bob and Alice, and Mallory will be a malicious hacker or malware that's sitting in between them, disturbing the conversation. So in the scenario with Bob and Alice, Bob or Alice wants to communicate and they want to share secure information in some type of way, and they understand that Mallory could be lurking and could be listening on the network. So what they want to do is to take the sensitive information, encrypt it into a way that is unreadable by Mallory, and pass it on to the other, and then have them unencrypted or decrypt into a readable text again. So as we go along, just be aware of those characters, and that's the concept of how we actually want to go back and forth and take those readable text, make it unreadable, and then readable again. Now we'll also go over hashing algorithms and how it relates to integrity, and that how we can take a hash of a some type of plain text and make it kind of like a fingerprint. Is only unique to that actual plain text, and we'll go over that in further detail. Now, the one thing that you need to understand is that there's two types of encryption. There's symmetric and then there's asymmetric, and we will go over that in greater detail. But symmetric, we're using one key and it's the same key, right? So it's the same on both sides. When Alice, she encrypts it, she's using one key, and then when Bob decrypts it, he's using the same key. And then we have asymmetric keys, asymmetric cryptography. So that's when Alice uses a unique key and Bob uses a unique key as well. So it's asymmetric. It's two keys involved. Okay, but we'll go over that in further detail. So let's talk about hashing algorithms. Hashing is a good way of showing integrity of a software or whatever message that you want to actually take a hash of. It's actually putting a message or a document against a algorithm and then taking a message digest, a fixed string, and saying that that's unanimous to the original document. And we have many different ways that we can create hashes. But one thing I want you to remember when taking the Security Plus exam is that is 9 times out of 10 going to be used for integrity reasons. So if that message digest that results from your hash comes out to be different than anything that it originally started off as, then the integrity of that document has been compromised. But hashing is not an encryption, right? Hashing uses the word algorithm because that's what the document or whatever you're putting into that hash or you want to take a hash of is applied by. But hashing is not a two-factor form like encryption is. Encryption takes something that is normal and then it takes it, encrypts it into an unreadable text, and then it has that form to have the ability to be decrypted. And hashing is not that. Hashing is more of a one-way process where this is what it is, and you need to actually undo that in order to see the original result. So just keep that in mind. We also want to make sure that we keep the algorithms that we use for hashing as well as for encryption secret. We don't want those things to get out. We don't want those things to fall in the wrong hands. So always keeping the algorithm safe when it comes to hashing, and then keeping your key safe whenever it comes to encryption is always an important thing. So symmetric encryption is the first type of encryption we want to talk about. This is where we use the same keys to encrypt a message as well as our recipient using that same key to decrypt the message. So in the example that you see on the screen, Alice has a email that she wants to send to Bob, and she will use a key to encrypt the message, and Bob will use the same key to decrypt the message. Now the thing about that is that how do we get the key over to Bob? Do we use a in-band way of doing it where we'll just use, stay on the same network and send the key over the same network? Let's say an example of that would be sending an email that's separate of the message, the encrypted message, and it will contain the key. Or we will use a out of band method where we'll call on the phone and give them the key over the phone. We could have it mailed in a physical mail to Bob, some method like that of being out of band. So remember for the test that symmetric means the same, and in order to decrypt or unencrypt a message, we need that same key. Now, some examples of symmetric keys or symmetric algorithms being used will be streaming ciphers, where this is going to encrypt one bit at a time. You're going to also see it being used with an initialized vector, and we'll get a little bit more into initialized vectors or IVs a little bit later. You also see it in block ciphers, and this is kind of where we are encrypting blocks at a time, big chunks of blocks at a time, and you'll see examples of this in AES, Advanced Encryption Standards. Is no longer a more secure. It's not a secure way of encrypting, but that's where you can see that example of. And then you'll also see things like the key length being a key factor when it comes to symmetric keys. Always remember that the longer the key, the better the more security that goes along with that key. So remember, the key strength is a big part when it comes to encrypting in these algorithms. Now, the opposite of symmetric encryption, we have asymmetric encryption. So this is where we get into key pairs. The problem that we had with symmetric keys is that we had to actually distribute that key out. So the most popular form of public key encryption will be the RSA algorithm. RSA stands for Rivers, Shamir, and Edelman. These are the three guys who created this cryptography algorithm. So just be mindful of that. Understand that when it comes to public keys, this is the best way to actually perform encryption across the network. We're not going over that concept of sharing keys in order to encrypt messages and then send them abroad. So um, when it comes to public key encryption, the only problem is key making sure that everyone has two keys. So keeping a management of those keys can be an issue, and we'll go over that a little bit different later. So digital signatures. One thing I want you guys to really think about when it comes to digital signatures is the application that we normally use in order to have digital signatures go on, and that's DocuSign is the one that I come across a lot. So let's say if you're buying a house or you're doing some kind of paperwork for a school, and they send you some documentation that they need you to sign that you would normally sign in person, but we want to sign it over the network over the internet. So they send it to you in an email and they want to verify that you signed this piece of paper and then send it back, which is electronically signed, right? So the way we do that is by using an application called DocuSign, and it uses cryptography along with hashing in order to say, hey, this signature came from Jane Doe, and there's no way to say that it came from any other person. Okay, so it creates that integrity piece that we need in order to say, hey, there's no doubt in my mind, there's no non-repudiation part of it, that this could be signed by anyone else. And that's what digital signatures bring to the table. So whenever you guys see digital signatures, think about it as a way of translating your handwritten signature into a digital signature that authorizes documentations. Digital certificates is a way that a website can perform a public key exchange with your device or any other device by having the certificate verified by a CA, which is a certificate authority, and then having it pasted onto their website. So whenever you go to a website and it has the HTTPS on there, and then you click on that and you see the certificate for it, you can see who they registered that certificate with, and then um, how long the certificate is valid for, and you can have a good idea that, hey, this website is legit and I can go about doing regular business with this website. So with a certificate authority, I want you to think of it kind of like a DMV for driver license. So when you go to the DMV, they are a third party that gives you the right to have a license or some type of ID. And now you carry that ID around and you give it to authorities or whoever wants to see that ID to verify that you are who you say you are. And the same thing goes with a certificate authority. I want to say that I'm mitchelltech.com. And so when I go to my certificate authority and I say, hey, I'm starting up my own website for mitchelltech.org, I want you to give me some type of validation. And they will hand me or send me a digital certificate um, and showing that I am the website who I claim to be. And so now when you go to my website and you look at my certificates, you can trust that I have the public keys. I have a public key that I shared with you, and it has the integrity factor that I am who I say I am. Now, as a security professional, you want to teach people to be wary of certificates that have expired or websites who don't have certificates. Because now, how can we really validate who they say they are? So we want to make sure that we keep these things in mind whenever navigating the different types of websites. If you see kind of like that HTTPS crossed out, or sometimes some browsers will actually say, hey, this site is not trusted. Do you want to continue? Just be fearful about it and know that it may not be who you want to communicate with. So be fearful of the type of information that you're putting in on that website. And we want to have that type of secrecy whenever we're going to different websites. and have that type of privacy and integrity whenever we're sharing different types of information on websites. So having that cryptography factor in your certificates says that, hey, it's not so easy to replicate who I am as far as the website is concerned. And then you have that non-repudiation factor put in there. And remember, non-repudiation says that I cannot deny that it came from who it came from. So whenever I can say this is who I am on the internet and I have that validation, then it's more comforting when I'm a bank account or I'm a bank website and you're trying to get into your bank account and you have that integrity factor checked off, that you know that, hey, I'm gonna transfer $1,000 and I have full confidence that it's going to go to the account that I want it to, or I can take it from the account that I see. So, and I don't have to worry about other people um, looking at that information while I'm communicating to this website. We stated before how hashing can support integrity. Well, we always want to keep in mind that cryptography supports confidentiality. This is where we want to make sure that others are not being able to see things that or data that they should not see. So this is, in turn, the reason why you have file encryptions, making sure that we're using an encrypted cryptography, sending traffic over the network. So just remember that if you see anything or hear anyone saying that we need to support confidentiality, we want to make sure that we keep the things hidden from unnecessary views. Then we are probably looking at some form of cryptography. Now, a lot of times when we see attacks on different websites or attacks against cryptography, is probably going to be some type of man in the middle of attack, kind of sitting on your network, sniffing that traffic. And remember, whenever I'm saying sitting on your network or sniffing the traffic, I'm probably using a tool such as Wireshark or some type of network analyzer to see what traffic is going from point A to point B, and I'm taking that and seeing if I can decipher it into plain text in some type of way. But that's why we want to have cryptography to actually cover that thing, that type of traffic up, making sure that it's not readable, it's not necessarily in plain text, and so that's why it's so important to make sure that we have um, cryptography when it comes to network traffic going back and forth. They can also use a downgrade attack. This is where we're taking advantage of old obsolete devices and seeing if, or taking a vulnerability on a device that's already out there, seeing if we can downgrade the software to a known vulnerable software piece, and then taking advantage of it from that standpoint. So just keep those things in mind. 9 times out of 10 in the real world, you're going to probably see these man in the middle attacks, and that's just someone sitting on your network, just looking at the traffic going back and forth. So just be careful of your surroundings, as well as when you're going to like coffee shops such as Starbucks or some type of internet cafe, and you're sitting down, or let's say in a hotel, and you're connecting to their Wi-Fi. Just think about who else could be actually there, just taking in that traffic. So just keep those things in mind before you actually start sharing uh, confidential documents across the network. One of the main factors that helps cryptography be more difficult to break is the factors of key stretching and salting. Making the key bigger or longer will create more of a hassle for the attacker to actually brute force in, or when it comes to them trying to actually outsmart the cryptography, it takes a longer time to actually figure this type of process out. So key stretching is always good, right? And then salting is also adding that random value to whatever algorithm that you have. So it's nice to have the algorithm, but when we can put some type of randomness to it, then it also gives a extra factor that the attacker may not be accounting for. So just keep those two things in mind, that we want to make the key stronger by stretching, and we want to make it more random by adding a salt. We also want to talk about steganography, and steganography is being able to hide data within a plain sight. A lot of times you'll see the example of hiding a document within a image file or a video file, and that's you're sending the video file or the image out of, let's say, your network. So you're sending that image via email outside of the network. But if we're in a if we're working together as hackers or as someone malicious within the network, then you will know that I probably embedded an important Excel document within that image. And so that's what we call steganography, hiding something that's in plain sight. So lesson 6, implementing a public key infrastructure. Having a symmetric key infrastructure, or having symmetric keys, is when two parties are using the same key. But when we want to use a asymmetric format, we want to make sure that everyone has a different key or two sets of keys, and we're able to give out our public key to the public and decrypt anything with our private key. So let's look at how we can take that concept of having a asymmetric format and then putting it into how we use it in everyday life. So let's go over symmetric keys for a second. So in symmetric keys, when we're doing symmetric cryptography, I encrypt with a certain key, and then I send you the message. In order for you to see the message, you need to decrypt with that same key that I had. And the problem is that how do I get you that key secretly? Or how can I say, it's not necessarily a great idea to pick up the phone and say, hey, all right, you got the message. Okay, to decrypt it, you need this passcode right here. Put in this passcode and it decrypts the message. It's more efficient. And it's more efficient to use two sets of keys, which is public key infrastructure. But when you're talking about asymmetric keys, just think about how many things that we want to encrypt, and then how many keys we need to actually decrypt those things, and then send them outer band or in band. And when I mean outer band, I'm meaning more like something that's not necessarily on the network. So I'm mailing you. I'm going to use the postal service to mail you the key, or I'm going to tell it to you over the telephone. But in band, I'm going to, walk it to your office or use the network to send it to you in a instant message. So that's in band, out of band. All right. So public key and using a public key infrastructure, we're going to use two sets of keys. So me, Lee Mitchell, I will have two keys. I will have a public key and I will have a private key. And then you, Jane Doe, will have a public key and a private key. And so whenever I want to send you something, I will use my public key to decrypt it, or I use my private key to decrypt it, and then you use my public key to decrypt it. And then the vice versa for you. When you want to send me something, you would encrypt it with your private key, I'm sorry, and then you will send it to me, and then I will use your public key to decrypt it. So the concept is this: the public key is public for anyone to see. It doesn't matter if they see your public key, but your private key is only for you and only for your eyes only. If someone gets your private key, we have a problem. So you can decrypt and encrypt with your private key, and you can decrypt with someone else's public key. That makes sense? I know I'm saying it over and over again, but just the concept of what I'm saying in this slide is this: you have a public key and a private key, and you're going to give out your public key. So whenever someone wants to talk to you privately, encryptedly, they're going to use your public key to decrypt it, to encrypt it, and then you'll use your private key to decrypt it. Okay. So in that essence, we use we take that format and then we apply it to websites when it's saying when we start talking about digital certificates or PK just the PKI's infrastructure when and just to kind of go into the infrastructure name when we're talking about PKI, it's a system of keys and how we actually have that structured out because everyone having a pair key system, it sounds great, but when you think about how many keys everyone needs, um, it can stack up fairly quick and can get out of hand, out of management hands, even quicker. So we want to make sure that we put in a infrastructure, some type of system to where we can manage the keys and we can scale. We can be able to have it at a scalable point. So if we want to add in new websites, bring in new personnel, everyone can still communicate securely, and we are not overwhelming whoever's owning the keys, the public key infrastructure system by having them, develop new keys for everyone. Now, certificate authorities or CAs, when I talked about it in the last slides, is that whenever you're creating a website or you want to get your website registered, you want to check in with the CA in order to say, hey, I want to validate who I say I am on the internet. And they're going to give you a certificate saying that, oh, okay, mentaltech.org is exactly who they say they are because they have this certificate of and it validates who they say they are. And you will see your public key within that certificate. Now, whoever comes to your website is able to communicate securely with you because they have your public key. And so now if you wanted to encrypt any type of information, that's possible because we have checked in with the certificate authority. And I said it in the last slide that I want you to think of it kind of like a DMV, someone who validates someone else. So you will go to the DMV to get your validation of, hey, I'm allowed to drive a car, and I can also sub that license out as a form of ID. And everyone else, let's say if you want to get in the club that night, someone will look at that and say, okay, you are who they say you are because I trust the DMV, right? And so that's what we do when we go to these different websites is that you see the green HTTPS with the little lock on it, and you say, hey, I trust the fact that I just see that. You didn't even really check to see if the authority was a valid one, but we trust that, and then we will say, hey, okay, I'm willing to type in my username and password here at facebook.com, and I have no worries that it's not being hacked or sniffed upon by any kind of unwanted entity. And as you see here on this slide, this is a pretty much a certificate that you get from your CA once you open it up. You can actually, no matter if you're on Windows or Mac, you can find your certificates that's probably somewhere on your PC, and you always kind of refer back to them just for the validity or the validation of whatever that website may be. So we want to just go in and, if we want to see who issued this certificate, we could see who issued the certificate as well as what type of encryption did they use. And in this case, we see SHA-256 was used in order to encrypt the website as well as we can look further. I think in the general tab, we could probably see how long is the certificate is actually validated for. And just like, you would go to the DMV and you would fill out information that's about you and maybe your vehicle that you're driving. You would do the same things with these CAs. You would just fill out information of the type of website that you have, what services do you actually provide, and you would They will come up with a encryption for your site, and then they will email you um, your certificate. And now, now you could say, once you put that on your website, you can say, hey, I am who I say I am, and you can trust me as a validated website here. So if you want to buy a T-shirt from my website, feel free. Know that you can put in that debit card or that credit card number and feel safe by the steps that we have taken as a company to get certified through this certificate authority. So on this slide, you're going to see a certificate that's actually opening up from my browser, and it pretty much has the different types of attributes that comes with your certificate from your CA. So on the right hand side, you'll see kind of the different types of attributes, and then the short description of what you will see. But you don't really need to know each attribute for the exam, but just be aware that all these different things make up an identity of who you're trying to be, or what website is trying to say or validate who they are. So you'll have a serial number, a signature algorithm. You'll have that validation date. When is a certificate is going to be going to expire. Something to keep in mind so you don't run into the issue of having expired certificates on your website. You'll also see a public key there as well. And that's where, when other machines or other servers or devices connect to your machine, that's what they're going to use to validate any type of public key infrastructure going back and forth. So that's how we're going to see. We're going to say, hey, if I want to send something to you secretly, I'm going to use your public key to encrypt that information. Now, just to dive a little bit deeper into the subject name of the attribute, you'll normally have a common name, which you go by www.mitchelltech.org. But you can also have other friendly names that you have or associated with put onto your certificate. So let's just say if my company name is Mitchell Technologies LLC, but I shorten it up by saying Mitchell Tech. So I can still put both names into my certificate. So whenever someone types in that name and the DNS still points it back to my website, I still have the same certificate to validate those different name configurations. So just understand that you can have different types of subdomains that you want to put in there, whether it could be mitchelltech.labs, or I'm sorry, mitchelltech.org/labs could be a subdomain for it, or you can do a host of subdomains, which is, in this case, they use a wildcard. That's that star factor. So if you look at the picture here, you'll see the DNS name equals a star factor and then a .comptia.org. So that star represents a multitude of sub pages on that website. So it could be marketplace .comptia.org, or it could be labs.comptia.org, and that star just says, hey, whatever the vendor or that person decides to make as a sub page, we're going to accept that and use the certificate for it. So the certificate and key management, the main thing that we want to understand is that we want to avoid aspirations or having our website be unsecure at that point in time, because we haven't paid attention to when our certificates needed to be renewed. So making sure that we have a good audit pace or trail of our certificates is very vital in order to keep that secure line going. There's nothing, not saying that your company would not run, but would you want to spend money with a company that's couldn't necessarily validate the security on their site? It says, hey, whenever you see a website that has a expired certificate, it will have this big red line through, or the HTTPS is kind of grayed out. and it kind of makes you feel weary about putting in debit card numbers or credit card numbers within that website. So you're not necessarily losing customers because you can still order something, but you may lose a lot of customers off of the integrity factor, the mindset of saying, "Hey, I can't trust this site, so therefore I can't trust the business there." So you lose business in that aspect. So we want to make sure that we keep those things up to date and we understand when our certificates are going to go into expiration. So just to kind of give you a visual, this is how it looks whenever your certificate is has expired. You're gonna get your different browsers give you these type of error codes right here, and you can continue on to the site. It's just saying on, let's say for the example of Internet Explorer, that it's not recommended. So you can see how that can drive away traffic if you are a consumer. So just making sure that we have those things under wraps when it comes to knowing when things are going to expire, very vital to business operations. So, like I said, you have different types of certificate issues, such as rejection from the servers or your clients. And when I mean by clients, not necessarily the person, but the device that they're using. They're not able to uh, be able to connect securely to your website. And we want to avoid that by any stretch of the imagination. So, just making sure that we keep a good um, audit trail of what do we obtain as far as certificates, because when you think about a business may have several different websites that all offer different things, and we want to be able to be secure and know that we're not just mistaking for anybody else. So having our certificates all lined up is a good business practice because it keeps us from running and presents ourselves to the world in a secure manner. So we just want to, at all costs, make sure that we stress the fact of having expired certificates taken care of before the expiration date, making sure that we have the proper names and subdomains added on to our certificates is very, I would say, a business oriented factor that we need to have in. So just keeping these things in mind when it comes to the different types of issue that we may face. Just know that for the exam, when it comes to the problems that you may come into to face, uh, just know that it's coming from a CA, and the CA validates who you are, but then the issues may come when it comes to expiring. So we talked about peak AI infrastructure. That's where we have our own public key, and we're putting it out there in a structured manner to share with others who want to come and visit our sites. We talked about certificates and the importance of having them on our sites to validate who we are, and then to say to our customers, our clients, "Hey, you can you can do business with us securely." So just keep those things in mind, and let's move on with the next lesson. Okay, so let's get into implementing authentication controls. When we start talking about authentication controls, we're going to start talking about identity and access management, and that's where we're creating users and we're creating objects within our directory to interact with each other. So we'll have things that we create in Active Directory or whatever account management system that you may have, and these things are known as subjects, objects, and they have different classifications when it comes to what they can interact with, and then what who can interact with them. And we'll go into it deeper when it comes to permissions on if you get to talk to certain objects or subjects within that network. So authentication factors, whenever we're setting up a new user, it's nice to have these type of security factors or controls going on with just not just saying, hey, I have a username, let me into the system. You need to have other authentication factors to prove that you are who you say you are. So the one way we go about that is having something that you know. This could be something that you actually physically have knowledge of, or password or PIN number that you may know. On certain phones, you've seen swiping pattern. I think it was older Androids that will allow you to connect the dots to have a swiping pattern. Um, you can also have kind of like a challenge question passwords reset. So when you forget your password and you hit the I forgot password link, it will challenge you with three different word sentences or questions that you set up that only you should know the answers to. But from a hacker standpoint, if I've done my social engineering fairly well, I could probably answer those questions about you as well because I have done my research. But anyway, um, it could also be something that you have, right? Something that you have physically, where it could be like tokens, fobs, where you keep on you whenever you log into a system, it would ask you to reference that token, that fob, in order to gain access. You also have something that you do or something that you are. So that will be a good example, will be any kind of fingerprint, eye scans, things of that nature. So when creating a authentication design, we want to make sure that we hit those three pillars of our CIA triad. So remember, CIA triad is confidentiality, integrity, and then availability. And we want to make sure that confidentiality is keeping the credentials secure, and then integrity means that there shouldn't be any questions when it comes to if changes was made. And then availability is just exactly what it says. Do we have can the user be able to access at any time or any given time that they're were directed to get into their credentials, or should they have they shouldn't have any kind of support issues if they need to change any type of credentials? So a lot of times you'll see businesses move to a multi-factor authentication process where not only do you have a username and password, they also want you to have a fob or some type of authentication software that allows you to match that with your username and password. You'll have let's say Microsoft Authenticator, and that will be matched up right after you put in your password. And the concept is this, is that if I'm a bad guy and I have got your username and password, that's fine. Well, it's not good, but it's fine, so to say, if I can't get to your cell phone and get that a multi authentication piece that's also linked with that username and password. So now you kind of leave me with no options of how to get into your account from the get go. So it's good to have multi factor authentication whenever possible, but also sometimes we need to sit back and think about the business needs. Is it plausible to have it for everything that we need to log in for? But it's not just always a having a token that could be a multi-factor. It could also be somewhere you are, some type of geolocation. Are you on the company's network? Are you on a particular VPN? That can also lead to a multi-factor, something that you can do. What kind of unique pattern can you perform that's only up to you? Something that you can perform or exhibit. Also, kind of going into that same exhibit, performing a unique pattern, and then also someone you may know. So this may be going into the web of trust type of thing, where if I'm associated with this individual or computer, then I'm in a trusted network. There's various attacks that's going on passwords, and we got to understand why passwords are so valuable when it comes to attacking, right? So the reason why we want to get the passwords protected, or why a hacker will want a password, is because it makes it more easier to actually accomplish the goal that they're trying to accomplish. And that's getting into your account, seeing what type of permissions you have to actually get to the data that they want to get to. So a lot of times we can have certain non-security factors going against our passwords that make it easy for them to be cracked, or actually just bypassing altogether. So we have having passwords in plain text or unencrypted, just kind of leaving it out there in the database, so for whoever to see it. We also have like shared passwords that we all kind of use as one machine to print checks. And instead of giving everyone an account, we have one shared password with a username that we all just kind of use. The most famous way of going in and breaking someone's password is just a brute force attack, using something like John the Ripper, to actually go in and brute force a actual password, trying every possible way to figure out what is your password. So that's why, as a security professional, we harp on having a type of criteria when it comes to long passwords, having special characters in there, because whether you know it or not, the longer a password is, or the more complex a password is, the more longer it takes for a brute force to actually happen on that password. So I thought that was a good segue into brute force and dictionary attacks. Brute force, like I said, we're taking every possible character that we have in our language, and we actually are putting it against your password hash. So a lot of times, these attackers that take the whole English dictionary and then apply it against your password. And we have computers fast enough to actually do it in a reasonable time, but that's why it's so important to put those special characters in uppercase and lowercase, and making it case sensitive, to where you know you just can't run through it within a day's time and actually come up with the password. Or it at least will give enough time to show on the network that, hey, someone's actively moving traffic or causing a disruption in the traffic, to where now your security professionals can hone in and get the intruder off the network. So that's why we want robust passwords for our users. So with password crackers, what I want you guys to remember about password crackers is that it's a software that's going to perform more than likely a brute force attack against your server that's housing the passwords on it. So 9 times out of 10, your exam is going to ask you, how does it do this? And that's going to be more likely a dictionary attack or a rainbow attack, where a dictionary attack is actually going through each word in the dictionary and then trying each character, and then it changes it at a time. So remember, a brute force is just kind of trying each and every subject, character, symbol, one at a time, to see exactly what works. This is a surefire way of making sure that you will get in, right? If given enough time, a brute force attack will eventually work. But that's the beauty of having such a complex a password, is that given the time that the software needs to actually try each and every character, um, your password, to where it's is the length capacity, creates more time for that software to actually perform the brute force attack. So therefore, it could be thousands of years before, literally thousands of years, if not millions of years, for a particular password to be cracked in order to try each and every character. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to password crackers. They eventually will get to it, but eventually may come in 10 million years. All right. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to password crackers. So authentication management, making sure that we understand where our passwords live, making sure that we have proper access to those passwords that's kind of stored somewhere. A lot of times, if you log into a certain application on your phone, it may automatically fill in that password box for you. So just making sure that you understand what caches your password, making sure that you have the proper, if you're leaving your passwords into a password vault, so to say, then we have the proper permissions to go into that vault. Do we have two-factor authentication in order to enter that vault in order to see the other passwords that we have stored? So just keep those things in mind. In some industries, you may have a smart card, and this smart card is kind of like your profile, your account profile, loaded in on this mobile card, right? Something that you could take with you wherever you go, and it loads up on that computer or wherever you may go to show your profile and the permissions you have on it. So I know in the military, this is your cat card, as they call it, and it had everything that it needed to show kind of like this basic profile of yourself, and it was protected by having a four digit pin. I'm pretty sure now, maybe concepts have changed to where maybe that pin needs to be more of a 8 digit, maybe 6 digit pin now, but it's normally locked down with that pin. Now, you would always keep your smart card on you because we would treat it kind of like a license or some type of a debit or credit card. So it could act as a second multi authenticator for that user because we're planning to have it all the time. So we also got this thing where we can put our usernames and passwords on kind of like an external device and use those things to log in to apply those credentials. And we will say, hey, instead of you actually logging in every day, use this smart card, and that will have your credentials on it. And only thing you need to remember is a four-digit, six-digit pin, maybe 9 digits, and just type that in, and then you won't have to worry about changing your password or whatever the case may be. Because if you have this lets us know that you have access to our network. And a lot of times we see this in smart cards or USB tokens. Excuse me. So with smart cards, again, it's that the chip that's on that smart card houses all of the credential information that you need in order to navigate on your company's network. The problem with that is that we as humans tend to lose things from time to time. So if we're on a trip, a business trip to Las Vegas, and we tend to lose things, and we lose our a smart card. Now we have just created a denial of service attack on ourselves by losing the card, but also maybe giving potential access to someone else who finds the card, and then maybe if they can slide it into the, let's say, the a laptop to actually get permissions to whatever network that's out there. So we just want to keep those things in mind when it's best practice to actually have a two-factor authentication when it comes to giving out external devices like this or a USB token, because you want your users to remember their username and password, but also to justify even more who they are, especially in a remote world. We want them to have that extra authentication piece to say, hey, yes, I do know the username and password, but I also know that I need to pair it with this token. And so this token was also given to me by the company, and then I have those two things, and hopefully they haven't fell in the wrong hands. So this one more factor of putting in kind of a defense in depth in order to build this force field up. So not only are we just relying on username and passwords, but we could rely on a smart card with a PIN number, or a smart card that only works with certain uh, certain laptops, or just having a USB token going along with your username and password. Therefore, your users need to know both in order to get onto the network. I also touched on the token keys a lot, just kind of giving like that one-time passcode that you need to authenticate yourself onto that network. These tokens could be either hardware, something that you can see clipped onto a key ring, so you could always, or you can now a downloaded app on your phone, smart, yeah, a pad, so you can soft tokens on and log in it with a pin. Okay. Then it gives you a that you can actually authenticating with. So to give a good example, log in to a site that you're trying to get into, name in, you'll put that password in, but then it will window show put in the token for this hardware, right? It's to a server that type of numbers going back and forth, kind of like a countdown, and you have to put in the code. In order to have that code put in, now with that authenticating management server, in order to give you access to your account. But don't get that confused. Don't get the soft token open authentication. So the more a kind of a second factor to it, where we put in our username and password, but it sends a confirmation uh, to us, and it's good for maybe, let's say, a day, or maybe 15 minutes, whatever time frame that the administrator wants us to have. But it's sending us a confirmation to say, hey, did you receive this? And if you did, then respond back to the window that we automatically sent you to, and then we will let you into your account. So this is not necessarily the same as a second a software token, where that's actually talking back to the management server at real time. This is more of a confirmation coming back to say, hey, you tried to access this account. Well, if that's the case, then go back and look into your email, look into your phone. We have sent a text, we have sent an email. Please respond back with the code that's within. So just to kind of reiterate, when it comes to open authentication, it will have kind of like a two-part factor, right? So we're gonna log in with our username and password, but then it's going to ask you to verify yourself via phone or email. And a lot of times, this is a good factor to say, hey, not only do you need to know your username and password, you probably need to know your username and password to your email in order to get that email and then verify with whatever website that you're trying to get into. The same thing goes for your phone, right? So it's good to have when it comes to validating the security efforts. Now, the problem with that is that it can be intercepted, as far as, let's say, if you don't have your phone at the time, or let's just say you left your email open, constantly logged in on another tab. So those could be factors of, hey, maybe if I play around, yeah, it's asking me to do a two-factor, but maybe, just maybe, they left their email open on the other tab. So let me go check that. Now, when talking biometrics authentication, I think it's a very good technology to have to, it's everybody's fingerprint is unique to them, so you don't have to worry about ever being reduplicated. But at the same time, it comes down to the technology. If the technology can read your fingerprint or read the patterns of your eye, the retina of your eye, in order to determine if it's you. So a lot of times the technology, in order to grant you access or not, it comes under a fail rate or an acceptance rate. And a lot of times you don't want to make the acceptance rate so easy to where anybody can look at the, let's say, your phone, and then they're able to get in via the face recognition. But yet you don't want to make it so tough to where um, if you look at it with just shades on, then it's not letting you in. So you have to find that balance of an acceptance rate as well as a reject rate. I'm aware that face recognition and eye scanning is controversial to users, and you may get a lot of users that don't want to participate in that type of technology. And this is where, if you still want to implement a type of biometrics, you're probably going to go with a fingerprint scanner. But while it's easy to implement within your organization, it is vulnerable to spoof someone's fingerprint. So just be aware of those type of things. But overall, you'll get more users to be able to buy in versus more secure ways of doing it, such as a facial recognition. Now, going into that facial recognition, as you can see, just looking at the slide here, it could be kind of intimidating to people. And they kind of, I think movies probably didn't help easing the enrollment of facial recognition within the world. So, but it's a good way of having a security technology for authentication. This is where you can scan the iris of your eye, um, or the blood patterns in your retina of the eye to see what's unique to you. And again, it's a little intrusive, but a lot more secure than your average fingerprint scanner. We touched on behavioral technologies just a tad bit with the things that you are. But you can also go into something that you do, voice recognition, the way you say, whether it's Siri or Google, however you call their names, it's on a voice recognition type of technology. Signature recognition, actual handwriting, or maybe a typing speed. How long does it? Are you a type of typer that you hit the backspace a lot, or do you hit the space bar within so many seconds of words? So these are things that you do uniquely to your personality. So the key points to remember is that we have multiple ways of getting onto the network. It's not necessarily a traditional way of just using a username and password. We have smart cards. We have different devices that can take other factors into account in order to verify whoever needs access to our network. Could be biometrics. So just keep those things in mind. Keeping know the disadvantages and the advantages of having each device in your network, and just know how they're implemented across the network to give your users a better, proficient way of getting onto the network. So lesson 8, we're going to talk about identity and account management controls. What things are we putting in place in order to administer the type of usernames, identities that we giving our objects, and then how do we actually manage the accounts once they're set up and running. So when we're jumping in that identity access management, there's a bunch of controls we can put in place in order to help us be more secure when we're giving access to people, and also just kind of validating their authorization. So we can use certain things like certificates and smart cards. A lot of certificates you'll see used is when it comes to public key cryptography. We can also use tokens, and tokens will give us this type of validation that this person is who we say they are, because we may have giving them a username and password, but we also gave them a token to, we assigned them a token to actually validate the username and password. So we can use those things. We can also use identity providers such as Federated Identity Management, where if I log into one web page, then automatically another web page may accept me because of our by me knowing a mutual party. So a lot of times what you want to think about is when you can go to a certain website and they say, hey, if you have a Google account, then log in with your Google account. You won't have to set one up. We'll automatically trust the fact that you have a Google account in order to create this account with us. And from here on out, whenever you create that account, you can use your Google account or Gmail account to actually log into that website. So when bringing on new individuals, you need to make sure that you have an onboarding process as well as an offboarding process. Onboarding meaning we have a checklist, or we make sure that we have everything in process, that once you come through our doors, we know exactly what information to give you and what not to give you. More importantly, we know how to create your account. We know how to give you permissions to where you can print to certain printers, be able to share files within your first day, and you're not sharing out of your scope of the things that you need to do in your work day. So we want to make sure that HR has the proper person policies, making sure IT has their proper policies as well, and that everyone that we bring on, that it's a almost a cookie cutter type deal to where everyone has the same process. Also, we want to make sure that we do the opposite whenever we let someone go, someone gets fired or quits, or God forbid passes on. We want to make sure that we have a offboarding process as well, making sure that we take away permissions, we take away cell phones, any kind of tablets that they may have, laptops, tokens, anything that we have given them. We need to make sure we get that stuff back. And we also want to make sure that there's a policy for that, as well as a checklist for that, making sure that, hey, once John is terminated from this job, the proper personnel is aware, not only just the security to make sure that they are escorted off the premises, but to make sure that the proper personnel is in IT knows that this person is gone, so we can disable his account or her account. We also want to make sure that in the onboarding process, or in the interview process, that we might want them to sign an NDA. Maybe the job that we're bringing them on for, we need to tell them trade secrets or important information that makes us unique in our field. And so in order to give them that information, maybe we want them to sign a non-disclosure agreement saying that you won't talk to anybody else if you're not selected for this job. So just making sure that we have all these things in plan to take a new personnel, as well as to offload someone. So now that we got our personnel into the office, we need to make sure that we have policies in place for them to follow on a day-to-day basis. We may need to make sure that we have separation of duties in place, making sure that they're not just have to do everything, that we have managers in place in order for them to do certain tasks that should be taken away from them. So to give a good example on that is that if a bank teller has the permissions to print a check, then they should not have the permissions to cash the same check. They should have to go to their manager or floor manager or whoever in order to cash that check. That should be a separation of the duty. Now, we have least privilege, and we want to make sure that we give them only the enough permissions for them to do their job on a day-to-day task. We don't want to load them with permissions in order to see every file that's here on the directory. We want to make sure that we only give them enough permissions in order to see what they need to see. And this is This is needed because if they're compromised with their account and a hacker gets into their account, then we don't have to worry about them seeing more than what they're actually able to see. They can see only what Bob can see in the mailroom, and he doesn't have access to the marketing department. So make sure that we have least privilege in entailed on our accounts. We also want to make sure that we have job rotation. So, kind of going with the separation of duties, uh, job rotation is not having you do the same job year in and year out, or even if we want to rotate the functions that you may do quarterly throughout that year, right? So in order to do that, we're just going to make sure that our training process is up to par, because a lot of us, the reason why we probably stay in one spot is because we can't actually train you in another spot, right? But if we can rotate you out, then we can have you doing something totally different every quarter. Therefore, if you were, let's say, you were sneaking money out from one account to your account every month, you were just sneaking that money out, and then we rotate the jobs. Now you're not able to have access to those accounts, and we get Susie to come in and do your job. Then we can see, oh, okay, wait, we had logs of this money going to Bob's account every month, but now all of a sudden it stopped. So that's why we kind of want to have that job rotation to kind of weed out those processes that we don't have an awareness of. So we want to make sure that we have that job rotation. We also want to make sure that we have a mandatory vacation too, just to kind of, piggyback on that job rotation. Let's say if we can't rotate jobs, we can have mandatory vacations where we tell you to go home for 2 weeks and see if anything arises, any kind of different processes comes up, and now all of a sudden we found out that this was going on while you were over it. So now we can ask those questions and get those things ironed out, or we could take the appropriate actions. So, like I said, HR needs to have those onboarding processes, but we also, like I said, to have those offboarding processes, making sure that we get everything back. We want to get our laptops back, phones. We give out phones, but make sure we take them back. Make sure we change the phone number. And we just don't give the same phone number back to the new guy or the new girl that's coming onto the job, right? Making sure that we take back tokens, bank credit cards. I'm sorry, not bank credit cards, but business credit cards, just in case you had someone that was traveling, and sometimes you forget to get those type of items back, USBs, USB thumb drives. And these are things that we accumulate over our time, our tenure at our business, and we just accumulate all this business assets, and we just don't. We sometimes a breakup, or let's say if I'm really mad and I quit the job, then do I have a policy in place to say, hey, Lee's not gonna come up to the business to give back the stuff. Can we remote wipe the cell phone that he kept? Can we remote wipe the laptop that he kept? What information was on that laptop? Can we shut it down in any other way? Because I may not get that back. Let's say if you have an employee suddenly pass on, then how do you go about respecting the family but also protecting the business at the same time? What is the process on that? So we want to make sure that we have all those policies ironed out, and making sure that we have just as a robust onboarding processes, that we have a offboarding process that just as robust, to keep the business safe, keep it moving forward, but at the same time getting back what assets you may have given out to that employee. So when creating accounts, we want to make sure that we have privileges limited to what a user can do at their job and nothing more, right? But we also want to make sure that we put in different policies like password policies, and we also want to make sure that they don't have permissions to change any kind of system configurations. To give an example is that once I give Bob the credentials to log into a computer at work, do I really want him to add his own printer or his own device at on his login account. So we want to make sure that we don't give them any kind of system configuration rights, and have, unless it's part of their job to do so. So if we have Susan who's just got added on to the IT team, then she needs to have a privilege account in order to allow those type of changes to happen. Whenever we have guest accounts for our third party vendors that come in, we need to make sure that they have an anonymous log on, something that we're going to throw away as soon as they're done with whatever business that they're bringing on to the company. So we want to make sure that we really limited their accounts to only the things that they need, and that's pretty much just internet access, but we want to make sure that we lock down those type of accounts. So we touched on group-based policies just a tad bit whenever I was talking about we create a group. Let's say we create a group for marketing, the marketing team, and we want to make sure that they can go to their marketing printer. They can talk to each other all within the department just fine. They can share files with each other. They can look at the files that each other has made, and we want to make sure that policies for that group accounts for everyone that's in that group. So if we can create a group in Active Directory with a certain amount of policies for a particular group, and we know how their business and their operations work, we can limit their permissions only to their job needs. And so whenever we have someone come on to the organization or leave the organization, only thing we have to do is really just take them out of the group, and or put them into a group in order to have those permissions or to take those permissions away. Now let's talk about admin accounts, super user accounts, root accounts. These are accounts that are pretty much can make any changes to the network, but as a security professional, you don't want to give someone super user account, or in the industry, sometimes we'll say a God account, to where there are the only ones that can make the changes. Now, I get it if the corporation or the company is very small and it's a handful of administrators, it may be an account that has a super user does all account. But we want to make sure that we're very careful with these type of accounts, because these are what the intruders, the attackers, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for these type of accounts that can do all and go wherever they want to go on the network and manipulate anything that they want, because it has the permission to do so. So instead of me as a hacker trying to create my own account, why not just get an account that already has those permissions already applied to them? So we want to make sure that if we do have administrators on our network, that we give them permissions to make changes. But what changes can they make? Can they change passwords? And if they can change passwords, can they change group policies? And if they can change group policies, maybe they can't allow websites or disable antivirus software. So we want to make sure that we give them permission, but not all the permissions. And we want to make sure that we understand how the business works, how accounts work, and that way we can delegate the permissions accordingly. Now, going along with those admin accounts, sometimes you will run across these service accounts, and a service account is kind of like this generic admin account that you may get with a product that you just bought or you just got out of the store. So let's say if you just bought a router or an extender for your network, it may come with a service account, a generic admin account that has the permissions of a administrator. The thing to be aware about those type of accounts is that a lot of us do not understand where they're at. So the router in your house may have a service account actually stamped onto that physical router. So, whenever you can, just pause this video and go and look at your router and see if there's a service account linked to it. It may have a username of admin and the password of an admin. And if you would to plug in the web page for your device, you could use that credentials to get in and make the changes on your router. So we need to be aware that these service accounts are out there, and we need to make sure that we are able to get into those, change passwords, change the credentials, and maybe take some of the permissions away on those type of accounts, or make sure that we just at the least change the password on them. So this slide pretty much reiterates what I said in the previous slide with the generic accounts. And they're kind of like generic admin accounts, but we also have shared accounts that, let's say, in certain examples, would be kind of like we're working in a bank and we need to print checks. Maybe we have a standalone machine that's off in the corner somewhere, and we're just using that as tellers to print checks. Well, instead of giving people permission for that, since it's a standalone machine, we may have a one login machine, login credentials for that machine. And then now it's shared among the 10 or 11, 12 people that's in that particular branch for that bank. And so we need to make sure that those credentials that's on those standalone machines that are shared accounts, we want to make sure that our users are very aware about the security of those accounts, and then making sure that we go in as administrators on that account. And then, like I said, kind of trimming it down, trimming the permissions down to where it can only do but so much damage. Now, when you're building out your accounts, you can get real granular on how much information you want to put in there. But from a security standpoint, how much information do you really want to put into your attributes when it comes to building your accounts? So we want to make sure that we have a naming scheme, some type of account name, username. Is it going to be first and last name? Is it going to be first initial, last name? Is it going to be something totally different, where it's just like a randomized letter and number scheme that can be assigned to your users? Just keep these things in mind. It's good to have is user friendly whenever your username is first and last or first initial last name, but when it comes to, let's say, reconnaissance on the hacker side, if I'm doing any kind of reconnaissance on, let's say, LinkedIn, then if I have a name in place and a company to link it to, then I can easily figure out the first part, which is your username. And then now the hard part would be the password. But if I had a random jumble of letters and numbers, then now you're making it much harder for the hacker to figure out usernames at least. Now, yes, it is kind of harder on your clients to remember something new, but you do run the risk of some clients or some users writing down their username and password. But I would rather go with having that than you're never going to change your name. You're never going to, the likelihood of you changing your name is low. So I would rather go that route versus of having something random for your username versus usernames being your name or initials. So we talked about the account password policies a little bit, and this is we want to make sure that we have a strong policy in place, and we have a rotating policy. And what I mean by rotating policy is meaning that our users change their passwords on a 3-month basis. From what I've seen is pretty much standard. We want to make sure that we have a length character of somewhere from between 8 to 14 characters. We want to make sure that it is complex, where we are using a combination of alphabets, numbers, special characters, things of that nature. Remember, whenever we make the the character or the password longer, that it's harder to brute force. So that's why, if you ever wonder why uh, it needs to have all of these contexts into a password, it's because the brute forcing technique takes a lot longer to actually put in, and different characters and different type of symbols when it comes to our passwords. So again, we also want to make sure that we change it every 3 months, or the more you change it, the better. But we also want to make sure that we don't have a reuse on our passwords. I've seen some places where they allow 10 password changes, and then they'll allow you to reuse after the 10th password change. But some places I've also been where you get no reuses, and really it shouldn't be any excuse for reuses. You should be able to take small phrases and encrypt it, not encrypted, that's the wrong word, but cipher different letters and symbols into a small phrase in order to create your new password. I'll show you a video on how I come up with passwords and how you should teach your users how to do the same thing. Also, lastly, we can have password hints or some type of forget password link for our users that's having trouble with their passwords, and we can have security questions set up in order for them to go the next step in order to reset their passwords. So, like I said it earlier, I wanted to show you how I make my passwords and how I go about whenever I'm forced to change my passwords, or not really don't want to say forced, but it's good practice to change your passwords. I take a short statement like this: I love cookies, and then I'm going to go about putting my uppercase and lowercase in there, as well as just throwing some numbers in there along with my favorite dollar sign. So I replace my circles, I replace my O's with zeros, as well as threes are probably going to represent the E's. If I have any A's in there, that's going to be represented by four. And then I use a symbol. I use let's say a star or a underscore. I might use a dollar sign. So I use all of these things just to kind of really start with my phrase, but just change letters out in order to make it more complex. But I'm still following that same phrase, right? So whenever I'm typing in my password, I know that it's I love cookies, but I have it embedded in my brain that I'm replacing some vowels with the numbers. Now, along with those account attributes, you can have account restrictions, such as like a geo mapping or some type of network location to where you're having access to your network or not. So the first thing that pops up in my mind is kind of like a VPN. If someone is able to log in with their VPN, then they can have access. So that account is linked to the network, the internal network of the company. And we, in order for us as external users on an external network, we need to get to the internal via VPN. And it can be linked in that way when it comes to your account. You can also have a time-based restrictions on your account. So if we want our users to maybe work from 8 to 5 o'clock and maybe give a grace period at 6 o'clock, then we want everything, we can put that restriction in for 7 o'clock until 7 o'clock the next morning, to where we don't allow users to VPN in, or we don't allow users to come into the building, or if you happen to get into the building, you can't log in at that point in time. So these things allow for better security, as far as if there's no reason for us to be working at 2 o'clock in the morning, then we can put the restrictions in. So if we do see any activity at 2 o'clock in the morning, it raises a red flag. We can take the appropriate actions. Now, from time to time, we want to make sure that we have account audits. Auditing is just checking behind the processes in place, the configurations that are in place. In this case, the accounts that have been put into place in the groups. What type of permissions did we put out there? Do we have the right permissions for the marketing team? Do we have the right permissions for our financial team? Do we need to take things away? What have we learned? And then are we doing it right? This is pretty much how a audit should work. And then it helps us to perform better because we can always go back and say, hey, you know what? This is not allowing us to be more secure, and it's not allowing the business to move forward. So we can always have these audits to help us out cleaning up what we already have in place. So let's talk about account lockouts and disablement of accounts. So we want to make sure that we have this type of a policy implemented into our organization for several reasons. You want to lock out, of course, someone when they get their account or password wrong, maybe after 5 times. A thing that you may or may not know is that after 30 minutes time waited after your fifth chance and a lockout, then your account is automatically unlocked. There is a configuration in there to where it stays locked, and then the only one that can unlock you is the IT team or whoever is the administrator over the Active Directory. But we want to make sure that we are locking accounts out and that we are disabling accounts that are not needed with the company anymore. We want to make sure that if Bob leaves the network, or I'm sorry, if Bob leaves the company, then we disable his account, not necessarily delete his account, but disable his account in order for him to not use that same username and password in order to, maybe go to an external login or network and then get back into the business side of the network, log in with his old account that we never disabled, and then be able to pull or transfer files or what have you. So we want to make sure that we disable. The reason why I said we don't need to delete is because maybe we need to keep some files that he had. Maybe we need to search his account. Maybe it's a necessary duty that we go through his account and make sure that he didn't do anything malicious. So we want to make sure that that account is disabled, but not necessarily deleted. So in further classes, we'll go over how long we should keep certain documentations. So this is another attribute to what you want to do when it comes to disabling an account. So when bringing on individuals, making users onto our network, we can either have them grouped into certain groups and then they have permissions and rights that way, or we can have based off the resources that they're going to be working with, or the ownership is going to determine what type of rights that they have. So when it comes to ownership, resource ownership, then we're going to talk about discretionary access control. That's hey, you work for me, so I'm going to say that you need to have access to these documents, and that's discretionary. On my discretionary, I'm going to give you access or request access. And then you have role based. Role based is more likely what you're going to see into the real world. You're going to be able to be lumped into a group. If you're working in the marketing department, then you will be lumped into the marketing group and get the policies and the permissions that the marketing group will receive. And the same thing goes for finance, HR, different departments that you may have in a 9 to 5 type of organization. So just to kind of go into ACLs. ACL stands for Access Control List, and this is where we pretty much we give people permission based on their role or group or time in the organization. We give them permission on what they can and cannot do when it comes to their username and the resources we have on the network. So maybe you cannot print to the printer that's on floor 15, but yet you can go and see whatever documents that we have in for the contracting group. So when creating different users, we want to make sure that we have different standards for those type of users, and we want to make sure that we don't give them more permissions that they actually need to do their job. A lot of times we can go ahead and just give someone all the assets in the world. Yes, it creates less work for us to actually come back and maybe dumb down those permissions. It creates less work that way. But um, from a security standpoint, if you're giving them that much access to different things on your network, then you're opening yourself up to a bigger risk of being attacked. But when developing ACLs, we not only just have role-based access controls, we can also have mandatory access controls, which is abbreviated for MAC. A lot of times you'll see this in the government sector. I know a lot of time when I was in the military that we would use labels and clearances to actually show what type of access you have, whether it be private, confidential, um, um, class unclassified, secret, top secret. So you will see these type of things whenever you're um, studying for the exam. Just think whenever you're seeing labels or clearances, then you're probably talking about a mandatory access control. We also have attribute-based um, access control, which is a combination of the subject and the object. Where you're the actual subject and then the object you're trying to get to will be the printer on the 15th floor. So you can have those type of attributes determine what type of assets you have throughout the company. You can also have rule-based access controls, and this is where it's not determined by the users or the managers that's in the organization. It's determined by the system, and it's more of a stricter access, but a very secure access as well. So, and sometimes when authenticating to a certain site, you may have certain sites that trust each other on a federation level, and they say, "Hey, if you log into one, then we automatically trust you to coming in and accessing this account on our side." So a lot of times you'll see kind of like these inner workings together, and that's where you get OAuth and OpenID kind of connecting these accounts together on different sites. You see it when it comes to different websites as well as from a website down to a mobile app. So going back to our onboarding process, whenever we're bringing on new individuals to our network, we want to make sure that we put out different policies that they know the terms on which we allow certain behavior. A lot of times, everyone who's been hired on have probably signed an acceptable use policy, AUP, and that's pretty much laying out the guidelines of what you're allowed to do and what will not be tolerated at this organization. So we want to make sure that our policy strictly outlines everything that we are willing to allow on our network. You also want to make sure that in some cases you want to make sure that you have a rules of behavior when it comes to social media. Are you allowed to take pictures within the organization and then post them on social media? It's not necessarily how much you can post in your actual saying in a statement, but then if you're letting out secret information or confidential information in a post, then we need to have policies against that too. So just make sure that we outline these type of things are what kind of behavior we are willing to accept of our users. We also want to make sure that this is where we outline if they're going to bring in their own phone to use within the organization, or if we're going to give them a phone. You know, once they if they're going to bring into the organization their own phone and then put corporate emails on their phone, then technically that information is outside of the care of the organization. So how would they need to monitor that? How would we need to have our users take care of that information that's on their personal phone? So all those things need to be outlined on a policy, and make sure that our users sign those policies upon entry. So, what you want to do on I would say a monthly basis, but more of an annual basis, is we want to train our users. We want to make sure that our users understand what we want to have them do within the organization, right? So, kind of reiterating that acceptable use policy, we want to make sure we train our users on the different types of security policies that we have, what to do, how to handle data that's leaked out, or maybe before you actually make a mistake and sending out confidential information, what to do when you're faced with that adversity. So we want to make sure that they know what to do, how to react, and then the appropriate things to use or appropriate things to say when it comes to divulging different type of data that's secret to the organization. Now, like I said, this training normally happens yearly, and we often have to sign off on it, saying to a governing body that we have taken the training. But a lot of times you can have those training broken up into different types of methods, right? So not only can we have them go into a certain website and do different scenarios and simulations with a computer-based training, but we also can have phishing campaigns that go out throughout the year, quarterly, or maybe twice a year, if you really want to just kind of test the waters when people are getting into their workflow, making sure that they're going in and doing the things that they need to do on a daily basis. We might want to just throw a phishing campaign out on a quarterly basis, and making sure that they understand what a phishing email looks like, because sometimes when you get into that flow of just working, looking at emails become redundant. So you want to make sure you test your users to see if they're on their toes, and see exactly how a good phishing email looks and how to react to it. So the key points to remember when it comes to identity access management is that this is a baseline of when users come onto our network. What do we give them permissions to do? What do we give them permissions to see? And how do we manage that as they go through their tenure here at the business? So just knowing that if you have a good grasp on your users, and when it comes to their accounts and how it's made, and then the properly disposing of them, put you in a great position to not have to worry about their accounts being compromised and then being taken advantage of by an unworthy individual. So lesson 9, let's talk about securing network designs. How are we gonna put things in place in order to make our network more secure, and keeping them out of sight of the bad guys. So the one thing that you're going to learn as a security professional is that we always have some type of best practice, and networks is no different. We actually want to follow what works in our industry, and seeing what others have done to make their network more secure is something that we could probably use in our environment, right? In whatever sector that we're in. But a lot of times we want to make sure that when we start designing our network, that we actually set things up in a secure manner. We have security in mind. So we want to make sure that we not only think about what type of encryption that we want to use on our networks, but we also want to know about the single points of failure. Is it easy for one router or asset point to go down, and then now no one can get on that network? Is it easy to break into the passwords, actually get access like that? Is it accessible from outside the building? Can people from the parking lot actually get access to your network, and then snoop around and make lateral movement? So all these things you want to make sure in the designing phase and throughout the changes that you make, right? So just because the network is set up and running, we also need to make sure, is it as is it efficient enough to be secure enough, right? So do we need to make changes throughout its life cycle? And you want to make sure that we design the network in a secure manner, always having security in the forefront of the mind when designing our network. And so when you're designing stuff of your network for whatever, whether it be the house or your home office or whether it's a small business or enterprise, you want to know how data flows in and out of your network. So you want to know if we're in a small business and we're trying to set up a network for a dentist office, we want to make sure what devices do they have on the network, and then what are we doing to send out different data? Are we just checking email? Are we downloading files from a cloud provider? What are we doing on a daily day basis? And that's knowing your workflow, knowing your business architecture, where we know exactly what the business is doing to make money. And then now, how do we formulate a plan around the network in order to make making money more secure? Right. So that's how we want to look at things, and we want to just know every detail about how business is conducted um, in this whatever venture we're in, and then we want to make those things secure. So if you're not familiar with the OSI model, I want you guys to take it upon yourself to actually Google the OSI model and look at the different layers about how data is transferred from one device to the next. But this picture right here is pretty much showing how data comes into your network. So at the physical layer, that where the telephone cable that may goes into your, not the telephone cable, but the RJ45 that goes into your laptop, that Ethernet cable, that goes in, and then it actually communicates with the NIC card that's in there to the network closet that you may be connected to, or the Wi-Fi signal, and you're connected to that access point. And as you see right here on the first layer, you'll see that switch and that access point. That's where the data is coming in. So if I send you an email, it's going to show up at that access point and then wait for some type of communications to your device in order to, actually bring it up to the application layer, which is layer 7, in order for you to actually see what's going on. So this diagram here just kind of shows a quick overview of how these layers look. Now, mind you, it's 7 in all, but you just see your main ones here when it comes to networking and how data comes into the network, and this is how it flows out. So it starts at that application layer, and then it goes down. It breaks down into layer 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once it gets back to layer 1, and it turns into bits, ones and zeros, and that's how it goes across the network to its destination. Its destination being a router in Atlanta, or just someone that's on the fifth floor while you're on the third. So that's how data is actually transported from station to station. And we also want to look at this kind of this diagram by showing where we want our firewalls to be put at. Sometimes we may want to put our proxy servers in different spots in order to take our data, analyze our data, or maybe even redirect our data when it comes in, kind of like redirecting the traffic or making a detour if we needed to. So this is a good example of that. And like I said, if you're not familiar with the OSI model, please take your time, Google it real quick, and read up on it and watch some videos on it. Network segmentation is one of the best ways we can make our networks more complex, not putting everything on one network, being able to segment the network off into different VLANs and have different devices talk to or be on the same IP wavelength as other devices that they're actually doing the same thing. I think it shows a complexity that you've put thought and effort into your network, but it also it's a hindrance to a individual trying to hack onto your network and then trying to see what's actual valuable on your network. So if we want to separate our marketing department away from our financial department, it serves a lot of a more of a purpose than just lumping everybody in onto one network. Now, this slide talks about network topologies and zones. So when you're into the networking field, you're gonna probably be looking at everything from a high level, but also you're able to get into the weeds of your network. So whenever you're looking at a topology, you're probably looking at images on a PowerPoint or some type of diagram, and it looks similar to what you see here on the screen. And so in order to have it logically in your mind of how the building is set up network wise, this is where you get topologies at. And then now, if we have everybody that's on the second floor who's within the financing department, then we could say that they're all on the same network, or in this case, let's say they're all on the VLAN 100, or and then everybody who's in legal is on VLAN 110. And so we can break them up in uh, a logical format that we can understand it a little bit easier. Is easier on the eyes instead of just looking at a bunch of IP addresses and then trying to understand the nomenclature about how our network is actually situated. So again, you'll see different groups broken up on a piece of paper wise, but it's not necessarily that like that when you get into the building. You have people who may be on a mobile, uh, be a mobile device to where they move from floor to floor. Maybe they don't even work in that building. But we have them on a particular VLAN in order to receive updates or to receive any type of permissions that we want them to have or maybe take away. So just keep that in mind when it comes to topologies. Topologies is going to be that diagram, kind of looking at all the images, and then the zones will be those groupings that we want to put similar devices together, people who work together in certain departments. We want to put those into those zones. So DMZs is a place where we can put some of our servers that are well facing out into this kind of like an isolated area. So it blocks off the traffic that comes from the outside where our users are actually interacting with the server, and then it's a backdoor into our network, right? But it stands in the middle of the outside world versus coming into our internal network. And a DMZ sits there and takes all the, let's say, orders for t-shirts, and then it pushes the information or the data from that DMZ into our internal servers where we can take the data and fulfill the order of that t-shirt. So DMZs is a good way of just kind of isolating something that we need for it to be out to our customers or our users, something that they can touch and actually put information in, but we don't want them to actually come into our internal network and then place those same orders or put in different information, different data on our internal networks, because you don't know who they are, right? So we can use DMZs for this action. Now we also have something called based in host, and it's kind of the same thing. Or you'll hear some people may use honeypots, something that's out there sitting, um, away from the internal network, but it's accessible for um, outside networks, or if in the case of a honeypot, then it's out there for a hacker to actually see and then actually try to manipulate. And then what we're doing as security professionals, we're logging that information down and learning from whatever tactics that they're using on that machine. So hopefully we all are familiar with IPv4. That's where you'll do your command prompt. You'll bring out your command prompt. You'll type in IP config, and then it'll come back with some information about what kind of IP you got from your router. And more than likely, it's gonna have a 4 octets, and those octets are separated by the periods or the dots in between those numbers, and that's an IPv version 4 type of address. The thing about that is that it's only set to so many addresses in the world. So that's why we have different classes, and different businesses have different types of classes of IP addresses. So if you think about it, if we're set to so many IPv4 addresses, then eventually someone will have the same IP address, right? So if we set them up in classes, then we can use something we call NAT, network address translation, to when we send information outside of our network, then it uses NAT to change into a public IP address, and then uses NAT again to change back into a private once it reaches its destination. But on this slide, we're talking about IPv version 6, and version 6 is pretty much it's a never ending type of address, to where it's enough to give everything in our network and a unique address, as well as our internet of things. So we're thinking watches, doorbells, let's say smart refrigerators, our cars, anything that needs network address, we can give it a IPv version 6 address, and it'll be able to communicate just as well when it comes to the network. So the main things that we want to make sure is that, IPv6 has a more secure uh, it has a more secure version to it than IPv4. But the thing is that everybody is not equipped or ready to make that switch from IPv4 to 6. So you will see more people using 4 than actually 6. So just keep those things in mind. But it is a more secure method of using network addressing. It's just that we're not ready to actually make that transition over. So not only to having, VLANs and segmentations physically on the network, we can have certain things such as having a data center, alternate data center that's out there, or a data center that's not in the necessary same region as us. A lot of people now may go to the cloud and have that be their data center. That the cloud gives this access of having a greater availability factor to your actual data center that your company may have. Is robust in the cloud, to where the availability is there seamlessly forever. And so it has a greater chance of the data has a greater chance of being accessed versus if, let's say, if there's a big storm coming into the city and your data center is in the same city as your building, and then now no one can work from home because not only is the city out of power, your data center is also out of power. Therefore, no one can access the data. So the cloud kind of eliminates that single point of failure, so to say. We can also have zero trust, and zero trust. The implementation, the thought behind zero trust is just constantly validating and not trusting one federation to another, right? We're constantly validating any input that we get, and therefore, if we're constantly validating, then pointing out any type of action that is not validated or authenticated, then it's easy to point out and then actually discard of. So when it comes to networks, a lot of times you're gonna hear as a security professional, it's the man in the middle attack, and that's where we're sniffing that network. We're intercepting that traffic that's going across the airwaves or on the landline, and we're actually observing that type of traffic and seeing if we're able to see what's going across the network, right? So we want to avoid those type of attacks. Again, you'll see a lot of people as a security professional, we'll see a lot of times that's being associated with Wireshark. Having that tool be able to sniff the network and then gather those type of packets, right? But we also have spoofing, and a lot of times you'll see, especially on this test, we'll see where spoofing is associated with MAC addressing. So where even though MAC addresses are supposed to be unique to every device, MAC addresses could also be spoofed by certain software to make it seem as if you're supposed to be on the network. So a lot of old networks probably, if we have only a small amount, let's say 10 PCs that we want to have on the network, if we wanted to provide security, we'll just say, hey, for these 10 devices, we'll take the 10 MAC addresses and then make them we'll make sure that they're the only ones that can get an IP address on the network. Well, sometimes I could spoof that, and then now instead of you giving me a DHCP constantly changing my IP address, you think that I'm already on the network, so you automatically give me one, right? And now I'm spoof my way onto the network, and now I can traverse wherever I please, or see if I can traverse, right? We also have ARP poisoning and MAC flooding attacks. ARP poisoning is just the broadcasting of unsolicited ARP replies, trying to spoof MAC addresses. And then we have MAC flooding, where we're over flooding the switch, trying to trigger a unicast flooding. So we want to make sure that we understand these type of attacks do go on, and that's why it's so important to understand the man in the middle, being able to be onto our network and sniff our network and then apply these type of attacks to our network. So we also want to provide a prevention on looping within the network. So we want to apply the spanning tree protocol, where we don't want to cause what we call a denial of service on ourselves by having a broadcast or a flooding unicast given out on the network, constantly sending packets back and forth, and the units don't know what to actually do with it because it's coming in so fast. So it causes a denial of service within the network. So we want to make sure that we set it up with the spanning tree protocol in order to provide a better so just in case we plug in different Ethernet, or we plug in a Ethernet into a wrong port, that we don't cause a network outage, right? So this is what we want to make sure that this goes into our planning and designing the network in the beginning, right? So in order to protect us, we kind of want to have port security. So on those routers and those switches, if you ever seen them, we have, sometimes we don't use all the ports on them, right? But sometimes when configuring these switches and routers, we leave those ports activated. So whenever you do plug in an Ethernet cord, you may be on DHCP, so you automatically add it to the network, right? So, and we want to go into the configurations, the settings of those devices, shut those type of ports down, disable them, and then carry on. And if someone needs to actually use them, then we put in the proper change for it and actually enable those ports in order for use. We also may want to look into MAC filtering, right? So any MAC address that we're not familiar with doesn't get an IP, doesn't get onto the network, and that way we can cut down on the MAC spoofing that's could be going on our network, right? So we want to make sure that we put these type of things in play. Just goes back into our planning, our setting up our architecture, on how we actually want to configure our devices once we get them open and out the box. So network access control is when we want to put some type of endpoint on devices, like a laptop. And so whenever we have people come into our network, not everybody can just get onto our network and then start browsing or doing snooping around, different types of folders that may be on our network. So we want to put this type of, let's say, an agent on our desktop or our laptops, and just to kind of have like that a common piece to know that, hey, this person this device is a known asset, it's allowed onto our network. This is a good way to create another defense in depth product. So having that endpoint type of control will be able to easily point out people who are not allowed onto our network, right? So if we only want to, let's say if we're a small business and we only have 15 devices that's into our network, but then all of a sudden we see 20 devices. Now we got to say, okay, these four or I'm sorry, these five new devices, we can go ahead and kick off the network. And if it's legitimate traffic or a legitimate device, we can then make an exception for them and then bring them on, or more importantly, put our endpoint agent on that PC or device in order to keep track of it, and then make any type of changes or updates to it accordingly. So the main thing I want to talk about on this slide is the SSID, your service set identifier, and that's when you, if you're on a Windows machine, you'll look down at your Wi-Fi signal, that little the little symbol you have there, whenever you want to connect to a new network, and you want to make sure that if it doesn't need to be broadcast, if that SSID doesn't need to be broadcast as a network administrator, go ahead and just shut that off. There's no need to broadcast it out if everyone is automatically connected to it. And the reason why we want to go ahead and shut it off is because it's a good way for me to go and create another SSID that's similar to it. So if my SSID says bayonet 1, then I can, as a hacker, I can go in and say, okay, everybody's connected to bayonet 1. Why don't I just create a bayonet 2 with a rogue access point and see who I can get to connect to mine? Because employees are not necessarily tech savvy to understand why, as administrators, we do what we do. So whenever someone comes in from a long day of work and they're just trying to connect to the network, and they don't really know if there shouldn't be a bayonet 2 SSID, they just want to get to the internet. Yeah, so we just want to make sure that we can disable that if possible. And then if we need to broadcast it out, make sure that our employees know which ones to contact and which ones is a legitimate one. So if they see any type of rogue access point, then they can go ahead and report that to the proper authorities. So just to kind of add more on to the wireless access point, when we're setting up our wireless access points, whether we're in a business environment or we're back at the house or some type of we're setting up a wireless device at our friend's house or maybe at the church, we want to make sure that we're using Wi-Fi protected access 2, WPA2. Now if you have a more high speed upgrade of a router and you see WPA3, I would use it, but sparingly, because you want to make sure that people are able to connect to it and then actually have some service. So more than likely, you want to make sure that you're using WPA2, and we definitely want to stay away from WPA, just the version 1 issue of it. So we want to make sure we stay away from version 1, but yet we use WPA2. And a lot of times on these routers, if you try to use WPA, just the version 1, it'll give you some type of warning saying, hey, you can use it, but at your own leisure. This is unsafe. Okay, so again, just to kind of to beat this point in, is that Wi-Fi protected access 2 is what we want to go with in our environment. So Wi-Fi protected setup, I've seen this on several home devices, routers, or let's say extenders that you can buy. And I also seen this button. It's a button that you can press on your, let's say, a printer. And instead of going through the actual configurations of finding the website or finding the web page that's associated with that printer and then manually adding it to your router, you can hit a button on your router that says WPS, as well as the button on the printer, and it will do a wireless connection and set up the configurations that way. It's a very convenient access, just to kind of set up new devices into your network if you don't want to go through the hassle of trying to set it up and then going on and finding the web page for it and then doing the configurations manually. You can use this feature to actually connect devices securely to your network. But you want to make sure that your access point firmware is up to date, and we want to make sure that um, I would suggest that you go in after and still look at the configuration settings and making sure that you have a baseline of what you want on your network. But just the know for the exam is that it's a convenient way of connecting devices um, via a button on both devices. But say if you're in an environment where you need people to connect to your Wi-Fi, but you don't necessarily need to track them. So you don't want to put that agent on there, that endpoint agent, in order to keep them safe and protected from anything else, or keep yourself, protected from anything that you don't want them to do to your network. You may want them to go through a open authentication or a captive portal, and this is what you see a lot of times when you go to a motel or some type of a coffee shop, and it has a public Wi-Fi. But whenever we connect, is that it brings you to a splash page, a setup page of saying, "Hey, you're connected," but in order for you to carry on with sending data back and forth or web surfing, we want you to, one, comply with our policy, and then two, we're going to use this type of encryption while you're actually using our internet. So this might be, like I said, is good for places where you're seeing open Wi-Fi connection and people are coming in and out all the time in order to use the Wi-Fi, and then that's it. You may never see that device ever again. So this is how you can keep yourself protected, but yet at the same time provide that service. Now, remember what I said about having someone putting another access point, or when I say access point, think about another router onto your network. Um, so someone putting another router onto your network, and then now they're routing traffic because you set the SSID up to be broadcast, and then now someone has taken that SSID nomenclature, and then now they want to name something very similar to yours, but now they're using it to route traffic to wherever they want to go, or maybe browsing the traffic or sniffing the traffic, sorry, to see what's going on, what information is passing back and forth. So these are commonly known as rogue access points. That's when someone is not supposed to be there, right? It's a rogue access point. And then you have an evil twin, and that's where, like I said, it's masquerading as a legitimate access point. So we want to make sure that we keep those things, we keep an eye out for them, especially if we're on a networking team, and just making sure that our employees understand what network they should connect to, and if all possible, maybe we want to disable the SSID and make sure that they only have one place for them to actually connect. And the reason why I stress the fact of having a rogue access point on your network, or having an evil twin, is because not only can they sniff the network, but they can do things like this, where they can do a disassociation attack, where they can look at the traffic going forward, back and forth, and then take over that session that you may have open with your bank. And now they can pose as you, just by disassociating your session with that bank, and now they are controlling that session and then routing money wherever they need it to go. So we want to make sure that we want to stop things like this when it comes to disassociation and replay attacks. But in order to do those things, we need to make sure that we have a good understanding of how can a hacker get into our business and then legitimately reroute uh, the data from one spot to the next. Now, another attack you need to be aware of is jamming attacks, and this is where we have a very loud radio signal to actually um, cause a loud interference with our legitimate network signal. So when you think of jamming, I want you guys to think of static within the radio airwaves. So think of if you're old school like me, we grew up on radios and we had antennas with those radios. So if your antenna was not in the perfect setting, then you would get a lot of static in the radio station. So it wouldn't come in as clear as you would want it to be. So you could think of that static being a jamming type of an attack to where I can hear it, I just can't hear it as clear as I would like it. And in this case of jamming, then it causes a DDoS attack, a denial of service attack, where it's degraded so much to where it's unusable. So we can look for these type of things using a spectrum analyzer, and then hopefully, stopping those type of attacks. But we want to make sure that no one's actually performing these type of attacks against us when it comes to denying our services to our customers. So, like I said, denying those services to our customers is basically a DDoS. I'm sorry, a DOS attack, and that's without the D in front of it. So that's the extra D. I'm sorry. So you're talking DOS, denial of service attack. That's where I'm, as a client or as a customer, I'm coming to you for a service and you're not able to give it to me. To give an example is that I'm going to Amazon to buy a headband and Amazon is not up, which is never. But if they're not up and then I can't get to the actual website, then it's a denial of my service. I cannot get to them. Amazon is on the hook for not providing that service, right? So a distributed denial of service is a more targeted angle at a server. So a DOS attack, a regular DOS attack, is just a wild, doesn't have a particular range of where it's going. It's wild and spread out, right? And where a distributed denial of service is that I'm going for the particular server or device that's giving out a particular service. So if I'm looking for, I want to stop payroll next Friday, I'm going to do a DDoS attack on the payroll server in particular. I don't care about the website server. The website server can stay up for all I care. I want to go directly for the payroll and stop people's paycheck on Friday. So that's a distributed denial of service attack. I'm going in on one particular server, and this is done with bots, right? So an attacker will be the commander and it will command different bots, different PCs. So when you think about a bot, I want you to think about different types of workstations that's all sending traffic to the payroll server. So when I say sending traffic, maybe they're sending an acknowledgement type of a packet, and they're just saying, hey, do this for me, do this for me, do this for me. And everyone, let's give it a round number of 100 PCs, all just kind of going at this one server and saying, hey, please give me this information. And the server, as the nature of a server is to actually take these requests and then give them the answer. And then it will ask for an acknowledgement saying that you got that request or you got the answer that I gave you. But the bots are programmed to not acknowledge. So a server can get overwhelmed if so many requests come in and there is waiting on a response back to those requests and it's never coming. So now it's in a hung up state, causing the denial of service. Okay, so that's a distributed denial of service where we're taking a number of bots and we're attacking this one particular server wherever it may be, and we're causing a particular service to go down. And it's a particular one, not necessarily a spread out one like a denial of service. Now, the way we get around that DDoS and DOS attacks is that we have different servers set up to do the same thing, and we can have them do load balancings and clustering in order to take the traffic in and then distribute it between the different servers all doing the same thing, right? So if we have four servers all doing the same thing, let's say they're all doing emails at the same time, right? And we have it load balanced between four servers to all provide our company with emails, and then server one goes down, then we still have three different servers to actually keep email going. So now let's go back to an example when it comes to DDoS attack. Let's say if I'm a hacker and I want to make sure I take down the email, right? I don't like this company. I'm taking down the email, and I got the email address, I got the IP address of one of those email servers, but and then I sent all my bots to go in after server one, right? And I take down server one, but I realize that the emails are still going because it's load balanced. It's load balanced, and now instead of it, the emails just coming through and giving a load to server one is now distributed out to server two, three, and four, and they are still giving out the email. And now you can have a notification, go to your IT team, say, hey, server one is down. Don't know the reason. We need to get that back and up and running. And it's no panic. There's no, hey, we're down on email. We don't really lose customers like that. We're able to keep our communication going. That's how we kind of get around that denial of service type of scenario. And clustering does the same thing where we have more than one PC or more than one server creating services, um, and getting around sharing the load of the request coming in. So this is a good way to get around distributed denial of services, and it should be implemented, but some businesses are not equipped to actually have different servers to actually create that type of load balancing scenario. So this is where the cloud could come into place, to where we could spin up different servers in the cloud in order to have that data go back and forth between those different servers. So the key points to remember is to make sure you go back and you study how networks are set up, and then how do we take our network and make it more secure during the initial setup. And then now, if we make it more secure during an initial setup, then we won't have to make too many changes when we're actually performing our services to whatever group we're providing services to. Make sure that you read up on load balancing and clustering, as well as WPA2, and the different types of settings that we can put our routers on in order to make communications more secure. So lesson 10, let's start talking about network security and the appliances that we use in order to create that security. We're normally going to go over firewalls, proxies, different types of SIMs. So all these things that we want to put on our network to create kind of a blanket around our network and keep things secure. So let's talking about firewalls. So when we're talking about firewalls, we're talking about a appliance that sits at the edge of your network, and it takes in the data from your internet supplier. So if you're thinking about a home setting, you're probably thinking about that router that your phone company came in and they hooked up, and now you have the internet from this router. Well, and within that router, it has a firewall, and what it does is that it looks at the packets coming from the devices in your home communicating to that router, and then before it sends it out or takes anything in, it inspects it and is looking at where things need to go, but more importantly, if things are allowed and not allowed. When it comes to a list, a access control list, if it's allowed or not allowed. If it's not allowed, then it drops the packet. It doesn't come into your system or in your network. Now, if you're thinking about a more enterprise network, we're talking about a network firewall that's probably sitting out there and it's its own different appliance. It is not mixed in with its router. It probably goes right to the DMARC, and that DMARC is where the phone company will put their internet connection in, and then that firewall is just going to connect to that connection in order to bring that traffic in, and then that firewall is probably going to have its own configuration page that we'll go to, and we'll set our rules up on what we want to allow in or grow out. So just understand that your firewall is sitting at that edge, that perimeter, and is looking at the traffic going in and out. Now, whenever you come across the word stateful inspection firewalls, you want to understand that it's keeping a log of the connection that's going within the network. So just think of along with the access control list that is checking to see if you're allowed in or we need to deny you, is going to keep a record of whoever makes a connection. And a lot of times this is done at the layer 7 of the OSI model. Now, if you don't know what the OSI model, I suggest that we go ahead and just look that up on Google and figure out what I'm talking about when it comes to the different layers of communication when it comes to data traffic. But it's probably going to keep a record at the application layer, that's layer 7, and then create a second list that it can make sure that it understands when data comes in, who has that connection, and what may when that connection has become inactive. So I touched on a little bit about how firewalls are actually implemented, how they're actually put into different types of networks. So if we're talking about a home network, we're probably talking about it being actually integrated with your router. And then we will have to go into the router configurations and then maybe go into a setting that's just for firewall settings. But you also have firewall settings on your local device, and those will be more your host-based firewalls. So if you look on your PC or your Mac, you probably could find the configurations for your firewall in there. Just think about it like this, where you have traffic coming into your network, that's fine, but sometimes it's not perfect, right? It's not going to catch everything that we want to be blocked, and it may get to a second point of your actual laptop, but your laptop has a firewall installed on it in order to double check the traffic coming in, but it also, you can granularly make those settings a little bit more tougher, so to say, to where you're not allowing everything in. And so if we didn't catch it at the network side, maybe we can catch it at the local side. And so just think about those type of those settings. That's another way of implementing defense in depth. Whether you got past one appliance, but I'm able to catch you at the local level. Check, check, check. Mic check, 1 2. So network address translation, or for short, we're going to call it NAT. And NAT is when we have our addresses change when leaving the network and when they come into the network. So whenever we send a data packet out to a Google server, the internal address that we're going from, our internal address may be 192.168.1.15. But once it gets to our router and it says, hey, I need to go to google.com, then it changes it to a public IP. And that way, people are not able to come to your firewall and know exactly what IP address that you're at behind that firewall. So network address translation changes that IP to a public IP address, and then it sends it out over the wire to wherever Google servers may be at that time. And then on the way back, the router should be smart enough to take that public IP address and say, oh, okay, let's change it back to the internal IP addresses and send it to its proper owner that's here in the internal network. So going back to firewalls, firewalls don't necessarily have to be physical appliances that you buy from a company and they ship it in through a box and you unpackage it and then mount it in a server rack. You can actually have these things if you're utilizing a cloud service. You can have a virtual firewall that's actually housed by the cloud provider, and you will utilize that application to actually filter out packets that's coming into your cloud network, or sit it at the end of your network, and now you have it filtering out those packets. So just to know that it's not always something that's out of the box physical that you can touch, and then you fix the configurations that way. We can have places to where we can use and utilize these virtual firewalls to actually provide more security to things that we have out there in the cloud. So network-based intrusion detection system. So IDSs at the network level they will sense an attack, and they will track that attack. That's the difference between a prevention system and a detection system. Detection is there to utilize the detection part of it. It's going to look at the traffic, maybe record the traffic, maybe alert you on what's actually going on, but it won't take any actions to actually prevent. And so we can have this at the network level. So hence the word network base. That's going to sit out there with our routers, our firewalls, and our switches, and it's going to overlook the network as a whole. But we still can have it at our local level, our host base level, and track that traffic as well. So just like how we had something tracking and detecting the motions, the characteristics of the attack, in a IDS, a IPS will actually prevent. It will take action and actually shut down maybe the traffic flow. It may um, put the workstation into a quarantine state and prevent an attack from going any further. So again, breaking down what we see here on the slide, a network base, meaning it sits on our network and it oversees everything that's coming into our network and leaving out. And then the intrusion prevention system prevents attacks from going any further. Now they also can still detect and still monitor and give us alerts as well as the IDSs, but it takes that extra step by actually preventing the attack. So whenever we're talking about systems that have a signature-based detection feature, is more likely going to pull down some type of definitions and is going to look at those definitions and then compare the malware to them. And then if they match up, then they're probably going to say, hey, that's an attack, or this is a virus of some sort. Normally you see signature bases, this feature in antivirus malware protection software. So every day your antivirus application will receive definitions of the latest virus that's out. And what it does is it keeps a database of it, and then whenever it sees something that's new to your system, or it may, whenever you perform a scan, it's checking the signature based database against the files that you have on your computer. And then if they see a match, then they will quarantine whatever file that is, ask you if you want to, delete it, or it will go ahead and take that action and actually go through with deleting that file. So a lot of systems just won't be signature-based systems. Some of them actually go off the behavior-based detection or some type of anomaly-based detection. So to explain that, you have to know what normal is in your environment. So you can't be a company that's constantly changing what the normal is, or hey, we did do things this way, but now we're doing it this way. Because what these systems do is they sit on your network and actually see, record the actions that's going down, and then they determine a baseline, or you configure a baseline, and then anything that's outside of that baseline or that actual foundation that you set is considered a abnormal behavior, and is detected and then flagged as such, and maybe even prevented. So in order to have these systems in your network, you really need to have a good grasp on what is actually normal for us. And then these systems are great to have, because any deviations from that could be looked at as a abnormal condition. Now, other appliances that we need to be aware of is next gen firewalls, as well as content filters. And when we're talking about next gen firewalls, I want you guys to think about um, the way your application talks to the internet. And what I mean by that is, to give an example of Microsoft Word, you pull up Word and you get to type whatever document that you want to make, or you get to read whatever you want to someone sent to you. But Microsoft Word has so many functionalities that's going on behind the scenes, that it's making constant calls out to different servers at any given time to pull down different templates, different fonts, even just a overall update to the overall application. So when it's doing these calls, this behind the scene work, we would like to have a firewall looking at that type of traffic, to see what's coming in and what's going out. So that this is where the next gen firewall will come at, where it's more application savvy, and is able to look at that traffic and disseminate what needs to come in and what needs to stay out. So keep those things in mind when we're talking about next gen firewalls. We're talking about layer 7 application, being able to watch that traffic at the layer 7 level. Now, content filters is where we're going to watch uh, our web usage, and then what websites are we going to, what categories are we going to, and we're utilizing that work. This is a good way to put a hand over what our users are actually doing, and is it benefiting the business at the point in time. uh, are we using too much time on our social media platforms, rather than using business related materials and websites? So we can have these URL filters in, or a content filter or web filter appliance on our network, to actually watch the traffic, block any traffic that we don't want. And what I mean by traffic is blocking any type of website that we don't want our users to go to or even stumble upon, right? So, because a lot of times we could be on a legitimate site that has a bad link on it, and then that redirects traffic out to a bad site, right? So these content filters can go out there and they can watch for things like that, and then alert us if we have any heavy usage of streaming platforms, or if we don't allow Spotify to be ran on our network. We can see who's actually trying to get in contact with that server. So like I touched on, with network IDSs, we're now at the host-based IDS. And again, this is going to be on your local machine, probably your local desktop or laptop, and it's going to be some type of agent that's actually looking at the traffic that's going out. Because remember, we can't stop everything at the network level. There are going to be some things that get in, but our defense in depth minded platform, we can put things on our local devices to actually catch things that may have gotten past our network side of appliances. So remember, IDSs is detecting the traffic and giving you an alert, whereas IPSs are actually preventing. So just like how we had with our virtual firewalls, we can also have something on our local machine watching that application traffic go in and out. And that's more likely going to be your web application firewalls, or short WAF for short. And it's doing exactly what we specified before when it came to the virtual firewalls. It's going to watch at that the traffic leaving out of your applications and going out there and talking back to the, whatever prospective servers they need to talk to. And so when I say that, I want you guys to think about applications such as Adobe Acrobat Reader, or any Microsoft product, that whole suite. We talk about Photoshop, anything where it's not just that application sitting on your machine. It's going to go out and update the features on it, the comfort features, or it's going to give you a new font every 6 months or what have you. And these things, when it goes out and it grabs those updates, remember that's data going out and then coming back. Now, say if I intercepted that and I throw something else in there, and me being a hacker, I could throw something else in there, and now I got past your network firewall and your anti-malware systems by saying, hey, I'm legitimate traffic going into this application. But if I have my WAF set up, or if I have my virtual firewall set up to look at that type of traffic, then we could probably cut it off and prevent those things from happening. So with all these appliances, monitoring different types of network traffic, as well as things that are being downloaded, is a must. We want to see what type of traffic is coming in, not necessarily blocking everything, but we want to make sure that we look at what's coming through, what could be an issue later on. And monitoring those things are very vital to the network's health. And so having the proper logs set up and being able to have someone look over those logs, because logs are only good enough if we're actually looking at the logs to see what's going on our network, right? So having these services is a must, and it helps us prevent attacks from happening. So this is where our SIM will come into play, right? Our SIM stands for Security Information and Event Management. And this appliance is going to sit out there on a network level, right? Sit out there with the routers and the proxies and the firewalls, the physical firewalls, and it's going to look at all that traffic and record the events that's happening. So this is going to fall under that category of a intrusion detection system, and it's going to look at that traffic and record things, and then when it sees something that's out of the way, or sees something of the abnormal activity, then it will alert anyone who's on that email list or who it needs to alert. Right now, you can have some systems excuse me, you can have some systems actually take precedence over that and actually prevent attacks from happening, but more than likely your SIM is going to be there for reference and logging information. So once you have that log information down, and we're collecting all those logs on what's going down, and then we actually have the right time for each log, we need someone to actually build reports and be able to analyze that type of information. So we want to make sure that we look at this information and we understand it. That way we can build a baseline of what's normal for us, right? What's normal for the business. How can we, anything that's out of the ordinary, now we can determine what's out of the ordinary because we've looked at our logs so much to where we have a baseline of where we should be operating at. So the key points to review when it comes to lesson 10, we went over different types of firewalls, proxies, IDSs and IPSs. Remember the difference between those. But we also talked about the importance of a SIM, having those log information, and making sure that we can have the integrity of our logs by having the right time on them. So go over these things, understand what each appliance does when it comes to a network appliance versus a host-based appliance as well. So in our last lesson, we went over the type of appliances that we're going to put into our network, but now we're going to look at some of the protocols that we're going to put in place in our network. So whenever we put in a router, we want to have it perform certain functions, or in a firewall, we want it to perform a certain way. And that's what we're going to start talking about here in lesson 11, uh, having implementing secure network protocols. So let's start off by doing some network address allocation. So whenever we are building a new PC, or we just got a new PC from Best Buy, right? And we plug it into our network, and or we connect it to the Wi-Fi, it's going to pick up a IP address automatically. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to probably change every 2 weeks, right? And this process is called DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is where your router is configured to give out a new address, a new IP address to devices. So whether it be a laptop, your tablet, your smartphone, or let's say uh, a random doorbell, a smart doorbell that you install to your house, is going to get a different IP address. Unless we make those things static, it will change from week to week, or you can even make it even more change from a day-to-day standpoint, or whenever it disconnects from the network, right? And so we want to keep things like this in place, because when you're talking about a person that's not supposed to be on your network, who's looking to take advantage of a IP address that they may have did some research to find on our network, if it's set to change every time that they disconnect from the network and then it comes back on as a different IP, then we constantly keep and a hacker guessing on what IP address could be the CEO's laptop. So keeping that constant changing in the IP address is a very good thing. So staying with the router, we want to, in bigger entities or enterprises, routers could just be used for routing, right? Just kind of having a routing table, giving out IP addresses, and then making sure data leaves back and forth. But in bigger enterprises, you'll have an appliance that's strictly for DNS, domain naming system. So whenever someone needs to go to an IP address that's out there on the internet, in the public of the internet, computers, they converse back and forth with each other via the IP address, a public IP address of a server name. So if I wanted to go to ESPN.com, my PC and the server at ESPN doesn't communicate like that. It doesn't look and say, hey, I'm looking for ESPN.com. Can you please point me in that direction? It will say, I'm looking for IP address, and then it's going to look for. Now, to bring that into DNS, DNS is there to convert the English version or a readable version into a IP address. Okay, so whenever I want to go to the IP address of ESPN.com, DNS is there to have the other person on the other end see that I'm looking for ESPN.com. So the reason why we want to make sure that we have this in place is because a lot of times having someone poison the DNS list could redirect traffic to servers or websites that we don't want to go to. So just to kind of follow up on that previous slide, DNS poisoning is just that man in the middle, changing that chart table, making sure that they want you to go where they want the compromised website to be. So if I'm wanting to go to 8.8.8.8, which we all know is Google's servers, but if I can get in there and manipulate the DNS charts and say, hey, well, whenever someone goes to 8.8.8.8, send them to my IP address that's here at you'vebeenhacked.com. So just making sure that DNS poisoning is something that we stay aware of, and that we don't want our users to be redirected at any given time. So, like I said before, being in a bigger environment, you may have a server that's dedicated to just doing DNS queries and looking up different types of websites and comparing them to the IP addresses. And so we want to make sure that that server is well secured. So we want to make sure that our access control list on that server is locked down, and it coincides with the things that we're having in our environment. We also want to make sure it's patched. Just having the regular maintenance on our servers and our workstations, it prevents them from being attacked on vulnerabilities that we know about. There's no reason why we shouldn't patch our machines. It's just merely how we tested it out and can we put it in production. So making sure we have secure directory services is very important when it comes to who can do what on different servers. So just to kind of drill down into it a little bit more, when it comes to access control policies, we want to make sure that people can either have read-only permissions. Maybe they just need to see it for auditing purposes when it comes to changes or files on that server. And we want to make sure that the appropriate people have read-write permissions. So everyone doesn't need to have the permissions to make changes. And that's what write means, right? In order for me to read it, then that's one thing. But in order for me to look at it and then change it, to write to it, to be able to change it to my liking, then who is authorized to do that, and then how long should they have that authority? And so we want to make sure that we have a grasp on that, and that we are very aware about who has those permissions, because if one of those accounts get compromised, then maybe your DNS server stands a chance of being compromised as well. Now, time synchronization is something that we want to configure in the beginning. And once we're setting up our servers or our appliances in the beginning, our configurations need to be all aligned when it comes to time synchronization. Now, a lot of times what you'll find out is that a lot of these appliances won't even talk to each other if they don't have some type of baseline when it comes to time. But not only will you have issues with them communicating, you might have, well, you definitely will have a problem when it comes to logging the information. And the reason why that's important is because if you do have an incident and we need to rely on the logs, then we can't rely on the logs if the logs don't have the right correct time. So how can we say the integrity of these logs are upheld if the time is wrong? And so we can't really put any type of weight behind it, any type of belief behind the logs. And so we want to make sure that we all are on one type of accord when it comes to our time. So when it comes to actually surfing on the web or actually doing some type of transactions in web content, and when I say web, I mean you're opening a browser and you're actually going to another site. We need to make sure that we communicate as much as possible in an HTTPS type of environment. So HTTP is unsecure and is wide open. So if I'm a man in the middle, if I'm sniffing the network, if I'm using my analysis tools such as a Wireshark, then I can see that traffic going back and forth, and I can see what you're communicating, right? So that's in plain text. But if I use some type of HTTPS secure layer around my traffic, then it makes it a secure connection between my device and the device I'm communicating with. So when I say that, I mean my laptop and the USAA banking site that I'm talking to, I have a secure connection. Then I don't have to really worry about that man in the middle looking at my traffic going back and forth. So I want to make sure that I'm not just on any site that doesn't have that kind of, when you look at the URL and it doesn't have the little green lock or a gray lock showing that it is it is using that type of protocol, HTTPS, then I want to make sure if I'm on that website and if it doesn't have that, I want to be aware of the type of information that I'm passing back and forth, that it could be looked at by prying eyes out there. So we talked about HTTPS being a secure way that we can communicate from a device to a server, but the way they actually perform that function is through two different protocols. Either HTTPS is going to use SSL or TLS, and SSL is Secure Sockets Layer, and TLS is Transport Layer Security. Now, SSL is a more popular version, but it has been known to be vulnerable at this state. So you will see some companies do not actually use SSL certificates anymore to make their traffic secure. They'll use TLS. Now TLS is a more, like I said, it's the successor of SSL, so it's more secure. But a lot of people haven't really got up on it yet. So you may see a lot of certificates, or if you're going into web proxying and you're seeing traffic go across the traffic, going across the network, you may see a lot of certificates using SSL certificates. Just know that you want to have a later version more than a earlier version, and that if it's all possible, try to move over to TLS if possible. But just to know that what you need to know for the exam is that the ports that these two actually communicate on, you want to know that the SSL and the TLS help HTTPS actually communicate in a secure fashion, and that TLS is the successor to SSL. So now let's talk about API considerations. So whenever we are introducing new applications into our network, sometimes we want to have extra functionality to those applications, and we use that extra functionality through API connections. So API connections are a way that you can program one application to talk to a whole nother application that may not have any intentions of talking to that application. To give you an example is that if you have a application that's blocking viruses on a daily basis, and then you bring in a reporting tool, maybe you can use the API functions of the virus blocking tool to actually report to the reporting tool. And now we can take the reporting tool and then spit out any kind of information that we want to give to our upper management. But naturally, when it comes from the two different vendors, these applications, they don't naturally talk to each other. But we will use the API functions in order to communicate. Now, here's the problem with that is that when we hire third parties to actually come in and configure these API settings for us, they could put in backdoors, maintenance hooks, anything that can be remote into from a later date or after hours or what have you. And we necessarily as security professionals may not understand how they could be coming in from the back door. So we want to make sure that we take those things into consideration, that yes, we could have extra functionality when tying all our applications together, but we also may open up a door, no pun intended, to other unwanted individuals. So email services. So when we're using the internet, we use a protocol to actually send email back and forth, and we do this to keep that security factor in case of anyone sniffing the network and can intercept that traffic. So the protocols that we normally use will be port 25, and that'll be under Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or SMTP, and we use these to, like I said, route mail from one mail server to the next. But you also may see protocols such as IMAP and POP3 used. I normally see them in the cell phone mobile industry. But normally when you're taking a test and you're learning about email services, we're probably talking about SMTP, port 25. Now, another way we use the internet to communicate with each other is by voice and by video. And especially now, with so many things being remote, we're using video chats and voice over IP more than ever. So when it comes to VoIP, I want you guys to think about replacing your own landlines, where the telephone company comes in and they patch in a hard wire to the telephone post, and it goes out to their operation center, and they're connecting calls that way. But what we do now is we replace that whole system by just having a call table in our routers. And now we connect via ports to our destination devices. So if someone can use a microphone and use their speakers, then that's a handset and the microphone that's normally on a phone. And now they're able to talk over the internet. And what you want to understand about that is that it uses UDP when it comes to transferring that traffic back and forth. And what I mean by UDP is that it's unreliable when it comes to sending every packet back and forth. And to dive in that a little bit deeper, it's whenever a packet is traveling across the network and it doesn't, when you're using TCP, it will acknowledge that it has every pack. And if it doesn't have every pack, or if it drops a packet, then it will not complete until it has that packet. Where UDP, on the other hand, is more for efficiency versus reliability. So now I'm going to make sure that you get packets in a efficient way, but it may not be the most reliable way. So I may drop some every now and again. And you see examples of this whenever we're doing Skype calls or Zoom calls and I freeze. And you still hear my voice talking, but I'm frozen in time. And then you'll see a lot of packets and I'm moving real fast because a lot of packets just now caught up to the application, right? And now instead of actually stopping to make sure all those packets get in, UDP is a protocol used to not care about that. So we're just trying to make sure that we match up the voice and the video at the same time. And so we may have to drop some packets. You may get that stuttery pixel look, but it's to, carry on a conversation in somewhat real time. So let's go over some remote access settings, some ways we can use VPN to connect securely from our devices back to our secured network that's behind our firewall. So in this case, what you're seeing here on the slide is that client is pretty much at a remote site, could be their home, coffee shop, or where have you, and they're probably checking into a VPN client that's sitting on their desktop or whatever devices that they have. And what that device does is it checks into the concentrator that's back at the office or a building that they want to connect back to that network, and then it creates a secure tunnel from one device, which would be the client's PC, back to the network's um, local network. And so now that traffic that they're able to manipulate or change or create on their desktop can now be securely transferred from the coffee shop all the way back to the office, and not worry about anyone sniffing the network, taking that information, and then being able to read it, because we have created that secure tunnel using a VPN agent. Now, in the second scenario here, we have a branch office that's out, let's say in a different county or a different state. And in some cases I've seen, and they have their own network that's separate from um, the headquarters network, right? So what we want to do is we still want to maybe connect everyone in both offices, that branch and the headquarters office, and still have them, use the same files, use the same drives and printers, let's say. So in that case, we still want to give them their own firewall, router, and gateway, but we also want to make sure that they have a VPN connection back to the head office. That way, whenever they are, let's say, connecting back to the SAN drive on the headquarters office that's located there, then it's a secure connection from that branch office that's in maybe in a different state all the way back to the headquarters office. And now they can pull that traffic or that file from headquarters out to the branch and not worry about uh, exposing it in any type of factor. So whenever we're talking about VPN, I want you guys to think about IPsec. IPsec is the protocol that we use in order to create that tunnel to make sure that we are sending packets from one destination to the next using that tunnel action, right? Making sure that nothing is being seen by prying eyes or someone sniffing the network. So we use this protocol IPsec in order to create that tunnel and keep things confidential. Now we have several types of VPN configurations that we can actually do, but from what my experience has seen, and I think that you guys are probably seeing on a regular basis too, is that you're probably going to see a VPN agent somewhere on your PC, and you're going to have to log into that to actually talk back to a VPN concentrator somewhere. So your agent is 9 times out of 10 going to be talking to a main controller type of a system in order to create that tunnel. And this is probably the most common part, and I think it's the most cost efficient one. So this is probably what you're going to see. I think the most famous one that I've seen is Cisco AnyConnect, and it's just you can create, you can use your username and password that you normally use in your business network, and then you can also have a multi-factor authentication piece to it, where you can possibly put in a code to actually keep that other have your authentication piece be that more robust. So that's what you're probably going to see in the field, is just a client sitting on a desktop and it's reaching back out to a VPN concentrator. Now, another way we can connect back to our network is using remote desktop applications. And remote desktop is using the protocols that we have on our routers in order to allow this type of connection to happen, but it may not be as secure as using a VPN action. So we want to be careful when we setting up remote desktop applications in our network. Make sure that we have it in a secure manner as much as possible. And I would suggest not using remote desktop unless you're in the network. You're actually on that network's, let's say, physical location. If you're home and let's say you have a laptop that's from the network, and we can still use remote desktop to go back to a server that may be on the physical local network back at the business, I would say that's probably a little much, to where we're probably just need a VPN access, right? So just making sure that remote desktop is pretty much giving someone access to your machine, and they have just as much rights as you want them to have. They can have lockdown permissions, but 9 times out of 10 we're probably going to just give them regular admin permissions if they're using remote desktop. So be careful with this protocol. Understand what port we used in order to use remote desktop, and just know that if we're probably going to if we want to remote into a machine outside of our network, we probably want to be using a VPN type of access. So a good alternative to using remote desktop is using Secure Shell. This is where we can have a client connect to a server by using keys in order to create that security factor that remote desktop may not have come configured with. So using SSH to log into a server and create or change the configurations may be a good choice if you don't have a VPN access to actually go into, or remote desktop is not set up, or you just want to be more secure and suggest, hey, do we have a secure shell type of option to use? This is a great way to go. So the key points to review are different operation protocols that we use, different secure application protocols, and making sure that we have remote access that's secure. So I want you guys to read over VPN access, remote desktop access, making sure that we understand our protocols, understand the numbers associated with the protocols. Those are guaranteed to come up on your exam. But just make sure that we understand how do we communicate from an outside network to our a secure inside network. Lesson 12, implementing host security solutions. So we're going to talk about some firmware upgrades that we need to do, making sure our endpoints on our desktops, our laptops are secure. And we're also going to talk about embedded systems when it comes to security for them. So we're going to start off with the first thing that happens whenever you hit the power button on your laptop or whatever device that you're trying to boot up. It goes through a checklist to make sure that the hardware that is connecting to is all authentic. And we call this the root of trust. So with every manufacturer, whenever they put a motherboard together, you want to make sure that everything is what is there that's supposed to be there, and nothing is foreign to implementation. So in order to make sure that every hack is not done software wise, it may come down to someone putting some extra chip on your motherboard in order to route back traffic or information. So we want to make sure that the root of trust is checked and make sure that it is up to date when it comes to the firmware side of things, and making sure that it stays secure. So whenever we do boot up our systems, we can see if anything has changed. So what I want you guys to understand is that we do have different ways that we can boot into our systems. We can use a secure boot and a measure boot. And while these things are important, is rarely used in the real world. What I want you to really focus in on, and when it comes to your firmware or your secure boot, is getting to your firmware, making sure that it's up to date. Just in case when we're running regular operations and security, sometimes we may see how a manufacturer says, hey, we have put an update out for the firmware on these different devices, and we just might have those devices in our network. So we want to make sure that we can get to that boot up page and update those firmware as much as possible, because a lot of times the firmware page is so quick to where we really don't think about updating it or making sure that it's secure. We just go right to our OS. So I want you guys to really make sure that you keep an eye out for any type of vendor update. Keep an eye out for firmware updates, and making sure that you can get to your firmware page and then upload the latest update. Now, in some cases, you'll see where IT departments secure and encrypt the whole hard drive that's on a device. And while this is good, it also serves some problems when it comes to efficiency, when it comes to workload, or someone setting up the laptop really in a quick situation and then having to log in once for the encryption of the hard drive, and then log in twice to actually get into the PC, and maybe log in again to get to the VPN. So you can see how this can be cumbersome. But when we're talking about very sensitive information, encryption of the whole hard drive could be a thing that we want to do, just in case we're doing a lot of traveling. Let's say we're working for the government and we encrypt that hard drive because we're going to a lot of out of the country places, and let's say if we leave the laptop on a plane. Now if it's unencrypted, then someone can run a password cracker on the login screen, hopefully get in, and then look at all the information that we have there. But if it's encrypted from the hard drive standpoint, then they have to know that password first in order to get the keys, in order to unlock that encryption to get into it. So as we working in the security department or IT, we're going to deal with a lot of vendors. There's no way around it unless you just have everyone that really kind of does everything in your shop. But more than likely, you're going to probably have to go out and seek extra additional help via a vendor or a third party. And the thing that we want to remember when it comes to Security Plus is that what types of risks do they bring in into our environment? So do they practice the same security practices that we do? Because they may put in maintenance hooks and then come in at a odd hour at night in order to perform their tasks, or they may not use a VPN connection when it comes to remoting into your network. And so if we want their services, we need to make sure our interview processes are well thought out and we understand what type of risks are we taking on when we're bringing on this cloud company, let's say. And let's say the cloud company does not have a backup to their backups, right? And so let's say, you know, the worst happens and they get hit with a natural disaster. Now their data center's down, your information is lost, and they don't have a way of getting back up. Now that impacts your business because you're waiting on your cloud supporter to get back up. And so that's a risk that you have to factor in and you have to take account for, that if our data is unavailable because vendor A is not available, what do we do? How do we suffice for that? How big of a risk should we want to take on that? And those are the type of things that we want to consider when, we're bringing in different outside services into our network. I think a lot of the things that we see on a normal basis is out of life systems and the lack of support when it comes to those end of life systems. A lot of places that I've been, they either are holding on to old software that's no longer supported. Maybe the company's not in business anymore, or they've been doing things so long in this way that they're not looking to upgrade or see a better way of doing things. The first thing that comes to my mind is when you go to a car dealership and they have the old inkjet printers, and it's doing the carbon side of paper, and it's printing like that. And I always wonder, why wouldn't a company just go to a inkjet a regular printer that just prints out the regular paper? Now maybe it's the regulations that's holding them back. Maybe they don't have the money to upgrade into a higher standard, but it's when that old type of printer breaks, who's going to be able to support that? Who's going to be able to get you parts for that printer? Who's able to get you ink for that printer, for that matter, or paper? So it kind of leaves you in a bind when it comes to actually running your business. Do you have the materials to actually run your business? Now, when it comes to end of life, when it comes to software, PC wise, I see a lot of people who have Windows 7 XP, Windows 8 in their environment, and they're not they may not be in a position to buy the latest software, but they also may have employees who don't know how to work with the new software. So now the training comes into play, and you may lose production because we have to step back and train everyone again in order to work on this new system. So just be aware of that when working in the security field, that we want to push our latest and greatest out. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind that everyone is not ready to make the leap, the jump, and everybody's not trained to do so. So we need to make sure that our declining software is up to date as much as possible, but we also need to give them a deadline that, hey, we cannot go into a point where this is no longer supported. It's end of life. We must be gone by this date, and we must have people moved over. It's only this type of advice is only going to keep the business moving forward. So when you're doing that vetting out, that process of bringing on a third party into your network, you want to make sure that you understand some of the agreements that we have in order to keep them honest and put everybody on the same level when it's time for them to provide a service to you. So you want to make sure you have a memorandum of understanding, a MOU. If you're dealing with something secretive, or we have some type of trade secrets, or we have some information that we don't want disclosed to the public, we may want to have a NDA. And that NDA, you have them sign it, and then we can give them the information of what we do on a daily basis. So if we have our competitors all of a sudden know our ingredients to our secret cookies, then we can say, hey, it was probably these vendors who we've been interviewing in order to know this type of information. Now, you also want to know about the service level agreement. What type of services are they going to provide, and what time frame are they going to provide it? So if we use them for a call center actions, is it going to be 24 hours? How long would they respond to an emergency? Things like that. We can all be on the same level of understanding when it comes to what they're actually bringing to the table. So creating a host hardening process is usually comes with taking off applications that we don't necessarily use, only giving permissions where necessary, and making sure that we we reduce the attack area for the attacker as much as possible. And what I mean by that is that we are just not giving our users the desktop or laptop straight out of the box and everything is enabled and they can do whatever they want. That's a good way of having a large landscape of things that a hacker could go in and take advantage of, such as Bluetooth, or certain ports may be open. We may have applications that we never use on our laptop that may become vulnerable because of end of life just happened for that company that's not in style anymore, and we haven't changed that application because for whatever reason, and so we haven't did a rollout to actually roll back that application and take it off people's machines, and so it's just sitting there, just not bothering anyone. But if someone was to get into the network, get onto that host and see that application, then they can say, oh, you know what, that host has been vulnerable for such and such. Let's take advantage of that and see what we can get. That's what we can eliminate by having a hardening process. We have a checklist of things that we want to go through and make sure that we manipulate on our devices to make sure that we close down things that we don't need, making sure that it becomes a harder attack vector for the hacker. Now, to kind of go into different types of software and different configuration factors that we want to go into that hardening process, is having a baseline of configurations, and also when it comes to the registry too. We can use software that keeps a baseline of applications on our network. These softwares, they look at everyone that's on the network and they see if you added a application or some type of let's say code or a different type of agent onto your machine, that it could roll back unto a known good state and say, hey, it uninstalled that application that you installed yesterday because that's not our baseline. And in order to keep things on a level playing field and to make sure that no one is bringing in new attack vectors, I'm going to roll back to our baseline configuration, and you're going to start doing your work today because I've given you everything that you need to do your job. Another important part about host management is making sure that we have patch management. So think about every device that we have on the network needs to be patched and updated with the latest firmware, as well as OS patches and application patches, pretty much monthly, on a monthly basis. And so making sure all these things are up to date and that we're not introducing any type of vulnerabilities because of the lack of patching is very important. Now, when you think of patching, I want you to think these are known vulnerabilities that are looking to be fixed through patches. When Microsoft gives you the warning and says, hey, it's time to patch your machine or update your machine, it's saying to you, hey, we noticed that there's something uh, bad with your machine to where a hacker could take advantage of and get information from you. Please apply this update and that will solve that issue. That happens on a monthly basis. Now, to your knowledge, we will always have patches. There will be no end to that. OSs is millions and millions of codes, lines of code, and so there's a good chance that someone's going to catch something every month if we have enough eyes to look at it. And so that's why we have different types of vulnerabilities coming out. That's why we have different patches coming out. But it's our jobs as security professionals to make sure that we patch those devices as quick as possible. Now, you heard me talk about some agents that we could put on our desktop or our laptop, and those agents talk back to some type of console in order to bring a service. In this case of hardening or keeping our endpoints protected, we want to make sure that we have antivirus malware protection on our PCs. And 9 times out of 10 that they're going to probably do a IDS and a IPS function. So remember, IDS is intrusion detection, and IPS is intrusion prevention system. And so these the antivirus will be able to detect, and it's also be able to prevent by blocking the virus. Right now, we also want to have something kind of like a DLP agent where it will see if any sensitive information is leaving our laptop, and we want to make sure that it can be put in place too to detect it as well as prevent it from actually happening. So having these endpoint agents on our PCs is probably something that we want to put into our baseline configurations and making sure that they are up to date as well. So all these things we want to take into consideration when it comes to having patches and making sure that we are protected overall when doing our daily tasks. Now, as antivirus has evolved over the years, it still is lackluster in some type of way of actually containing a spread or a outbreak of a virus. So we have these things called EDR protections, and this is where we have more functionality when it comes to an attack, and we can actually isolate. Devices on our network from being contacted from any other devices. So whenever our SOC, our security operations center, they contact us and say, hey, PC 123 is actually showing signs of this, that, and the third, we can use our EDR system to isolate it, basically kind of put it in its own silo within the network. Therefore, it cannot reach out to other PCs and affect them. But we can have a secure connection only to that PC in order to see what's going on with it and see if we can eradicate the problem before it gets out of control. So when we're talking about antivirus, more likely we're going to talk about a signature-based software that's going to download code that's similar to the malware that came onto the computer or would be coming onto the computer. They take this database that they download, these signatures, and they compare it to whatever files that you download or you add to your system. And then if they match, then they will flag it as a virus and quarantine it or delete it altogether. So this is what we mean by signature-based antivirus. Now, heuristic is getting a baseline to what's normal, and then anything that's abnormal, we will flag it as being malicious. We need to also be aware of embedded systems. These are things that could be low powered Internet of Things, things that we could just plug into our PC and maybe get some extra functionality out of them. I like to think of a smartwatch or kind of like a, not necessarily an Apple Watch because that has a lot of functionality, but let's say like a Garmin watch or a Fitbit. These kind of embedded systems, they can get attached to our network and then maybe transfer some things back and forth. So we need to be mindful of those and see if we need to actually put on more security by locking down our USB ports and not allowing them to connect to our end devices. Now, in the cities, you have these industrial control centers or systems, and these are things that's in place that's controlling some type of, let's say, water system that the city uses to give everyone a clean system of water. Now, these systems that control these mechanic operations, they are not your typical, Windows 11 or latest iOS product. It is a old operating system that can't take any type of update. There hasn't been any code to update them. When you think about it, in order to update them, we need to cut off the system that is supplying everyone in the city or town or what have you, and then upgrade that system. So it's kind of a catch 22 where we can't really do anything with them. So what we do is we will focus more on a physical side of security to make sure everyone doesn't have access to the system, making sure that it's in a secluded area and that is well off secured physically wise in order for someone not to be able to get control of these systems and do any kind of harm. So like I mentioned with the water system, these systems also goes into, energy power plants, industrial, different types of facilities and logistic facilities. And can you imagine if someone were to get their hands on a system that could pollute the water that you and I drink? And there's nothing that we can see from it because we don't have those systems connected to the internet. So it's not going to give us a warning like that. We have to kind of just wait for the disaster to happen and actually react to it. But, in this case, we want to make sure that we take the precautions to, stop that before it actually happens. That's why we want to focus so much more on who has access to these systems and making sure that we vet them out. So I kind of touched on the Internet of Things earlier with the embedded systems, but just to kind of dive deeper into that, Internet of Things could be anything that connects to the internet and then desires some type of communication. And that could be, when you go to Lowe's and you see that new smart refrigerator that can connect to the internet and give you the morning page of the New York Times, and it can tell you what's in the refrigerator from whatever spot that you're at, because it can communicate to the router and the router can communicate to your cell phone while you're out in traffic. Well, it's so many things that's actually taking that type of characteristic where it needs to talk to the internet. As soon as you open it out of the box, it's looking for a Wi-Fi signal. And we have to be, as security professionals, we have to be aware of this coming into our network. We can bring things in from home and connect to our work internet. And now, from without your knowledge, you're letting another vector for a hacker to possibly get into, where we have everyone's wearing Apple Watches now, or we have some type of iPad that we're bringing into work, and these things need internet connection. I know the password for the enterprise network. I'm gonna just put it in and go ahead and connect my device so I can stay up to date. But like I said, these things bring in vulnerabilities also, because if we really think about it, who's actually have a up to date iPad or Apple Watch or even headphones for that matter? And are we teaching our users to update these things before they actually bring them in and connect to our network? So other endpoints that we may have is different types of products that we actually need to do business. And I talked a little bit about how car dealerships had old printers that needed to you know, print on old carbon paper. And those printers, 9 times out of 10, are sitting on the network. We also have VoIP phones that are voice over IP, using those as telephone devices. So we have different um, devices that we have not only with our iPads and our device laptops. We also have different types of keypads that we may use in order to give extra functionality to our actual business. But the thing with that is that we want to take those things into consideration when it comes to security. Yes, your laptop is secure, but what about the keypad that we use for our customers to actually key in their social security number or key in their PIN number to their bank card? Have we updated the software on the keypad? Have we updated the software on our phones? And making sure that no one can see the traffic coming in and out of that. In today's world, we're doing more things with cameras, and those cameras are able to upload the video directly to the internet or to your favorite social media site as soon as you hit stop. So those things, again, they connect to the internet, and then they're able to send traffic out as soon as possible. And we also have this thing where drones are giving they're shooting footage, and then they're able to send it to whatever cloud provider that they may be connected to. And all these things are great for functionality. They're great for the studio, and they bring that extra um, efficiency to work. But when it comes to a security side of it, and it comes to someone looking into hacking your network, these are open vulnerabilities flying around in the sky. And then, if we forget to patch those things, or we forget to change the default passwords on those devices, then we stand a chance of being compromised just by having extra functionality in our workforce. One field that we don't want to overlook is the medical field when it comes to different types of devices and what they can do, from everything from thermometers to heart pacemakers, I'm sorry, or ear aids. These are different devices that could be have embedded systems in them, or they can be so smart to where they want to talk on the internet. And so we need to make sure that, especially in the medical field, that we take accountability of these things, because we don't want different devices going into surgery and having a chance of, soon as it hasn't been turned on in so many months because it's not necessarily used on a daily basis. But since we have this surgery today, we're going to use this type of device. And now once it turns on and someone's they're getting ready to have surgery, and now it goes into a reboot because it's updating automatically. We need to make sure that we have those things already ready to go. We take an accountability of these devices, and that we have them ready to go to avoid situations like that. So like I've been saying before through this whole class, is that we want to make sure that we take accountability of them and know that they need to be patched at some point in time, or to make sure that we are up to date, and maybe they don't need to be patched for the next 4 years. But it's the fact that we're at a point now to where we know what firmware that needs to be updated, or if it's good to go for the next however time. And we probably need to check these things on a quarterly basis, every 3 months, and make sure that nobody's came out with a new update. And if you're talking about a OS, a normal operating system, we want to make sure we patch those things on a monthly basis. Or if not, if it's severe enough, we probably want to patch those things as soon as we learn about the patch. Okay, so just making sure that we take an accountability of those embedded systems, because again, those are gateways that we may not be aware of coming into our network. So the key points are to review. In this lesson, we went over firmware and we went over patches. That's mainly what we went over and over in each slide. But it was also, we also touched on endpoint security when it came to our devices. What things do we bring into the network? How can these things communicate with our routers and our other devices that we have on the network? How do we provide security for those things? And for most cases, having a patch for them is probably our best choice to have them patched and up to date. Could be our best choice when it comes to providing security for our endpoints. So lesson 13, start talking about secure mobile solutions. How do we put mobile devices in our network? How do we make sure they're secure as possible? And how do we manage those products? When it comes to the Security Plus, you want to know this about mobile devices is the deployment models. And the most popular one to be familiar with will be bring your own device. And that's when your employer is going to allow you to bring in whatever mobile phone and mobile phone carrier who you're with. And you're able to take that device and then connect to the internal network. And so we already went over how important the internal network is, but now for me to let you bring in a outside device and put it onto our network, I'm opening myself up to any kind of vulnerabilities that you may have on your device. So you have some places that go about this model because it cuts costs, right? But some others may issue you a phone. They may tell you to choose your own phone. So they may have different carriers and they tell you to pick between an Android or iPhone or what have you. So different types of deployment models, but the one that we really want to focus in on is bring your own device. That's the one that poses the biggest risk, in my opinion. Being able to let you just bring in whatever phone that you have, and now you can open up business documents on your phone. Now, whenever we're introducing mobile devices, we want to have some type of management system that can control the type of applications that we have on there, what type of patches that we want to push out. We want to have some type of system to say, hey, we want either a code that you put in, so like a PIN number, or do we want you to put in a pattern, or do we want you to use biometrics? We want you to use facial recognition to unlock the phone, what have you. So we want to make sure that we have these systems in place that we can manage our phones from a remote spot. Also, if you're going on let's say a trip and you have your business phone with you, this management system can have the ability to remote wipe any type of phone, or the phone that we're actually issued out. We can remote wipe just in case one of our clients, our users, loses that phone for whatever reason. We can send a signal to it, so instead of someone hacking into it, we can remote wipe that phone out. So this brings us to the different types of phones that we have to really choose from, and it's going to be between Android and iOS. Here we see how Microsoft Azure is actually controlling the Apple OS environment within our network. So a lot of times you'll see a Windows shop, and when I mean Windows shop, meaning a business that's fully Windows, or they're heavily Windows with some MacBooks maybe sprinkled throughout, but they're heavily Windows, and yet the mobiles, the side of it is heavily Apple. So it's kind of funny to me how the mobile side of the industry is strictly Apple, but yet when it comes to desktops and PCs and servers, we're probably more heavy on the Windows side. But anyway, Microsoft Azure is actually controlling or managing the Apple phones that we have on this network. And this is a good way of saying what type of applications do you want on your phones, your customers' phones, what type of patches do we want to make sure that they see and that they actually get notice about, so they can actually apply those things. So having that controllability from a IT standpoint is something that we can do to control that security standpoint when it comes to the mobile devices. Now, what I forgot to mention is that, for the most part, Apple, the iOS system is very good with having people going getting applications from the App Store. Um, where on the other hand, in the Android community, is not necessarily as, I want to say, as secure to get a good a good application from the Google Store, so to say, for your Android device. And the reason why I say that is that Android gives you a lot of playroom when it comes to the developers side of things. So if you ever notice how iOS is very structured, is pretty much cookie cutter based for every phone that you see. So if you know how to work a iPhone 4, you will have no problem with the 12 or 13. It's pretty much the same thing. Maybe some features that we may not know of, but it doesn't take much to figure them out and then actually, use them in your day-to-day activities. Whereas in the Android gives so much leeway and play for the developers to customize their applications as well as the OS, is that you can easily get something that may have a lot of vulnerabilities in it from the App Store. And that's a downfall. To me, that's a downfall for Android, but I love the customization of it. But that's me being my own opinion. But in the enterprise, we want to make sure that we understand from a security standpoint that this customization to our applications and to our phones may pose a threat, right? And so we want to make sure that we have some type of software that can also, not only if we have Apple devices in our environment, that they can talk to Apple as well as Android as well, and making sure that we can push out those patches and making sure that we keep that management console around those devices. So, like I said, to reiterate what this control panel or this control system is going to do, we can put passwords in and we can customize the password to, is we gonna are we gonna go 6 digits or 4 digits? Are we doing a pattern where we draw out a pattern with our finger? Are we doing passwords in a combination of PIN? So I think the latest one that I've seen is they want you to do numbers as well as letters for your login PIN. Now, biometrics is a good one to use, I believe, in my opinion, but it could be kind of scarce around individuals who don't want to use biometrics or don't want to have their face embedded, quote unquote, into the phone to have it memorized or to remember your face or fingerprint. So you may get some pushback on the biometrics, and you might have to rely on the PIN and the password in order for your users to use their devices. But it will behoove you to actually implement one of the other, if not two, in order to have a multi-factor when it comes to your mobile devices. So like I stated before, that kill switch, the remote wipe, having that feature is very good when it comes to having someone in your environment that travels a lot, uh, and they are keeping a business phone on them or a tablet, and they maybe, late night or late flight, and they leave their mobile device on a bus or on a plane. And so now, whenever they report back to you and say, "Hey, I lost my phone on the plane. What do we need to do?" You can go ahead and go into your mobile management system and send out a remote wipe signal to that phone. And once that phone checks in with the antenna, or I'm sorry, the satellite, it will receive the command and then process the remote wipe process for that phone. And now, whenever someone gets it, they may have the phone and they may have something that's wiped and clean already, but at least they're not giving up any kind of business information, right? Sometimes you might want to put a full disk drive encryption on your mobile devices. So I think in the other class I mentioned how we will want to encrypt the whole hard drive on your laptop, just to kind of ease our notion of any type of lost device. And then once it's lost, then let's say I lost it in a place where it cannot reach the satellite, and therefore it can't get the remote wiping signal in order to wipe. And so now it's just pretty much open. But if I have put a full encryption on it, then that person, whoever may seize it, they gotta know the key or the password in order to get past that first layer of the fence in order to see the contents of the mobile device. Now, in the conjunction of having a remote wipe session or feature, you can have location services on there as well. So tracking the phone, tracking the tablet is also a good way of keeping up with it, seeing exactly where it did someone leave it there, or if it's out of the reach of whoever was responsible for it. So geolocation and then geofencing and geotagging will fall into this category, and that's basically putting a tracking device on that mobile device, making sure that it once it talks to the satellites in space, right? It's talking to those satellites. It's getting a geographical location on it, and then reporting back to that management server that we are using to actually manage our mobile devices. So just keep in mind that you've seen this thing before. If you ever have used the Android and it says find my phone, more than likely it's sending out a Bluetooth signal to that phone to actually find it. That's kind of a low grade point of it, but a better example would be Find My iPhone for the Apple products, and that's going to have you log into a management type of a console, right? Your Apple ID, you use your Apple ID to log into your account, and then once you want to see where that iPhone is exactly what you see here on this slide, where it shows you a map and it shows you the geolocation of where your iPhone or iPad is at. So application management, it's important to understand what's the baseline of our phones. Do we want our users to put any type of application on their phone, or do we want to keep it to business only applications? And I think the first thing we want to do is just put that out in the policies first of what's accepted and then what we will not accept, because every application is not meant to be used on a business phone, in my opinion. So we want to set the baseline for it first, but then we want to use our management system to actually, if we want to roll back any type of add-on applications to it, or maybe restrict any type of download of unauthorized apps. So we want to make sure that we lay a baseline, and then we let our users know, hey, you can put bank applications on your phone, but we're going to refrain from using any kind of social media applications on our phones. And the reason why we want to do that is because, and especially for that actual scenario when it comes to not letting someone use social media applications on their phone, is because it comes down to content management, right? If we're able to look at different types of business emails on our phones and then mistakenly upload those things to a social media platform, then we are essentially leaking out information into the outside world, the public, right? That's what I'm trying to have you see when it comes to data loss, is that it's almost like an imaginary line around the business that I want you to think about. But the different ways that data can actually leave the business and go into the public side is many different ways. So it doesn't necessarily have to be through an email from the inside of the building to the outside. It could be a mishap. It could be someone taking a picture of the inside of your building and then posting it in LinkedIn. And now if I'm a hacker doing reconnaissance, I can just look at your profile and figure out, oh, okay, they have this type of doorway, they have this type of locks. I need to prepare myself in this type of manner, right? So that's what content management kind of goes into. Do we want to take that risk of having people leak out information uh, intentionally or unintentionally? Another risk that we take into consideration when it comes to mobile devices is rooting and jailbreaking. It used to be a hot little thing to do when to get a Fire Stick, an Amazon Fire Stick, and then jailbreak it in order to get so many channels on it, right? Same thing goes for mobile devices or any kind of customization to the iOS platform, is that we take it and then we jailbreak it, quote unquote. And then now it unlocks this kind of a special feature set. But jailbreaking causes a vulnerability, right? It opens another doorway to the sensitive information that may be on the phone. So how do we take accountability of that? How do we prevent that type of action that to be happen? Or can is it something that we just need to accept, and then we set our policies up to punish whenever if we ever find out that something does happen like that. So the next thing I want you guys to think about when it comes to mobile devices is, how do we actually connect, right? Are we using telephone connections? When I say telephone connections, I mean, are we using the actual phone carrier's connection in order to communicate on the network? And or are we using some type of Wi-Fi signal? So for those who don't know, those are two different networks that we could be connected to. So if we're just, let's say we're not using Wi-Fi for that point in time, and we're only using the AT&T bars, then that's a whole different network than versus if we're connected to the local Wi-Fi that we're in the building, right? Also, because not only could somebody be leaking or sniffing the network on the Wi-Fi side, you could see some type of leakage on the networking, the telephone company side as well. So we want to be mindful of that. We also want to be mindful of, if we're going to give our customers, our users, hotspots in order to connect. Maybe that might be a better secure way in order to transfer the data back and forth. It's not about transferring personal data. It's about the business data being on that phone or accessible on the phone. If that makes sense. Is not so much that I'm worried about who am I calling on my cell phone. It's the fact that I can open up a professional email and read sensitive documents on that phone or on that iPad. And now I'm connected to um, this game that I downloaded, but on the back end of that game, it allows remote users to go in and then look at the kernel or transfer or transverse through my phone to see what type of files I have open or saved downloaded on the phone. Right. So that's the thing that I want you guys to really get when it comes to the importance of why even worry about mobile devices. Okay, so to go and finish this slide up, we're talking about connecting either Wi-Fi or cellular services, but also, do you want to give hotspots? Do we want to make sure that we put in another mobile device to create a network in order to have more control of what our users connect to? Because a lot of times our users go and they're not really looking for a secure way of connecting. They just want to connect because they have a certain job that they need to do in a certain amount of time, and maybe connecting to the local Starbucks is the closest and fastest thing that they can do. So we want to make sure that we take all those things into consideration when we have users that's on the go. So another way we could connect is through Bluetooth. And while Bluetooth will not give you the Wi-Fi connection type of network, but it can send information from one device to the next, right? And so we seen a lot of this when in the earlier days where we had PDAs and we could connect from one PDA to the next and they can send traffic or let's say contacts back and forth. And you don't really see it nowadays that often because we kind of send it through um, the data plan or the actual network. But back in the day, you would just get close to the actual mobile device, and then it will actually jump over. We see a lot of that now with the NFC near field communication feature with tap to pay, or they you go up to the register, and then you put your phone to the register keypad, and it pays for whatever item that you want to pay for. But nevertheless, Bluetooth connections can be vulnerabilities as well, right? Being able to know that it's on, and it's listening for whatever communication signal out there that wants to talk to it. And then in certain cases where you don't need a pin to actually connect, that device can actually connect to it and then start communicating back and forth. We see a lot of that with headphones. Headphones, they will turn on the Bluetooth, and then it's waiting for any person to connect to it, and it will connect to it and then start communicating back and forth. Whereas in your laptop automatically probably has Bluetooth on, and it's waiting for someone to put in a pin in order to pair it. Same thing goes for your car. But we want to make sure that our customers, our clients, they are aware that Bluetooth can bring some risk, and for not if not needed, right? So we want to make sure that we want to stay away from things like bluejacking or blue snarfing, where people can send unsolicited information to your phone or tablets, or take things from it in the case of blue snarfing. To kind of piggyback off of Bluetooth and going into infrared and RFID, sorry, is kind of having these close interaction with people and being able to pull off their information just by having that radio frequency ID, pull that information off. So a lot of times you'll see, if you look on TV, you'll see a commercial where they're promoting a wallet that has a radio frequency ID blocker on it. It has some type of magnet on it, right, to stop that communication field from actually happening. And what would happen in the attack is that if someone will, they show on TV, they will show somebody sitting on the same bench as you in a park, and while they're not doing anything towards you, they're close enough now to where their phone or whatever device they have can pull the information from your wallet. So it's pulling the information off of your credit cards and debit cards. And then now they have that information. They can go in, you've just been basically robbed, right? So in order to stop that type of attacks, people will put in these magnets that breaks up that communication field. So we want to make sure that we are aware that it happens. I personally haven't seen it happen, but hey, it might have happened and no one told me. So just make sure that you understand that type of attacks does happen, and it's pretty much getting into a personal space with someone, and then now that communication field has become open, and you can actually transfer data that way. Now, I brought this up earlier in the slides with near field communications, that NFC. Uh, Now, it's not such a bad thing, right? In order to use this type of communication, it just can be used in the wrong way. But it's also becoming a more convenient way for people to pay for different items. So you see this communication becoming more prevalent in places like gas stations and gas pumps, where you could just point your phone or your card up to the device, and then it there's no swiping, there's no inserting the card and then pulling it out. It's simultaneously communicating back and forth the information that's needed in order to pay for the service. Another connection that we have when it comes to our mobile devices is just plain old USB connections. And sometimes we like to plug in our phones to our laptops just to kind of charge them up throughout the day, especially in a business setting. But it's also a way that we can transfer data from one device to the next, right? So if, let's say, if I'm plugging up my business phone to my personal laptop, and my personal laptop is affected, well, guess what? I just open up another gateway into our business without me really knowing it, right? So as you could tell, there's so many ways that our data could actually just be leaked out without people really kind of taking it into accountability, or really, they could be wanting to do the right thing. It's just convenient wise, it was convenient to plug into your laptop at that time, but um, if you didn't know that your laptop was vulnerable at that point in time, and maybe had someone, it was part of a botnet, and now is going into the business side of things with your company. Now we can pull that information, and it just creates a whole big mess, right? So how do we fight the USB connection, and data transfer without our permissions? Is 9 times out of 10 we're probably going to write some type of policy, group policy, to shut down our USB ports. And when I mean shut down, meaning we want to not have them communicate or mount the device onto the hard drive. We want them to maybe power the device, give it a charge, but it doesn't open up that gateway to actually communicate back and forth. So we want to make sure that is in a disabled, and but yet, in order to charge, make sure that's enabled. We also want to be aware of SMS type of notifications. So any kind of text that's coming in, or any kind of notification that's pushed to our phones, make sure your users are aware of what type of notification that may come from your business, and then what may be spam or some type of phishing type of campaign that comes in from a text form, right? So we want to use we can use SMS for helpful things, like adding another factor of authentication when it comes to logging in, saying, hey, we logged in when I use a name and password, but now the server sends us a notification on our phone, says, hey, we're going to give you a code on your computer screen. You may see something for you to type in a code. Type this code in. That way it's used in a good way, because if you don't have that phone, then I can't. 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say, hey, my user will have their phone on them. So in order to know that this is you using this username and password, I'm gonna send this to your phone, because you should have that too. And then now plug that in. Now you are authenticated. I trust that this is you, right? But at the same time, it could be something used in a bad situation, where I'm sending you a link in a text message, and I'm asking you, hey, would you take a look at this file that the finance department shipped over, and it's from a random number or a random person, and you don't know anything about it, but they use the terminology that you're working with. So you click on it, and now you open up that gateway to someone else to actually go in there and see what's going on. So overall, we want to make sure that we have our mobile devices patched as much as possible to ward us away from any type of vulnerabilities that may be on our mobile devices. Just like how we want to take care of our PCs and our laptops and servers, we want to take that same approach when it comes to the firmware on our actual phones. When Android and Apple say that, hey, we have updates ready, it's for security reasons, and for functionality as well. You may get a little bit more of a functionality standpoint, so Apple may give you some new emojis. But if you really read what's going on when it comes to the updates, they're saying, hey, this update is to provide more security to the phone, basically. So just make sure that your users are updating their phones, making sure that they are connecting to a Wi-Fi connection and pulling in all those over-the-air updates and updating those firmware. So the same thing goes for your mobile cars, right? Your actual Teslas and your new high-speed car. That's it takes an over-the-air update. You might want to connect it to your home Wi-Fi in order to receive such a big package like that, and then now apply it to the car firmware. So in this lesson, we went over several things that can help you out when it comes to your mobile devices and the management of them. We want to make sure that we give our functionality to our customers, our users, and making sure that they can do their job efficiently. But at the same time, have them understand that these are just small computers that they have in their hands, and that they can open up other gateways for people to come in and actually see uh, business data on those phones, those tablets. So making sure that we have the proper management system for them, and that they're up to date, putting in the proper policies to making sure that we have the applications that we want on our machines, and that our users know how to properly manage them under their care. So let's get into lesson 14. This is securing application concepts. We're going to talk about different types of web application attacks that we may encounter, and how do we put things in place to ease that pain if ever faced with that challenge. So when it comes to your applications, you want to make sure that you have proper coding whenever you're working in an environment where you have a department actually creating an application. You want them to actually use proper coding. And in order to do that is pretty much based on validation of the code. So whenever someone writes the code, you want someone else backing them up to read that code and validate that it is proper code, and that you take any kind of mistakes out of it. So we want to make sure of that, but we also want to make sure when give it permissions to let's say like a third party application where we don't know the source code to that application, we want to make sure that they don't have more permissions that's needed in order to run the application, because hackers, what one of their traits is looking to have more permissions than actually needed. And so if I have more permissions, then I can manipulate and have the application do what I want it to do because I have the permission to do so. Now, when we're talking about developing an application in-house, we're talking about building code. And like I said before, we want that input validation. We want to make sure that code is actually validated by someone else who did not write the code. This way we could prevent things like buffer overflow, where we have we want a set number of characters to only go in to our, let's say, field, our username field, right? To give the example that you see here on the screen is that you have a set number, but let's say the hacker says, hey, I'm going to put some extra characters in there to see if it sends a error code to the database and therefore spills out the information that I would like to see in a memory bank somewhere. So this is how you get kind of like a memory leak, where it leaks out information because the server doesn't know how to deal with the extra characters that's put in. It's so we need a buffer there to actually say, hey, this is the capacity, this is the limit of what you can actually put in. So if let's say for most usernames it's between 8 to 12 characters, and let's say I put in, but let's say there's no buffer and I put in a whole script of code into that username box. Well, it may send an error there because remember, servers are there to actually try to figure things out and understand what you're trying to do. It's listening for a command and then trying to give you the results. And so hopefully if I put all of that script into that username box, it may kick back some information that I wanted, such as give me all the usernames and account numbers that's in your database. Okay. And we want to look out for DLL injections as well. This is where it's kind of like when I was just explaining with the buffer overflow, that server is looking to give you some type of answer because you requested something from it. And that's the way we need to look at servers. Servers are there to actually serve you in some type of way. They're trying to give you some type of service. Well, a DLL is some extra functionality to that application that's trying to give you some extra function that makes your life easier when it comes to using the application. The first thing that comes to my mind is maybe like when you're using a calendar, it will give you the calendar for the next, I don't know, 25 years, right? So that extra functionality on, let's say, the application being Microsoft Outlook, well, that DLL driver that's sitting in the background of the application is built only to get that information from the server to say, hey, I want the next 25 years of calendar months, and we're going to store them until the user is ready to see them. But if I manipulate that DLL, whenever it calls out, I can have it call out to a rogue server and then have it deliver malicious software to your machine instead of those functions that it was built for. Have that same mindset when it comes to APIs too, application programming interface. That same mindset of someone taking advantage of the extra functionality that you want to have between two applications. So we're going to use the API for these two applications that normally wouldn't talk to each other. We're going to have them talk. Imagine if someone were to manipulate that line of communication. Now it can be redirected to their will, but we can eliminate this or reduce the risk of it by having some type of input validation. Again, this is having someone look at the code after it's written. That input validation part is going to show up again and again on the test. So just be aware of it. Now let's talk about replay attacks. Replay attacks is taking tokens or cookies that we have accumulated with our web browsing and then taking those cookies or session keys and then replaying it back to restart the session again. And then if I'm a hacker, then I'm going to manipulate whatever I want to after that. So if I go to a spot, let's say my banking account, and they give me a session key in order for me to do some transactions, but then I'm compromised in a way and the hacker sees my session key. Hopefully it had a time to live on it, which is a TTL, and that normally cuts the session off at a certain amount of time. But sometimes you could take those session keys and put them back into a browser and it still has your account open. For example, if you ever been browsing on the internet and you close out the window, but then you close out the window, let us say to Facebook, but then you still have the actual Chrome window browser open, and you still open another tab in your session for your Facebook account is still logged in and actively running. So those are kind of just ways of seeing how your session can actually live without it being timed out, automatically going to a log out state. So we want to make sure that if we're building our own applications, we put those things in. How long should we be idle before we actually kill that session key? Or should we be taking cookies from our users and keeping them for data purposes? So these are things that we want to keep in mind when building our applications. We also want to be aware of these session hijacking and the cross-site request forgery. And this is where we are encountered by a link from the attacker that redirects us in some type of way or fashion or form. The main thing that we want to remember here is to teach our clients not to trust everything that we see when receiving emails or links in chats or links that are sent to you via the text. Sometimes links are very hard to read, and then even if they're easy to read, sometimes just one character can throw you to um, a whole different type of server somewhere that you didn't want to go. And sometimes these servers can give a front a front web page that looks promising. It looks like it's no harm to it, but you don't know what they're taking from you on the back end. We also want to watch out for cross-site scripting, and that's where a malicious hacker takes a script and embeds it on a legit website, and maybe the website owner doesn't know that that malicious script is on there, but it's there as a gateway to their malicious site, right? Or to gain some kind of access from your PC. So we want to make sure that we are aware of that. As security professionals, I put here on the second bullet, you can see that csi.forcepoint.com, we can go there and actually plug in the website that we are weary of, or just to check to see if they are any type of malicious links on there, and then we can warn our clients or whoever, hey, we might want to avoid that website until the owner fixes those issues that's on their site. Now, SQL attacks, I should have had this SQL attack slide right behind the buffer overflow slide, but it is pretty much how I like to group those things together. Is the SQL attack is normally how I look at a buffer overflow. I'm going to plug something into the username that's a SQL injection, and thinking that since SQL is probably going to have some type of if I'm using a username and password, I'll probably have some database of all users that's using this platform that I got, and they probably have some passwords to them or an account associated with them. So if I could put in a query attack for that, then hopefully the server will give me back all the names that's here in the database. So that's what I like to do when I'm thinking about a SQL injection attack. Is more of giving a command to a SQL database and then telling them to give me all of the information that's within the server. Along with SQL injections, we also have XML and LDAP injections. And all of these injections are pretty much going around the same route, right? I'm interjecting something that wasn't supposed to be there in the beginning, and I want something from it. That's why a hacker is going to come at it at that standpoint. And again, it all goes back down to input validation, making sure that we avoid things like this, because we can avoid it in the beginning of building it. And if we've skipped that part, and then now we pushed our application out real fast, when that vulnerability shows itself, we need to then make a revision to it, and then that's how you get, application upgrade, that 2.0, because we needed to fix this issue, this XML issue that we had. And you don't want to take away that functionality or give so many revisions out so short of and so many short of a time, because it takes away from your customer's experience, right? So we just want to make sure when building an application, we want to make sure that we have the right people looking at the code and validating each other. Now, as a security professional, it's always good to give guidance when it comes to building an application in a corporate environment. So we want to take our people who are using code to build our applications. We want to make sure that they use the OAuth's website in order to see best practices on when writing code, or what's the top 10 vulnerabilities that we face when it comes to web applications. So this is a good way we can point them in the right direction, so we can build our applications right the first time, and hopefully just make small revisions and not necessarily really big ones on a regular basis. So how should you handle your cookies when browsing on the internet? You want to make sure that we have cookies for the convenience of it, but we also want to make sure that we are not using the persistent having our cookies be so persistent to where we never clean them out. Meaning, for example, for me, I use the cookies just so I can stay logged in to ESPN and I can play my fantasy sports, right? And I don't like to log into ESPN just to get to that profile to play my fantasy sports. So I keep the cookies there to keep that session going. But I have to keep in mind that I have cookies that's for other sites as well that's keeping me logged in to those accounts. And so I will say on a maybe 2 to 3 months, I clear out my cookies, I clear out the browsing history, and I make sure that I start back over, because you don't want to get into a point where if you are compromised and someone is snooping around on your PC, that they can look into your cookies and then find out where you've been, and then actually see if there's some sessions automatically authenticated in there. And so now you have, basically let them into an account that they really may have been looking for, but they're glad that it's always been open because you kept the cookies on your web browsing history. So I talked a lot about, in-house applications. If we're building it, then we're going to use input validation to actually look at the code, have someone else look at the code, maybe even have someone else look at the code. But let's say if we're using third-party applications. Let's say if we bought the application and now we're going to put it in-house. The main thing that we want to make sure in that situation is that we make sure that they don't have any vulnerabilities that's out there. And make sure if they do, that we have the patches ready to go for that application. We may need to put it in a test environment, see how it works, see if it still works with everything else that's in our environment, and then push it out to the mass. But we want to make sure that we understand that there's no vulnerabilities coming from outside into our environment now. So just make sure that you understand that when bringing in others applications, because uh, when you're bringing in a third-party application, more than likely you're not able to see that code that they're using to make it. They're going to give you a finished product, and whatever the application does, it does. And you're not able to go in and see the source code and actually change it to customize it to your ability. Not all of them do that, but majority of them that you would come in kind of with are going to have some type of block on it. So just make sure that they don't have any type of known vulnerabilities that we know that you know of, and then if they do, making sure that you have the patches ready to roll out. You can also use some type of coding practice where we're using obfuscation on, and this is kind of like a big word for it, but another word for it is just using camouflage. And a good example is what you see a lot of times when it comes to passwords. When you're typing in your passwords, you're getting these little stars or you get dots instead of actual letters of what you're seeing. But now, for convenience purposes, they have the little I that's at the end of the password block, and you can hit that and you can see what you typed in. Because I get it, once you start typing in 14 characters, it's kind of hard to remember if you hit the A or did you hit a P. So I get it, but you can have that obfuscation there to hide things in front of people and make things secure, um, without being so secretive. Now, when we're building our own applications, we want to make sure we test it and test it and test it before we actually send it out to what we call production. When we are putting it into play for others to use, our clients to use, maybe our coworkers to use. When we're building the application, we want to make sure that that application team is testing it, putting it against stress testing, and making sure that they may run some type of let's say they do a buffer flow over attack on it, and let's say they do a SQL injection attack on it. See how it actually reacts when it comes to putting those those attacks onto the application. How would it react? Will it give out information? Is it something that we need to actually change before we put it into production? Because once we put it into production, now, like I said, if we find out later that it does something that we don't like, we need to roll out another revision of it or update to it, right? So we want to make sure we do all these the fuzzing and these stress tests beforehand before we actually push it out to the public. Now, in a corporate environment, when we're rolling out a application, we want to make sure we have a process, some type of plan in order to deploy the application. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we have a process of removing whatever application is coming in to replace. If it's coming in to replace something, we want to have a process of removing applications that we're not using anymore. And we all know why, because if we're going to say, hey, we got the new latest and greatest of what we need, we don't need the old. And if we're just going to keep the old on the PC, now we're just leaving something to be a risk factor later on. It could be manipulated by someone else because we're not using it. So it's best for us to just take it off the PC and dispose of it that way. But we also, going back to deploying the new application, we need to understand that we need a rollback plan just in case something happens, or the rollout didn't go as planned, or someone turned off their PC that night and now they couldn't receive the application over the internet. So we need to have this a plan in place to actually push the application, take away the old application, and then have some type of review of what we can do when it comes to how do we do it better. Now, when it comes to the version control, we also want to make sure for the third parties, for third-party applications that we bring into the company, we want to make sure that we're probably one version behind the bleeding edge of what they're putting out. To give an example, is that if I'm Microsoft and I want Microsoft Office, and Microsoft Office is on version 16, I want, as a business, I want to be on version 14 at least, because or version 15. The reason why I want to be on version 15 at least is because I'm not willing to see if there's any issues with 16, and I know 15 has already had a limit, so to say, right, of vulnerabilities and things that they have made. So I'm going to stay with 15, make sure that it's patched up as much as possible, and then have 16 in a test bubble. So whenever they move to 17, I can then roll out version 16. Now let's talk about software diversity. Now this is having some type of obfuscation when it comes to the different types of software that you have in your environment. You don't want to make everything so Microsoft driven or Cisco driven. We don't want to be a Apple shop all together. Like, we want to have bits and pieces of it. The reason why is because when you are just one shop, let's say if everybody's a Cisco is on Cisco devices, and then Cisco comes out, the company comes out and says, hey, all of our devices are vulnerable to remote coding and remote coding vulnerability, and it's a very critical vulnerability, and for right now we don't have an answer for it. Now everybody in the shop is pretty much vulnerable to this attack. In turn, it brings a big risk to you having to stop operations because you are vulnerable to this vulnerability. The one that comes to mind when it comes to an example is SolarWinds. SolarWinds just had a big vulnerability to where it pretty much crippled the applications across the board. Well, you had a lot of companies that would get that whole stack, because not only SolarWinds will offer some type of network appliance or device, they would also offer a application for help desk, or they may offer some other application for logging and SIM activities. So across the board, across that whole stack of applications, now you can't really do anything because all of this, all of the applications associated with them are vulnerable. So we want to make sure that we have a good diversity of vendors in our environment. We want to make sure that we're not all using the same products, but they work well together. We want that. We want things that work well together, but not necessarily made by the same company. And that gives a good diversity and a good security measure when coming into when a hacker comes into your network. To give an example of that is that if a hacker comes into the network and they're very good at PCs, but then they jump they jumped the network and now they're on a Mac PC or a MacBook, I'm sorry, and they don't really learn Linux like that. So now it creates a defense in depth again by having something that someone is maybe not be familiar with. All right, just by having that diversity. So the key points to review when it comes to application building, remember the most important thing that I want you to take away from this lesson is input validation. If we're building the code, I want someone to build it, but I also want someone to check it, maybe even double check it. All right. Now we went over different types of attacks that could happen when it comes to coding, and we also went over some type of remediations that we could put in place when it comes to the attacks that go against our different applications. So lesson 15, let's go over implementing secure cloud solutions. We're going to go over the different types of deployments. We're going to go over different types of services that you can get in the cloud. And then we're going to go over how we should carry ourselves when putting things into the cloud, and how do we scan for different things when they're going back and forth from our local environment to the cloud environment. So there are three cloud deployment models, and we're going to go with public, private, and then hybrid. And with the public means that anybody can use it, whether you're a business or you're a private entity, or you're just a community service group. Anyone can use this public deployment model when it comes to the cloud. The one that comes to mind is AWS or Google. Like Google Drive, or you want to think of a Microsoft account. Those are public domains when it comes to the cloud. Now you have private, where it's just like that's your own section of the cloud. So no one else is going to be able to be on the same server that you're on. No one will, if you're not, you pretty much bought out that section of the cloud for your own personal or business use. Then you have community. Now, community or some type of hybrid, I'm sorry, some type of community means that we're doing the same thing. We're in the same industry. So I like to think of it in a medical sense. Where you may have a big hospital that needs to put information into the cloud, but you also may have a small dentist office that want to put things in the cloud. Since we're in the same medical field and we deal with the same type of data, 9 times out of 10, we're probably can get together into a cloud deployment in that community section. So now let's talk about the cloud services models that you're normally going to see when it comes to service off a cloud provider. You're going to see infrastructure, AAS, software as a service, SaaS, or platform as a, and we are kind of getting into anything as a service that's XA and service. Infrastructure as a service, a cloud environment. Going to give you maybe an operating system, and you're going to have from there on out. They may not even give you the, may just give you an a interface in order to the cloud platform, and now you're there, and you need to set up servers that you install the servers, configure the servers, everything from scratch. So however you see infrastructure, most work that needs to get a finished product, you're talking about someone who can go and buy raw material and make things from scratch. Buying something that's already pre-made and then warming it up. That's more in these other models that we're going to. As the service is bare bones. You're building everything from the ground up. That's the easiest way I can put it. So software as a service is, well, let's skip software as a service and let's go to platform as a service, and then we'll go to software. So platform as a service is you already have a pre-configured OS, and it's going to be sitting there waiting for any type of configurations or special applications to go on there, and now you build it from that standpoint. But like I said, infrastructure, they won't even give you the OS. They'll just give you basically a box. All right, if you want to think about it like that, a empty server, and they say here you go, and it just have the bare bone minimums. But the platform, at least it will give you a baseline, some type of OS that you want to build upon, and it has that infrastructure already configured in it. So you'll have the networking, the CPUs, the memory. You'll have all those things allocated, and you'll have a OS to work upon building your application or building however you want to build your database on top of that. Now, software as a service, they're going to only offer you the application pretty much, and these are ready to go, and you have less work to actually configure. It's going to be pretty much, these are the layouts. You don't really get too much of a configuration or customization to your company. So a good way of thinking about this is things that we already use on a everyday basis. So if you have an email account with Yahoo, Gmail, or Hotmail or whatever, those are software as a services. They're already pre-configured for you, and you just pretty much log in and you use them. Another one will be any type of Dropbox, Google Drive. These are software as a service type platforms where you log in, and now you can change like who can see whatever, but you can't see no code. You can't take the application off and see what's running the application behind the scenes. So you can't see that OS behind the scenes that's running the OS. I mean the application. You could just see the service that you're seeing, right? And those are the most ready to go, out of the box. We can use it within a matter of days of configurations, where platform as a service and infrastructure as a service may take to weeks to months before they're actually ready to be put into production. Now, when we thinking about what the cloud is, we need to go back to what a hypervisor is and how it actually runs. So we have two types of hypervisors, and type one will be a bare metal hypervisor, and that's where the OS is going to sit on top of the bare metal, and it's going to run the virtual machines off of that bare metal instance. Okay, that will be the picture off to the lower right hand corner, and that's where you're going to see different types of VMs coming off of the hypervisor software that's there. Now, a type 2 hypervisor will be something more where you have a hardware, but then it has a operating system already installed on it, and then we actually go in there and allocate some of the hard drive and memory space that's allocated to that's given by the OS, and we can actually spin up virtual machines off of that. That's where you see where things like VirtualBox come into play, or oh Jesus, VMware platforms come into play, where you actually download it on your personal PC, but then you can spin up a Mac OS on a Windows platform on your personal machine. So that's type 2 hypervisors. When we're talking about the cloud and these cloud providers, we're more likely going to be talking about a type 1 hypervisor. They're going to be giving, they have data centers that are type 1 hypervisors, bare metal, and they have the hypervisor software spinning up different types of virtual machines for the consumers. Now, when we're talking about having security controls on the cloud, we want to make sure that we follow the same format that we do when it comes to physical devices that we have in our environment. So we want to put endpoint protection on there. We want to make sure that we have policies out there regulating what users can do and what they shouldn't do. We also want to make sure that our firewalls and our logging systems are actually seeing the traffic and logging the traffic, maybe preventing the traffic that's going to our cloud provider, and making sure we watch that traffic from our users to the cloud provider. So making sure we have all these things in place will keep our data secure, but at the same time keep our internal networks secure as well. Because not only is the cloud out there for anyone to get onto. Remember, we can have a public instance to where we are sharing the cloud instance with a lot of folks. So say if one cloud provider gets compromised, but yet you're sending data that way, if they're compromised, then your data that you put onto that server, their cloud instance, could be potentially vulnerable as well. So just keep those things in mind, making sure that we keep all our policies and our endpoint protections up to date, and making sure that we watch that traffic going back and forth. We want to make sure that we are aware about how much power we want to pull from the cloud environment. So the reason why the cloud is so popular is because of its elasticity, resiliency, being able to expand, contract at a very short time. Given the fact from which we came from of buying RAM or buying storage and then waiting for delivery dates, we can have changes to our environment in a matter of minutes. So you want to be aware of the type of CPU and RAM storage that you get on your cloud instance. You want to make sure that you have something that's uh, allocated within your budget. Let's say that you don't want to overkill something that doesn't. You don't need that much power. You don't need that much storage. So just make sure that you have something that works into your favor, and you don't have to really worry about having too much or too little worth of power. Now, with that power comes availability too. A wonderful thing about the cloud is that it seems to never be down, right? And a lot of these cloud providers, they have databases scattered throughout the globe, and they're all connected to where if one were to have a maintenance day or even a natural disaster, then they can easily route traffic to another point, and you as a consumer really never see it go down or is not available. So having that uptime, having um, that availability standpoint is such a real attractive point to businesses, because where if we're having all our data in one spot here in let's say Tennessee, and then a hurricane comes and makes it to Tennessee, one makes it to Tennessee and then destroys that data center, um, then now we have to pretty much suspend business until we get that data center back up and running, and that could take months to years, right? So having a cloud instance back that data up or make that data available at any given time is something that we want to look into, and making sure that we have the proper cloud provider in place in order to make our data available. Now, when you're talking about the network section of the cloud, we want to make sure that we focus more on private networking and separations of the networks. We making sure that we do a logical aspect when thinking about how we actually divvying out our IP addresses when it comes to the cloud, making sure that we're not just lumping everybody into the same mixture. We want to do it like we do a physical building. The marketing department has a set number of addresses, and the legal team has a set number of addresses, IP addresses. So we want to do the same thing when it comes to our cloud environment, separate these IPs out, And we also, if we can do NAT gateways and as well as putting VPNs out there, let's take advantage of those things because, like I said, the cloud is not necessarily such a new type of technology. Is more popularized nowadays, but um, it's the same concept of what we've been doing in physical locations. It's just now we're using the internet to have our data pushed to a data center that may be outside of our state or country for that matter. And now we just want to make sure that we treat that as a kind of a distance operation center. You want to be mindful of your security groups when you're talking about giving people access to your um, cloud instance. So we want to make sure that if we're building any type of identity or usernames or any type of users in the cloud, we want to make sure that we follow our best practices and give them only the enough permissions to do the job, and making sure that we follow the directions of if someone leaves, then we take away permissions from our cloud instances as well, because we don't want to just think about our Active Directory software that's physically in the building. We also want to make sure that the username and password that they use to log on to the cloud instance is also disabled whenever they leave the company. And sometimes it can be lost within the whole concept of working. But we need to, as security professionals, be aware of that and have that in our plans and steps to make sure that the identity access and management part of it stays true. Now, when we're talking about moving data from your local machine out to the cloud provider, we want to have something that's kind of scanning those documents or data and making sure that it's not leaking any type of sensitive information. So this is where CASB will come into play. CASB stands for Cloud Access Security Broker, and it's going to sit as an agent on your local device, and it's going to look at your user putting information out to the internet or to a cloud provider, right? So whenever, because here's the thing, you don't, while as security professionals in our work environment, we may have a set number of cloud providers that we work with, but that's not necessarily who all your users work with. So to give an example of that, the security team may say, hey, you can use box.com and Dropbox for your storage outside to a cloud provider, but you may have users putting things in OneDrive, Microsoft OneDrive, or Google, and putting it in their Google Drive. And we're not aware of it because we allow everything to go out to Google. So we want them to go in and search on Google and maybe look at their email on Google, right? Well, Google also offers all of those different applications, which is, cloud based. So we want something like a CASB sitting on our PC to scan those documents going to other cloud providers that we may not be aware of that our users may be using. So in this lesson, we went over the different types of cloud deployments, the different types of services that you can have, and we also went over different types of security measures that we need to put in place in order to teach our users how to use their cloud environments properly. So lesson 16, let's start talking about data privacy and then some protections we take in order to protect the data, the information that we're working with, some of the files that we work with on a daily basis. Let's talk about some of the concepts that we use to protect it. So when we first started talking about Security Plus, we always just kind of referred everything back to the CIA triad. Remember that triangle image that I showed where it said confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And then, based on how your business is set up, you will either focus on either a confidential factor or an integrity factor or the availability of the data. But however you want to focus those main attributes it's still based on how do we protect our data, how do we make it available, and then making sure that we keep it true to the changes that we make. So that's the integrity part. So we want to make sure that we always keep those things in mind. We want to make sure that the privacy, when it comes to who can see it, the confidentiality and the integrity part is something that we also focus on. No matter if we're just needing the information to be available most of the time, we still want to make sure that the privacy aspect of it is still upheld to a high regard. This is also uh, we want to make sure that we have these things in place for data when it comes to its life cycle. And that's when, we first create a file, we first create that Word document, and we put the first page, the first words on it, and we create that file. Once we save it, it's created. And then if other people are using it, they edit it or make some changes to it in some type of fashion, we want to make sure that those things are upheld. And we want to make sure that if it's some type of important document, uh, is really comes down to what's in the document. uh, when it goes to the retention, how long do we actually keep it? So whatever the document is, if it's legal wise, we may want to keep it for so many years, even if this person is no longer with the company. And then we need to have a proper way of disposing uh, old data, as well as data that's actually written on physical paper. How do we go about disposing those type of information and making sure that we do it in a proper, secure way? Now, just because you create a file doesn't necessarily mean that you will be the owner of a file. Um, but 9 times out of 10, you probably are the owner, and we need to have some type of roles and access to the types of files and data that is actually created on our network, and then in who's responsible for the creation and then the maintenance, the availability of that type of data. So in CompTIA, they put roles and responsibilities on these type of individuals who actually own the data. And your data owner is 9 times out of 10 going to be a department manager, where they may not and I want to get kind of granular here, where they may not see everything that you create, but they're responsible for everything that you do create. And that's more likely a data owner when it comes to a high level, when you're looking down at it from a 10,000 feet view. So a data owner is going to be ultimately responsible for any and every piece of data that comes out within their department. The steward will actually have more of a closer insight to how the data is actually maintained, and the quality of the data. So that'll be kind of like your security analysts, your IT technicians. They're going to actually be the stewards of how this data is moving from one platform to the next. Custodians and stewards could uh, those same people can hold the same types of roles. It could be interchangeable. And in some places we have a data privacy officer, but in my personal experiences, I haven't seen them with that actual title. So just want to make sure that you understand, one, a data owner. A data owner is going to probably be that high level manager, that department manager that oversees everyone in that department. May not see everything that you do as far as data is concerned, but they are responsible for that data. Now, when it comes to data classification, you will see different businesses have different types of classifications for their data. And the biggest difference that I've seen is being in the military, where you'll have a structure of unclassified, classified, secret, top secret, things of that nature. So these labels will be put on different types of devices physically, and they'll be meta tagged with the sensitive items um, when it comes to data that's on our PCs or laptops. And so Nine times out of 10, when you have a clearance like that within the government sector, you'll probably have a security clearance saying that you have authorization to actually view the content that's labeled for you to see. And what I mean by that is that if you have a secret clearance, you probably could see everything that says public and unclassified, but you're not able to see anything that's top secret. Now, to go to top secret, if you have a security clearance that has a top secret clearance, you'll be able to see everything from top clearance and down to a security clearance, and also at the further the bottom point of unclassified. But anything above a top secret clearance, not too sure if they have one above top secret, but if they do, then you're not allowed to see that as well. So just know that it's very strict when it comes to the government sector of it, but in a civilian sector, when it comes to classified information, we need to understand that each amount of data that is classified, that's where we want to make sure that people have the right permissions in order to see that data, and more importantly to make changes to that data, to move that data. So we want to make sure that whenever we are creating sensitive items, that we tag these items properly in order to keep that type of classification on them, and then putting them in the right hands when it comes to permissions. So some of your more famous data types could be PII, which is personal identifier information. So that's going to be your name, date of birth, social security, birth date, anything that is describing you as a person, an individual, that can easily be taken and then used to qualify someone else as you, acting as you with that information. So we want to make sure that we are aware of those type of that type of information that's put out there. But that PII also goes into the customer data too, where a lot of times we can't go into a store now without giving up some type of personal identifiable information. Even if you're just signing up for couponing, they want your address, your physical address, to mail you something, or they want a email address from you so they can, again, give you that type of service that you need. But you want to make sure that, whenever, if it's not necessary to give up that information, that we want to refrain from that. And also when we're training our employees to actually go out here and maybe go on business trips, to be aware of what type of information that they're giving up about themselves as well as the company as well. So moving on from that, we also have of course health information when it comes to HIPAA, and having things when it comes to the health field, as far as test results, what type of medication that we may be on. Those things that are secret to us need to be tagged in a certain way. Of course, in the financial field, when we all think about our bank accounts, those are things that we want to hold sensitive, and make sure that we have the confidentiality into it to where we can only get to it, but also that integrity factor of no one. If I look in there and see $5,000, I need to make sure that that's my money and that it hasn't been taken away from or added to without my acknowledgement and my consent. So with privacy notices and data retention, this goes back into the type of laws and litigations that's put in place in order for us to gather this information, but also keep it safe, and keep that confidentiality attribute held on that data. So the main thing that you really want to take from this slide is the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR. And we want to make sure that we understand that this regulation is put in place in order to provide a standard how we should collect data and then keep that data safe. And understand that the people that we gather this information from, we need to let them know what we're gathering, and then how long will we keep that information. I want you guys to think about something. When you fill out applications for these new jobs, how long are they actually keeping the information on your application or within their data banks. So I've seen a couple of businesses have, when you fill out an application, they will say we'll keep your information on file for the next 2 years. And that gives me an indication that, okay, if they are under any kind of breach, then my information could be leaked out because of them keeping it for the next 2 years. So I want you just kind of think about that when it comes to data retention, that it's not necessarily because they want to harvest your information and then sell it out, but it may be that they're under a law, some type of regulation, in order to keep that data and make sure that it's secure. Now, if they're securing it, that's another whole, factor, but they are gathering the information that you give voluntarily. So data sovereignty and geographical considerations. The main thing that I want you to really take away from that is that when you're submitting some type of information to a cloud provider, it's important to understand where they're located at, where a lot of these companies are, to back up, we're all connected on this globe. So you may be contacting a company that's based in Britain and is under the EU standards and regulations, but yet you're stationed here in the United States. So the way they handle your information is way different than how we deal with it here in the States. So we want to make sure that we are aware that we can't just put our customers or our clients' information on different servers within different geographical locations. That's where we need to be aware of how does that country actually run their laws and regulations when it comes to PII, and how long should, if we're going to go that route, what's the regulations? How do we govern ourselves in order to have our data hosted in another foreign land? So privacy on the breaches and the data breaches. So whenever we do have a breach, it's important that we understand the process we need to take in order to letting people know that we have had a breach or data has leaked out. So we want to make sure that we have the proper escalation up to the higher ups to let them know what's happened, and if we have a gather on it, or if it's still kind of out of our control. So we want to make sure that that process is refined, but we also want to make sure that upper management has a process to actually let our customers know, our clients know that, hey, there has been a breach, and this is the process that you need to take as a customer in order to protect your data as much as possible, given the fact that damage has been done. So throughout our course, we already touched on these two different types of policies and documents that we want to have in our arsenal. We want to make sure that when it comes to data sharing and then the privacy terms, that our SLAs will have those type of um, uh, things addressed in them when it comes to working with a third party. Also having that NDA, that non-disclosure agreement between a third party, is very important. If we're sharing things that make us, our business, unique to us, and we're going to share that with you in order to see if we want to have your services. It may be the fact that we might not want to go with you as a vendor, but in order to vet out and make sure that we hire the right vendor, I might need you to sign an NDA to make sure that you're not going to share my business secrets with anyone else or try to go into business against me, using my business model against me. So making sure that you have these policies in place, making sure that you have that server level agreement, making sure that they are providing the customer service. I'm sorry, providing the service to you that you need, because you just don't want to hang your reputation on a third party, but you want to make sure that you both agree to the an agreement saying that, hey, if I'm using you to hold my customers' data, then I want you to have a certain standard that you will protect their data at. So making sure that we have those things in line will also ultimately make us a better secure company. So I think the slide should have been a little bit higher up in the show, but protecting the data at rest as well as in transit, and making sure that we have it protected during the use of changing it, and making sure that the integrity is correct whenever we do change it, is very important. We want to make sure that when it's resting, it's not being used at that time, it's sitting somewhere on a hard drive and just waiting to be accessed, then we want to make sure that it's encrypted. And of course, we want to make sure that we have that encryption moving data from one source to another. So we want to make sure that we have, whenever it's traveling across the network, that we have that encrypted in capsule around our data. So in this lesson, you also want to make sure that how does data leave your network? Not necessarily just thinking about the daily tasks that we do in order to hold business, but how are other ways data could actually leave from your possession out into the open or into the wrong hands. One way could be through USB ports, where someone can bring in a external device, a USB thumb drive, and plug it into your PCs, and then take that data and then take it to wherever they want to take it. Using things such as a cloud hoster, where someone is they have a Dropbox account or a Google Drive account that's accessing that network, that cloud provider within your network, and transferring data that way. That is it's a open it's an open access to exfiltrate your data out of your possession into a data provider that doesn't you're not having any kind of security control over. So we want to make sure we have things in place such as DLPs, devices, data loss prevention providers that can see the data moving in a non-secure way. We want to make sure that we have our CASBs in place, that if we see that type of data leaving into a cloud provider, that we are able to flag and stop that type of data from moving out. So keeping these things in place will allow you to have some type of control, security control over access points that come into your network and you're not necessarily aware of it. So going into the data loss prevention, just like I said before, is going to look at that traffic that's leaving out and seeing if there's any kind of sensitive tagging to it. Is it a sensitive item? Is it a secret item? Top secret item? Does it have PII in it? Does it have any type of social security numbers, banking routing numbers, and account numbers? Is it a larger number of data that's leaving out? Your DLPs should be able to see that, flag it, and then stop it. And it can look at it via the emails that we send out as clients. Sometimes we send emails out, or it could see it as someone taking a file and then transferring it to a USB thumb drive. Some DLP systems will even detect if someone takes a picture of the screen with their cell phone, and then they can alert you on that, and then we can have a early jump on data moving out that way. So this is lesson 17, performing incident response. So it's not about um, how to prevent a incident from happening. We're pretty much going to have an event always happening, and we need to know what to do when those events happen. And whenever those data breach happens, we want to make sure that we have taken the correct steps in order to bring the business back into working order, and make sure that we stop the breach, the leakage, as much as possible. So let's get into it. So this is the incident response process. This is where we have 6 different things that we want to make sure that we do, and they kind of all flow back into each other whenever we finish that last step. So the first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we prepare our security controls correctly, make sure that we have everything in place. This is where we plan and prepare and design our security stack in order to make sure that we have the best security for our data. Then we want to make sure that we um, identify if a breach has happened. So we want to make sure that we have a good identification if a breach is actually happening, if a leakage is actually happening, going on. We want to make sure that we understand it. We have a good understanding of what it is. And then once we have that good understanding, we want to make sure that we contain it. Make sure that we stop the spread of it. So if it's a virus and it's constantly spreading from one PC to the next, we want to make sure that we get those things off the network and make sure we contain it as quick as possible. Then once we contain it, we want to make sure that we eradicate it. That's to actually kill it or stop the leakage. If someone is transferring files out, we want to make sure that we have things that can go ahead and stop that file transference outside of the network. And then once we have that, we have eradicated the issue, then we can work on the recovery road if we need to actually load from backups in the case of a ransomware attack, or we need to, do some reimages on some PCs and make sure that they're starting from a clean slate. And then once we have those things in play, we want to do a lesson learned or a post-incident activity session with the people involved in the incidents. So when I mean by involved with the incident, not necessarily your victim, but your incident handling team. That'll be the people who are working in the security group to actually, work together to get things identified and then contained and then eradicated. So we want to make sure that we have a lessons learned with them, and then from there we want to take the things that we've learned in that incident and then prepare us going back to the first step, prepare us on the next time we have an incident that happens. And then when it comes to the recovery, we want to make sure that we understand that, hey, if we didn't identify certain products then we make sure that we have the identification down and more in tune for the next time. And that's how these steps kind of constantly flow with each other each time. Now, as I stated before about how you'll have a team that works together that's strictly for getting a incident handled, identifying and then handling those incidents and making sure that they stop them before they become into real big problems or lingering problems. And 9 times out of 10, this is called a cyber incident response team. And these teams are specializing at looking at the flow of traffic, looking at things that are normal in the business flow, and then seeing if there's anything that they need to proceed with when it comes to actually putting the plan in process. 9 times out of 10, these are around the clock teams. So 24 hours, they probably are watching your logs, watching traffic flow in and out of your company, and then being able to alert you at any given time. When it comes to an incident. For my case, my company has a third-party vendor that does this for us, where they constantly watch everything, and then whenever they want to make a more of a administrative type of call where they want to block a traffic or block a port or a IP address, they may give us a according to the severity of it, they may give us a call and or email and ask for permission before doing so. Now, whenever you have an incident that happens, it's important to understand that not everybody that's involved with the security management team or security operations is actually going to be working on that problem to get it eradicated. But there are going to be some scenarios where your superiors, your managers, or you may need to report to higher up or upper management or your stakeholders, and make sure that they understand what's going on and that you have a good grasp upon the issue. So you want to make sure that sometimes these communication plans are actually practiced, written out, and then presented in a way to where uh, normal people can understand what's going on, but at the same time not giving away so much information to where it could be detrimental later on. Now, some companies, they have a playbook that they actually follow when it comes to incident response. They have some type of procedures that they follow. Now, these things could be uh, well documented, but at the same time, in my personal opinion, I think it could be it could hinder you because you're looking for step one, you're looking to actually fulfill um, that task of step one, and it may not cause for that. Each incident may be different than the last, so it's good to have someone that's on staff to handle these incidents that can be versatile when it comes to understanding what is happening and then how to actually stop it and recover from that. So, but just to know that having a plan is always a good stage of attack, but being able to pivot at any given time is always a better point. Now, in order to help these teams, we have tabletops, simulations that we can have walkthroughs where we're given a scenario, and then we're actually um, performing on our laptops or in virtual machines of what can actually happen, what should we do, how does it look into our environment. That's the great thing about virtual machines, is that we can build an environment that looks like our business environment with applications and connections and everything that's entailed on our PCs or our laptops, and then we can drop a virus in there and see how it acts and see how we would react if that was the case. And so these tabletops, these walkthroughs, they are great learning tools in order to get great practice in when it comes to preparing ourselves for an incident. So let's go into incident response, and then what's the difference between that and disaster recovery and then retention policy. Uh, Now, incident response, like I said, is it may be an attack that's not necessarily a disaster. It could lead up to it, I believe, but I think it starts off as something that can be handled within 24 to 48 hours. And it's something that should be handled by a group of individuals, such as our incident response team. Now, again, like I stated before, we can have plans for any kind of incidents. Such as, to give an example, someone left their laptop, their work laptop, on a plane, a business trip, right? And now we lost that data that's on that PC. So now that's an incident, and we need to take a certain steps in order to recover that data, make sure that that data is protected and is unreadable once it's lost, right? But in the difference between that and in a disaster is that a disaster is so bad of an incident that it may stop the business from existing. And if the business doesn't recover it within 2 weeks time, or however long it takes for your customers to allow you to be down from service, it could end up in detrimental disaster like that. So we want to think of disasters as being either man-made or a force from God. So we're thinking tornadoes, um, earthquakes, things from man. Let's say someone burned down the building. So these are things that falls into a disaster type of a category, and we have different type of planning and recovery tactics when it comes to disasters. Now, when it comes to business continuity plans or retention plans, we want to make sure that these are things put in place that keeps the business running at all times. These are procedures that helps in a daily process of running the business, but not necessarily is these things, these retention policies and business continuity plans help in the disaster recovery standpoint, and it could come into play when it comes to incident response as well. But it's more built on a daily process of how do we keep our business making money and moving forward. Disaster recovery is bringing us back from a business ending an event and bringing us back in order to have coming back from literally nothing and then having business once again. And then incident response, like I said, could normally be something that could be recovered, or we can move away from within 24 to 48 hours. Now, when it comes to identifying the incident, we have certain tools, certain controls that's in place. Not all the time are you just going to be watching the logs to see if any kind of incident or leakage has actually happened. This is where we have our IDSs, our intrusion detection systems, play in a part. This is where we have our SIM, our security incident and event manager, actually looking at these logs, and if they see anything that's out of the way as an outlier, they should give you a warning on those things. These type of tools are put in place just to see that traffic flowing every day. Think about how many people you actually have working in a Fortune 500 company, and then how many people are actually sending emails out, sending messages from one space to another, sending things out to the cloud, pulling things down from the internet. So many things are happening as far as data moving back and forth that we have these controls in place just to see all of that data. And it's our responsibilities as security professionals to know how to set the limitations on it, and then have it alert us if there's any type of anomaly to those regular tasks that's being held on a daily basis. So this slide just kind of reiterates what I was saying on the previous slide when it comes to the security information and event manager management system, which is a SIM, a very good tool to put in place to watch that data flow back and forth and then give you alerts if there's any kind of issue that needs to arise. Now, your SIM system is not just made for alerts or just kind of plug and play, and it does need to be tailored and contoured to how you want these alerts to actually happen. So it's very important to have our staff train in these tools that we put in place. So just not I don't think that you can just get into a sim and just hit the ground running. It's a learning curve, especially when it comes to different vendors and different types of sim consoles. We want to get in there and see what works for us, what is the configurations that work well with our business plans, and see how do we want to be alerted. Do we care if we get an alert at 3 a.m. in the morning for someone logging on, or maybe we have a night crew? So we want to make sure that we tailor these type of dashboards, these controls to our business, and make sure that it works well for us and staying efficient. So the trend analysis, what we want to make sure that we understand when it comes to the trend analysis, is the frequency and the volume base. So when it comes to my personal opinion, when it comes to what's an outlier to me, is that how frequent something happens, and then how much does it happen. So that's the volume. So how frequent it could happen, 3,000 times a minute, or it could happen every 3 months. The frequency, that's where I'm saying where you need to actually analyze what's what's weird to you. What's when you're looking at the data and you're constantly seeing the same thing over and over and over again, but then you realize that someone took something out. Let's say money wise, someone actually took a penny out every day from everyone's account, and just transferred it to this one account over here. Now, a penny is low volume, but the frequency is high, so therefore it sticks out in my mind. Whereas if I'm taking $3,000 on a monthly basis, then the frequency is low, but the volume is high. So therefore, it kind of raises red flags, and that's the kind of things we want to look for when it comes to our data leaving out of our network, and seeing who's actually, where is it going, why is it going there, why so much at this time. So those are the type of trends that we want to look for. We also want to make sure that we have a good understanding of our logging systems, our logging platforms. Logs are going to keep everything basically written down for us. This is going to be our note taking when it comes to every PC, every server, any type of device that's on our network is logging down everything that it does. And we want to make sure that we understand where our logs are, and then how important they are when it comes to the accuracy. We want to make sure that we take away the permissions of people being able to delete logs. A good indication that you've probably been breaches. If you ever see any kind of deleted logs, you may want to go in to see who deleted them, and were they did they have the right permissions being on your network in order to delete logs. So just understanding that if something happens past business hours, a good way of understanding what took place is through your login system, and making sure that those things stay accurate is very vital. So I said that you have logs on your system, but you also have logs in your DNS system. And remember, DNS is where we get the domain naming system when it comes to knowing what IP address matches what actual name of a website. You also have logs there. We also have logs when it comes to VoIP call managers, and having these type of logs and history. Like I said, it gives us a better way of threat hunting, making sure that we can see what's going on when we're paying attention to something totally else. We may be in meetings all day, and then once we get some alerts, we want to go back and check the logs to see, can we confirm, has a breach happened, or can we confirm something's going on without our consent. Now, metadata is the information about the information, or the information about the data. So this is when you're creating a file. Metadata is actually the data that's about that file that's created, and it kind of, I want you to think of it as a data that lives on the backside of it. It's the information, the properties of that file, and it 9 times out of 10 it's going to have things of time and date, and then who has permission to it. And if we're really high speed, we can have it set as if it's the categorization of it, as far as, is it a sensitive document or is it unclassified to where everyone can read it. But metadata is something that our DLP systems will use, our data loss prevention systems. So whenever we send a sensitive file out, our DLP system will read the metadata that's tagged along with it and say, oh, well, I'm not going to actually read the whole paragraph that's in this Word document, but I see in the metadata that it's a sensitive document. I'm going to flag it and make sure that it doesn't go out, and make sure that I, contact the person's manager and make sure that they're trying to send out some sensitive information based off the metadata that was created. So let's jump into this containment phase. And the containment phase is when we have identified the issue, and we understand how to actually, we want to know what's affected and what's not affected. And then how do we isolate that? A lot of times what you'll see is when you get your security job, they'll tell you to just go ahead and have the user unplug from the network to stop the risk of spreading the virus, or the case of if someone's actually traversing at that time on the network, to unplug from the network, and now they can't go from your PC to the CEO's PC that's on the third floor. So being able to have that type of containment, it gets your hands on the problem and being able to say, okay, how do we want to take it from here? Now, having that network segmentation helps out with this immensely, because in the beginning of us actually architecting the network, we set a network segmentation up to where if someone gets into a particular network, that they can't just go to everyone's PC. Remember, we have different VLANs for different departments or different teams, and we can have that type of separation to where it can already make the containment phase even easier. So just keep those things in mind, that having that defense in depth within the planning stage also helps out when it comes to actually putting things in play, in motion, and you actually want to get things contained. So to dive a little deeper into the eradication, how do we actually stop the issue that's going on? Let's say if it's a virus, did our antivirus, will it work on this? Is it a 0-day attack? Are we able to actually clean the PC? And if we clean it, do we feel confident on putting it back on the network? Maybe we want to go ahead and to feel totally comfortable with leaving this box on the network is to actually re-image it, bring it back to its beginning state, clean all the data that's on it, and being able to put it back on the network. Or do we want to get rid of it altogether? Save the data that has been saved and what can be saved, and then move on from it and give that new user a whole new PC. Maybe we feel comfortable in that. So all those type of things goes into your planning stages, and also it could come at the end when it comes to post activity, lesson learned, and seeing, okay, for the next time this happens, we might want to just go ahead and re-image a PC. So those things need to, those questions need to be answered either during or pre-incident. And then when it comes to the recovery, each eradication may have some type of different way of actually recovering the information, and it doesn't always need to come from backups or just having those things come from your things that's saved on file. Maybe we need to actually give you a whole new PC, and that's how we recover the time that you spent without a PC. So I think the eradication part and the recovery part could be vetted out a lot better in the preparation part when it comes to business flow. So kind of jumping back to the network segmentation part, having those firewall configurations are very important when it comes to making sure that we have the information going out that we want, and we don't have the traffic that we are not aware of or we don't trust coming into our network. So we want to make sure that our firewalls are set up correctly, and then we want to make sure that we check those rules on an annual basis to make sure that, hey, do we have some old stale rules out there? Could we add some that we have came in kind of with? Who has access to our firewalls? Are they able to just add any type of rule that they deem to be beneficial? So all those type of things we need to, think about and then actually put into play when it comes to firewall configurations. A lot of our incidents comes from our users actually just doing their daily tasks and going out and onto the internet and looking at different sites in order to get their job done. And a lot of hackers will put these type of traps out there, just kind of, seeing what they can catch. It's almost like casting a bait out there in a fishing line and seeing what catches. And we want to make sure that we have security controls such as our DLPs in place for our mobile devices. We want to make sure we have our mobile device management systems in place, just in case you get something on your phone. We can go ahead and remote wipe the phone. So we want to make sure that we think about our mobile devices. We want to think about when it comes to DLP, we want to think about how people are sending things out in emails. When we're thinking about our sending information out to a website or a cloud provider, we want to make sure we have our CASB in place to where it can scan those types of files and stop any type of sensitive data that's leaving out to these different types of cloud access providers. Now, as far as our endpoint configurations, we want to make sure that we have antivirus sitting on our PCs, some type of DLP agents that's sitting on our PCs, watching the flow of traffic, making sure that we can see things in the data sense of leaving that box. We also want to make sure that our end users are aware of the type of attacks that may happen within their PCs, but also in real life when it comes to social engineering. Not letting someone onto their PC just by intimidation factors. So they need to understand what type of vulnerabilities that they have, that they face when going to their favorite website, or versus just coming to work that day and being approached by a total stranger. We also want to make sure that we have some type of application block list and allow list. Are we going to just allow any software to be on our PCs, or are we going to have hey, you can only have these set of 20 applications on your PC because you only need those applications to do your job. And if you don't need them, then we need to go ahead and just remove them. And then when it comes to actually getting let's say affected by virus, or so to say, will our antivirus quarantine that type of virus, or should we go ahead and jump into physical mode and then unplug it from the network? So our key points to review is that when it comes to incident response, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily that you won't get an incident or become breach. It's a matter of fact of when. And when it does happen, are you going to be ready for actually putting a plan in place, being able to identify your issue, being able to contain it, and then eradicate the issue, and then recover if necessary. But then after that recovery, are you going to be able to sit down, say, have a lessons learned or a post activity discussion, and then prepare yourself for the next one? Lesson 18, let's talk about digital forensics. So whenever we have a incident that goes down, sometimes we need to actually hold that information or that data for law enforcement and for cases that may be held in a court of law. And so we need to run proper digital forensics on different types of workstations. So in this lesson, we'll go over different types of tactics and what we should look for when running forensics. So the key aspects of digital forensics is when you want to collect evidence, and data for code of law purposes. We want to make sure that it is accurate and that it hasn't been changed by you or by anybody else that could maybe be thrown out in the court of law if proven to be unreliable data. So we want to make sure that once we get our hands on that PC or that device, that we have a chain of custody and we have a list of individuals who's actually handling that device, and making sure that if we do have to log into it, that we document everything and any kind of changes that we made, because any type of discrepancy when it comes to that type of evidence data being messed with, then it's going to hold as a unreliable source and could be thrown out in the court of law. As you can expect, that whenever we're holding forensics for workstation or someone who may have been employed with the company, we're going to have reports, and making sure that these reports are just as accurate as the data that's on those workstations is very important. So we want to make sure that we have some ethics when writing these reports, and that we're not biased in any type of way. So we want to make sure that we stay professional, we tell the absolute truth, and then we make sure that the people who need to know about this information are informed of the reports, and making sure that they have access to it. Now, when searching on a PC or a workstation for different types of information, such as logs, any type of data that we may be looking for that can help us out in the proving what actually happened on that incident. Sometimes we can have our tools do a e-discovery electronically, looking for types of parameters and queries of pulling back that information in order to show us what's actually going on. This is where we actually we want to take advantage of our DLP systems, or our metadata tags that we have with our files. So whenever we create those files and we have metadata, or we tag them in a certain type of way, and what I mean by tag, meaning putting a tag of sensitive, or a tag of confidential. So when you have those tags and we have our tools go out there and search for them, we can see what has been tampered with, or what has been accessed with, pulled up by what user, and we can look into it like that. So having those e-discovery tools is very helpful when performing different types of forensics. Now, along with different tools that we can use to pull the data from those workstations, other tools that we can use to actually give us more support when it comes to providing evidence is videos, and we can use witness interviews. Did we see a particular person come in? Asking, individuals who work in that department, did you see anybody unusual? Explaining what happened to the situation without giving them too much away is a perfect way of getting more evidence that solidifies the data that we're going to provide in court. Now let's go to timelines. Timelines, along with those logs that we set up in every device that we have. This is why it's so important to have our logs have the proper timestamp of the operations, the hours of operations that we're working on, and to make sure that every device is synchronized when it comes to time protocols. Because when we go back and we want to validate the actions taken when it comes to gathering forensics, then we want to make sure that our time is right and we are not missing any logs, and that we can trust the time that are put on our logs in order to say, hey, this is a definite action taken at this point in time. So this is where we want to make sure that we got our SIMs in place and they have the proper logs set up to capture that type of information. We have the time protocols, like we said in the previous slides, to justify the actions taken at that point in time. And we want to make sure that we look at the networking side of it. What logs do we have on our firewall? What logs do we have coming from our routers? And do they have the correct timestamps that match up with our SIM event logs when it comes to what we're actually trying to validate and say, hey, this happened at this time. So overall, we want to make sure that we get our data from our workstations as well as other resources. But we also want to know when we're directly working with a PC, what is the order of volatility. Um, Now, this is where information is stored in different parts of the PC, mainly in memory, and then it is there for only a moment of time, and then it goes away. It's deleted forever. It's lost forever. So, as we all know, um, everything that we do on our PCs is logged in some type of way, and is actually burnt into the hard drive. It's actually recorded there. And when we delete a file, we're just basically telling the computer that, hey, this file is no longer needed. You can rewrite over the file, but the file is never really lost. So if you don't know, when we clean or when we wipe a PC, we're constantly writing ones and zeros over all the data that's on that PC, causing it to be unrecoverable. Okay, it may happen 7 times or 50 times, right? In order to make that data unrecoverable. So, in a case of you're doing something wrong or a hacker has got into your PC, um, we want to see, when they first, let's say, delete a file, or they take some information off our PCs, or they they cause for something that they want to be hidden, they delete a file. Well, we can look into the memory and see if it's still there hanging out in a memory state, and then be able to pull it from there. Now we'll go into how we actually pull things from a memory, but you want to make sure that you understand the order of volatility, because it's once it's in the memory only for a period of time, then it's actually deleted forever within the memory. But if it's there on the hard drive on or let's say a USB or something more permanent, then it stays there for a longer period of time, right? So we want to make sure that we'll check our CPU registers and our cache memory. These they hold the shortest amount of time of holding information there in the memory. Then we want to make sure from there that we check our RAM. This is a non-persistent um, state. So it's whenever RAM is shut off, or the PC is actually shut off, completely off, then it wipes everything from RAM. You kind of see an example of this whenever you're working on something and your computer dies instantly. And then once you reboot it back up, it says, hey, I auto saved this stuff. You can pick it up back here, right? And so that auto save is how it throws information into the memory, and then you bring it back up. But it didn't save it to the hard drive. So if it would have stayed off for a period of time, then everything from the memory state would have been wiped out as well. So from there, we want to go to a more persistent data on a persistent storage. This could be temporary files that you see in your documents folders. If you go and you look into the directories somewhere on your C drive, you'll see some temporary files that can be stored there. They're not asked to be called on exactly all the time, but if a PC has them, they can refer back to them. But we tend to clear these things out from time to time. You'll see me a lot of times go to my internet options list and then clear out the history and the backup data, or the temporary files that's eating up a lot of the hard drive space, and we can clear that out. From there, number 4, you want to go to a remote logging or monitoring data. Is there any type of remote access into that PC? And did the information go across the network into a more remote state, where it's not actually living on the PC but living in a outside source? So let's think about the cloud like that. Then you want to go into physical configurations, the network topology. How do we actually have the PC set up? How is it actually on the network? Is it connected to everybody in the department, or is it available to everyone in the business? So, and from there, finally, we want to look at archivable media. That's where your CDs, DVDs, USB drives, external hard drives, things that can be plugged into the PC and then taken away. So more likely, information that's stored on these type of devices are probably edged in there, is written to that PC, to that external device, and living there for your assets. So I mentioned earlier about how you can take information from your memory and see if what's there, what did the computer dump into memory, and then we could pull that for evidence. How we actually go about doing that is with a in-case forensic tool. This is a designed tool just for being able for security professionals to actually do forensic work and not compromise the integrity of the data. And so we need to, again, and I'm gonna stress this point, that we need to be very careful when it comes to having data that we need to collect and put in a safe mode to where we can give it to a court of office, and it could be held up in a court of law. So we want to make sure that we have tools such as this in-case forensic tool, or the forensic toolkit, in order to give us the best chance of not compromising that data. So it's very important to understand that a lot of times when a PC is, they don't know what to do with the data that they collect, they'll dump it into memory. And so going back to the attack of buffer overflow is where, we give the system so much information to where it doesn't know what to do with it or where to put that information output from. So they will dump it into the memory. This also happens when you get a blue screen of death. And as you can see here on the screen, this is a blue screen of death. Well, a lot of times the computer will tell you what the problem is in the blue screen of death, or why did it do a blue screen, and it will dump it into a file, or dump it into memory for you to, once you turn it off, turn the PC off, and then turn it back on, you can go back to that file and see what caused that type of outage. So this whole time we've been talking about preservation and making sure that the integrity of the evidence is upheld. We don't change it in any type of way. We just stay clear of really just making sure that that is a valid state of data when it goes into the court. But as a security professional, it's our job to understand that whenever we're snooping around and going around a hard drive to look at different types of statuses on that hard drive, things are constantly changing. It's too easy for you to actually dilute the changes on a PC, and having the integrity to prove what you want to prove is very low. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we take a copy of that hard drive if possible. And what we want to do is we want to make sure we have a write blocker to actually copy that hard drive bit for bit. And then we can use the copy of the hard drive in order to do our investigations, in order to go through the different files, the different event logs to see exactly what happened, and then we can place the original hard drive in a protected bag or case or what have you, but we won't touch that at all. We will let the court handle with that. But in order to make our case, we will use that write blocker and then create a copy of the hard drive, make our case from the copy. Now, when it comes to also having some more preservation of the evidence, we want to make sure that, like I said, we have in that secure tamper evidence bag. That's what we want to put our original hard drive in. You also want to make sure that you stay away from any kind of electrical discharge that you may have in the office. So wearing some kind of static bans, or having that workstation on a non-static mat that we can do work on, and take that external hard drive out. I'm sorry, that internal hard drive out. We want to make sure that we have a chain of custody. The proper paperwork is going to be real big. You cannot just say, "Hey, Johnny, hold this," and then whenever we're ready for it, for the court date, you just bring it up. Because there's no way it should be. If we're gonna prove something, then there should be without a shadow of a doubt that only these people had it and no one else tampered with it. Because if it brings in any kind of doubt, then it's liable to be thrown out. So we want to make sure that we have a chain of custody.